Section 1 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Complaint, or Night Thoughts. Preface. As the occasion of this poem was real, not fictitious, so the method pursued in it was rather imposed by what spontaneously arose in the author's mind on that occasion, than meditated or designed, which will appear very probable from the nature of it. For it differs from the common mode of poetry, which is, from long narrations, to draw short morals. Here, on the contrary, the narrative is short, and the morality arising from it makes the bulk of the poem. The reason of it is, that the facts mentioned did naturally pour these moral reflections on the thought of the writer. Night first. On Life, Death, and Immortality. To the Right Honourable Arthur Onslow, Esquire, Speaker of the House of Commons. Tired nature's sweet restorer, balmy sleep. He, like the world, his ready visit pays where fortune smiles. The wretched he forsakes. Swift on his downy pinion flies from woe, and lights on lids unsullied with a tear. From short, as usual, and disturbed repose, I wake. How happy they who wake no more! Yet that were vain, if dreams infest the grave. I wake, emerging from a sea of dreams tumultuous, where my wrecked desponding thought, from wave to wave of fancied misery, at random drove, her helm of reason lost. Though now restored, 'tis only change of pain, a bitter change, severer for severe. The day too short for my distress, and night, even in the zenith of her dark domain, is sunshine to the colour of my fate. Night, sable goddess, from her ebon throne, in rayless majesty, now stretches forth her leaden sceptre o'er a slumbering world. Silence, how dead! And darkness, how profound! Nor eye, nor listening ear, an object finds. Creation sleeps. 'Tis as the general pulse of life stood still, and nature made a pause, an awful pause, prophetic of her end. And let her prophecy be soon fulfilled. Fate, drop the curtain. I can lose no more. Silence and darkness, solemn sisters, twins from ancient night, who nurse the tender thought to reason, and on reason build resolve, that column of true majesty in man. Assist me. I will thank you in the grave. The grave your kingdom. There this frame shall fall a victim sacred to your dreary shrine. But what are ye? Thou who didst put to flight primeval silence, when the morning stars, exulting, shouted o'er the rising ball. O thou, whose word from solid darkness struck that spark, the sun, strike wisdom from my soul, which flies to thee, her trust, her treasure, as misers to their gold, while others rest. Through this opaque of nature and of soul, this double night, transmit one pitying ray to lighten and to cheer. O lead my mind, a mind that fain would wander from its woe, lead it through various scenes of life and death, and from each scene the noblest truths inspire. Nor less inspire my conduct than my song. Teach my best reason, my best will teach rectitude, and fix my firm resolve wisdom to wed, and pay her long arrear. Nor let the phial of thy vengeance, poured on this devoted head, be poured in vain. The bell strikes 1. We take no note of time but from its loss. To give it then a tongue is wise in man. As if an angel spoke, I feel the solemn sound. If heard aright, it is the knell of my departed hours. Where are they? With the years beyond the flood. It is the signal that demands dispatch. How much is to be done? My hopes and fears start up alarmed, and o'er life's narrow verge look down. On what? A fathomless abyss, a dread eternity, how surely mine. And can eternity belong to me, poor pensioner on the bounties of an hour? How poor, how rich, how abject, how august, how complicate, how wonderful is man. How passing wonder he who made him such. Who centred in our make such strange extremes. From different natures marvellously mixed, connection exquisite of distant worlds. Distinguished link in being's endless chain. Midway from nothing to the deity. A beam ethereal, sullied and absorbed. Though sullied and dishonored, still divine. Dim miniature of greatness absolute, an heir of glory, a frail child of dust. Helpless immortal, insect infinite, a worm, a god! I tremble at myself, and in myself am lost. At home a stranger, thought wanders up and down, surprised, aghast, and wondering at her own, how reason reels. O what a miracle to man is man, triumphantly distressed, what joy, what dread, alternately transported and alarmed. What can preserve my life, or what destroy? An angel's arm can't snatch me from the grave, legions of angels can't confine me there. 'Tis past conjecture, all things rise in proof, while o'er my limbs sleep's soft dominion spread. What though my soul fantastic measures trod o'er fairy fields, or mourned along the gloom of pathless woods, or down the craggy steep hurled headlong, swam with pain the mantled pool, or scaled the cliff, or danced on hollow winds, with antic shapes, wild natives of the brain. Her ceaseless flight, though devious, speaks her nature of subtler essence than the trodden clod. Active, aerial, towering, unconfined, unfettered with her gross companions fall. Even silent night proclaims my soul immortal. Even silent night proclaims eternal day. For human weal, heaven husbands all events. Dull sleep instructs, nor sport vain dreams in vain. Why then their loss deplore that are not lost? Why wanders wretched thought their tombs around, in infidel distress? Are angels there? Slumberers raked up in dust, ethereal fire? They live, they greatly live a life on earth unkindled, unconceived, and from an eye of tenderness let heavenly pity fall on me, more justly numbered with the dead. This is the desert, this the solitude. How populous, how vital is the grave! This is creation's melancholy vault, the vale funereal, the sad cypress gloom, the land of apparitions, empty shades. All on earth, is shadow, all beyond is substance, the reverse is folly's creed. How solid all, where change shall be no more. This is the bud of being, the dim dawn, the twilight of our day, the vestibule. Life's theatre as yet is shut, and death, strong death, alone can heave the massy bar, this gross impediment of clay remove, and make us embryos of existence free. From real life, but little more remote is he, not yet a candidate for light. The future embryo, slumbering in his sire. Embryos we must be, till we burst the shell, yon ambient azure shell, and spring to life, the life of gods, O transport, and of man. Yet man, fool man, here buries all his thoughts, inters celestial hopes without one sigh. Prisoner of earth, and pent beneath the moon, here pinions all his wishes, winged by heaven to fly at infinite, and reach it there, where seraphs gather immortality, on life's fair tree, fast by the throne of God. What golden joys ambrosial clustering glow in his full beam, and ripen for the just, where momentary ages are no more, where time and pain and chance and death expire. And is it in the flight of 80 years to push eternity from human thought, and smother souls immortal in the dust? A soul immortal, spending all her fires, wasting her strength in strenuous idleness, thrown into tumult, raptured or alarmed, at aught the scene can threaten or indulge, resembles ocean into tempest wrought, to waft a feather or to drown a fly. Where falls this censure? It o'erwhelms myself. How was my heart encrusted by the world? O how self-fettered was my grovelling soul! How like a worm was I wrapped round and round in silken thought, which reptile fancy spun, till darkened reason lay quite clouded o'er with soft conceit of endless comfort here, nor yet put forth her wings to reach the skies. Night visions may befriend, as sung above. Our waking dreams are fatal. How I dreamed of things impossible! Could sleep do more? Of joys perpetual and perpetual change, of stable pleasures on the tossing wave, eternal sunshine in the storms of life. How richly were my noontide trances hung with gorgeous tapestries of pictured joys. Joy behind joy, in endless perspective, till at death's toll, whose restless iron tongue calls daily for his millions at a meal. Starting I woke, and found myself undone. Where now my frenzy's pompous furniture? The cobwebbed cottage with its ragged wall of mouldering mud is royalty to me. The spider's most attenuated thread is cord, is cable, to man's tender tie on earthly bliss. It breaks at every breeze. O ye blessed scenes of permanent delight, full above measure, lasting beyond bound. A perpetuity of bliss is bliss. Could you, so rich in rapture, fear an end, that ghastly thought would drink up all your joy? and quite on paradise the realms of light. Safe are you lodged above these rolling spheres, the baleful influence of whose giddy dance sheds sad vicissitude on all beneath. Here teems with revolutions every hour, and rarely for the better, or the best, more mortal than the common births of fate. Each moment has its sickle, emulous of time's enormous scythe, whose ample sweep strikes empires from the root. Each moment plays his little weapon in the narrower sphere of sweet domestic comfort, and cuts down the fairest bloom of sublunary bliss. Bliss! Sublunary bliss! Proud words and vain. Implicit treason to divine decree. A bold invasion of the rights of heaven. I clasped the phantoms, and I found them air. Oh, had I waited ere my fond embrace, what darts of agony had missed my heart! Death, great proprietor of all, 'tis thine to tread out empire and to quench the stars. The sun himself by thy permission shines, and, one day, thou shalt pluck him from his sphere. Amid such mighty plunder, why exhaust thy partial quiver on a mark so mean? Why thou peculiar rancor wreaked on me? Insatiate archer, could not one suffice? Thy shaft flew thrice, and thrice my piece was slain, and thrice, ere thrice young moon had filled her horn. O Cynthia, why so pale? Dost thou lament thy wretched neighbour? Grieve to see thy wheel of ceaseless change outwhirled in human life? How wanes my borrowed bliss! From fortune's smile, precarious courtesy, not virtue's sure, self-given, solar ray of sound delight. In every varied posture, place, and hour, how widowed every thought of every joy! Thought, busy thought, too busy for my peace. Through the dark postern of time long lapsed, led softly by the stillness of the night, led like a murderer, and such it proves, strays, wretched rover, o'er the pleasing past. In quest of wretchedness perversely strays, and finds all desert now, and meets the ghosts of my departed joys, a numerous train. I rue the riches of my former fate, sweet comfort's blasted clusters I lament. I trembled at the blessings once so dear, and every pleasure pains me to the heart. Yet why complain? Or why complain for one? Hangs out the sun his lustre but for me, the single man? Are angels all beside? I mourn for millions, 'tis the common lot. In this shape, or in that, has fate entailed the mother's throes on all of woman born? Not more the children than sure heirs of pain. War, famine, pest, volcano, storm, and fire, intestine broils, oppression, with her heart wrapped up in triple brass, besiege mankind. God's image disinherited of day, here plunged in mines, forgets a sun was made. There, beings deathless as their haughty lord, are hammered to the galling ore for life, and plough the winter's wave, and reap despair. Some, for hard masters, broken under arms, in battle lopped away, with half their limbs, beg bitter bread through realms their valour saved, if so the tyrant or his minion doom. Want and incurable disease, fell pair, on hopeless multitudes remorseless seize at once, and make a refuge of the grave. How groaning hospitals eject their dead! What numbers groan for sad admission there! What numbers, once in fortune's lap high fed, solicit the cold hand of charity? To shock us more, solicit it in vain. Ye silken sons of pleasure, since in pains ye rue more modish visits, visit here, and breathe from your debauch. Give, and reduce surfeit's dominion over you. But so great your impudence, you blush at what is right. Happy did sorrow seize on such alone. Not prudence can defend, or virtue save. Disease invades the chastest temperance, and punishment the guiltless, and alarm, through thickest shades pursues the fond of peace. Man's caution often into danger turns, and his guard falling, crushes him to death. Not happiness itself makes good her name. Our very wishes give us not our wish. How distant oft the thing we dote on most, from that for which we dote, felicity. The smoothest course of nature has its pains, and truest friends, through error, wound our rest. Without misfortune, what calamities, and what hostilities without a foe? Nor are foes wanting to the best on earth. But endless is the list of human ills, and sighs might sooner fail than cause to sigh. A part how small of the terraqueous globe is tenanted by man, the rest a waste, rocks, deserts, frozen seas, and burning sands, wild haunts of monsters, poisons, stings, and death. Such is earth's melancholy map. But, far more sad, this earth is a true map of man. So bounded are its haughty lord's delights to woe's wide empire, where deep troubles toss, loud sorrows howl, envenomed passions bite, ravenous calamities our vitals seize, and threatening fate wide opens to devour. What then am I, who sorrow for myself? In age, in infancy, from others' aid is all our hope, to teach us to be kind. That nature's first last lesson to mankind. The selfish heart deserves the pain it feels. More generous sorrow, while it sinks, exalts, and conscious virtue mitigates the pang. Nor virtue, more than prudence, bids me give swollen thought a second channel. Who divide, they weaken too, the torrent of their grief. Take then, O world, thy much indebted tear. How sad a sight is human happiness, to those whose thought can pierce beyond an hour. O thou, whate'er thou art, whose heart exalts, wouldst thou I should congratulate thy fate? I know thou wouldst. Thy pride demands it from me. Let thy pride pardon what thy nature needs, the salutary censure of a friend. Thou happy wretch, by blindness thou art blessed, by dotage dandled to perpetual smiles. No, smiler, at thy peril art thou pleased. Thy pleasure is the promise of thy pain. Misfortune, like a creditor severe, but rises in demand for her delay. She makes a scourge of past prosperity, to sting thee more, and double thy distress. Lorenzo, fortune makes her court to thee. Thy fond heart dances, while the siren sings. Dear is thy welfare, think me not unkind. I would not damp, but to secure thy joys. Think not that fear is sacred to the storm. Stand on thy guard against the smiles of fate. Is heaven tremendous in its frowns? Most sure, and in its favors formidable too. Its favors here are trials, not rewards. A call to duty, not discharge from care, and should alarm us full as much as woes. Awake us to their cause and consequence, or our scant conduct give a jealous eye, and make us tremble, weighed with our desert. Awe nature's tumult, and chastise her joys, lest while we clasp, we kill them, nay, invert to worse than simple misery their charms. Revolted joys, like foes in civil war, like bosom friendships to resentment soured, with rage envenomed rise against our peace. Beware what earth calls happiness. Beware all joys, but joys that never can expire. Who builds on less than an immortal base, fond as he seems, condemns his joys to death. Mine died with thee, Philander. Thy last sigh dissolved the charm. The disenchanted earth lost all her lustre. Where her glittering towers, her golden mountains, where? All darkened down to naked waste, a dreary vale of tears. The great magician's dead. Thou poor pale piece of outcast earth, in darkness. What a change from yesterday! Thy darling hope so near, long labored prize. O how ambition flushed thy glowing cheek! Ambition truly great, of virtuous praise. Death's subtle seed within, sly, treacherous miner, working in the dark, smiled at thy well-concerted scheme, and beckoned the worm to riot on that rose so red. Unfaded ere it fell, one moment's prey, man's foresight is conditionally wise. Lorenzo, wisdom into folly turns oft the first instant its idea fair to laboring thought is born. How dim our eye! The present moment terminates our sight. Clouds thick as those on doomsday drown the next. We penetrate, we prophesy in vain. Time is dealt out by particles, and each, ere mingled with the streaming sands of life, by fate's inviolable oath is sworn, deep silence, where eternity begins. By nature's law, what may be now. There's no prerogative in human hours. In human hearts what bolder thought can rise than man's presumption on tomorrow's dawn? Where is tomorrow? In another world. For numbers this is certain, the reverse is sure to none, and yet, on this perhaps, this peradventure, infamous for lies, as on a rock of adamant, we build our mountain hopes, spin out eternal schemes, as we the fatal sisters could outspin, and, big with life's futurities, expire. Not even Philander had bespoke his shroud, nor had he cause, a warning was denied. How many fall as sudden, not as safe. As sudden, though for years admonished home, Of human ills the last extreme beware. Beware, Lorenzo, a slow sudden death. How dreadful that deliberate surprise! Be wise to-day. 'Tis madness to defer. Next day the fatal precedent will plead. Thus on, till wisdom is pushed out of life. Procrastination is the thief of time. Year after year it steals, till all are fled, and to the mercies of a moment leaves the vast concerns of an eternal scene. If not so frequent, would not this be strange? That 'tis so frequent, this is stranger still. Of man's miraculous mistakes, this bears the palm, that all men are about to live, forever on the brink of being born. All pay themselves the compliment to think they one day shall not drivel, and their pride on this reversion takes up ready praise. At least their own, their future selves applaud. How excellent that life they ne'er will lead. Time lodged in their own hands is folly's veils. That lodged in fate's, to wisdom they consign. The thing they can't but purpose they postpone. 'Tis not in folly, not to scorn a fool, and scarce in human wisdom to do more. All promise is poor dilatory man, and that through every stage. When young, indeed, in full content, we sometimes nobly rest, unanxious for ourselves, and only wish, as duteous sons, our fathers were more wise. At 30, man suspects himself a fool, knows it at 40, and reforms his plan. At 50, chides his infamous delay, pushes his prudent purpose to resolve, in all the magnanimity of thought resolves, and re-resolves, then dies the same. And why? Because he thinks himself immortal. All men think all men mortal, but themselves. Themselves, when some alarming shock of fate strikes through their wounded hearts the sudden dread? But their hearts wounded, like the wounded air, soon close. Where passed the shaft, no trace is found. As from the wing no scar the sky retains, the parted wave no furrow from the keel, so dies in human hearts the thought of death. Even with the tender tear which nature sheds o'er those we love, we drop it in their grave. Can I forget Philander? That were strange. O my full heart! But should I give it vent, the longest night, though longer far, would fail, and the lark listen to my midnight song. The sprightly lark's shrill matin wakes the morn. Grief's sharpest thorn hard pressing on my breast, I strive, with wakeful melody, to cheer the sullen gloom, sweet Philomel, like thee, and call the stars to listen. Every star is death to mine, enamoured of thy lay. Yet be not vain. There are, who thine excel, and charm through distant ages, wrapped in shade, prisoner of darkness, to the silent hours. How often I repeat their rage divine, to lull my griefs, and steal my heart from woe. I roll their raptures, but not catch their fire. Dark, though not blind, like thee, Meanides, or Milton. Thee, ah, could I reach your strain. Or his who made Meanides our own. Man too he sung, immortal man I sing. Oft bursts my song beyond the bounds of life. What now but immortality can please? O had he pressed his theme, pursued the track which opens out of darkness into day. Or had he, mounted on his wing of fire, soared where I sink, and sung immortal man? How had it blessed mankind, and rescued me? End of section 1. Section 2 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Time, Death, and Friendship. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Wilmington. Night 2nd. On Time, Death, and Friendship. When the cock crew he wept, smote by that eye which looks on me, on all. That power who bids this midnight sentinel with clarion shrill, emblem of that which shall wake the dead, rouse souls from slumber into thoughts of heaven. Shall I too weep? Where then is fortitude? And fortitude abandoned, where is man? I know the terms on which he sees the light. He that is born, is listed, life is war, eternal war with woe. Who bears it best, deserves it least. On other themes I'll dwell. Lorenzo, let me turn my thoughts on thee, and thine on themes may profit. Profit there, where most thy need. Themes, too, the genuine growth of dear Philander's dust. He thus, though dead, may still befriend. What themes? Time's wondrous price, death, friendship, and Philander's final scene. So could I touch these themes, as might obtain thine ear, nor leave thy heart quite disengaged. The good deed would delight me, half impress of my dark cloud and iris, and from grief call glory. Dost thou mourn Philander's fate? I know thou sayest it. Says thy life the same? He mourns the dead who lives as they desire. Where is that thrift, that avarice of time, O glorious avarice, thought of death inspires, as rumored robberies endear our gold? O time, than gold more sacred, more load than lead to fools, and fools reputed wise. What moment granted man without account? What years are squandered, wisdom's debt unpaid? Our wealth and days, all due to that discharge. Haste, haste, he lies in wait, he's at the door, insidious death. Should his strong hand arrest, no composition sets the prisoner free. Eternity's inexorable chain fast binds, and vengeance claims the full arrear. How late I shuddered on the brink, how late life called for her last refuge in despair. That time is mine, O meed, to thee I owe. Fain would I pay thee with eternity. But ill my genius answers my desire. My sickly song is mortal, past thy cure. Accept the will, that dies not with my strain. For what calls thy disease, Lorenzo? Not for Aesculapian, but for moral aid thou thinkest it folly to be wise too soon. Youth is not rich in time, it may be poor. Part with it as with money, sparing, pay no moment but in purchase of its worth. And what its worth, ask deathbeds, they can tell. Part with it as with life, reluctant, big with holy hope of nobler time to come. Time higher aimed, still nearer the great mark of men and angels, virtue more divine. Is this our duty, wisdom, glory, gain? These heaven benign in vital union binds, and sport we like the natives of the bough, when vernal suns inspire? Amusement reigns man's great demand, to trifle is to live, and is it then a trifle, too, to die? Thou sayest I preach, Lorenzo, 'tis confessed. What if for once I preach thee quite awake? Who wants amusement in the flame of battle? Is it not treason to the soul immortal, her foes in arms, eternity the prize? Will toys amuse, when medicines cannot cure? When spirits ebb, when life's enchanting scenes their lustre lose, and lessen in our sight, as lands and cities with their glittering spires, to the poor shattered bark by sudden storm thrown off to sea, and soon to perish there? Will toys amuse? No. Thrones will then be toys, and earth and skies seem dust upon the scale. Redeem we time? Its loss we dearly buy. What pleads Lorenzo for his high prized sports? He pleads time's numerous blanks, he loudly pleads the straw-like trifles on life's common stream. From whom those blanks and trifles, but from thee? No blank, no trifle, nature made or meant. Virtue, or purposed virtue, still be thine. This cancels thy complaint at once. This leaves in act no trifle, and no blank in time. This greatens, fills, immortalizes all. This the blessed art of turning all to gold. This the good heart's prerogative to raise a royal tribute from the poorest hours. Immense revenue every moment pays. If nothing more than purpose in thy power, thy purpose firm is equal to the deed. Who does the best his circumstance allows, does well, acts nobly. Angels could no more. Our outward act, indeed, admits restraint. 'Tis not in things or thought to domineer. Guard well thy thought, our thoughts are heard in heaven. On all important time, through every age, though much and warm the wise have urged, the man is yet unborn who duly weighs an hour. I've lost a day, the prince who nobly cried had been an emperor without his crown. Of Rome? Say, rather lord of human race. He spoke as if deputed by mankind. So should all speak, so reason speaks in all. From the soft whispers of that God in man, why fly to folly, why to frenzy fly, for rescue from the blessing we possess? Time the supreme, time is eternity, pregnant with all eternity can give, pregnant with all that makes archangels smile. Who murders time, he crushes in the birth a power ethereal, only not adored. Ah, how unjust to nature, and himself, is thoughtless, thankless, inconsistent man. Like children babbling nonsense in their sports, we censure nature for a span too short. That span too short we tax as tedious too. Torture invention, all expedients tire, to lash the lingering moments into speed, and whirl us, happy riddance, from ourselves. Art, brainless art, our furious charioteer, for nature's voice unstifled would recall, drives headlong towards the precipice of death. Death most our dread, death thus more dreadful made. O what a riddle of absurdity! Leisure is pain, takes off our chariot wheels, how heavily we drag the load of life. Blessed leisure is our curse, like that of Cain, it makes us wander earth around, to fly that tyrant thought. As Atlas groaned the world beneath, we groan beneath an hour. We cry for mercy to the next amusement. The next amusement mortgages our fields. Slight inconvenience, prisons hardly frown, from hateful time if prisons set us free. Yet when death kindly tenders us relief, we call him cruel. Years to moments shrink, ages to years. The telescope is turned. To man's false optics, from his folly false, Time, in advance, behind him hides his wings, and seems to creep, decrepit with his age. Behold him, when passed by, what then is seen? But his broad pinions swifter than the winds, and all mankind in contradiction strong, rueful, aghast, cry out on his career. Leave to thy foes these errors and these ills, to nature just their cause and cure explore. Not short heaven's bounty, boundless our expense. No niggard, nature, men are prodigals. We waste, not use our time. We breathe, not live. Time wasted is existence, used is life. And bare existence man, to live ordained, wrings and oppresses with enormous weight. And why? Since time was given for use, not waste, enjoined to fly, with tempest, tide, and stars, to keep his speed, nor ever wait for man. Time's use was doomed a pleasure, waste a pain, that man might feel his error if unseen, and feeling, fly to labour for his cure, not, blundering, split on idleness for ease. Life's cares are comforts, such by heaven designed. He that has none, must make them, or be wretched. Cares are employments, and without employ, the soul is on a rack, the rack of rest, to souls most adverse, action all their joy. Here then the riddle marked above unfolds, then time turns torment, when man turns a fool. We rave, we wrestle with great nature's plan. We thwart the deity, and 'tis decreed, who thwart his will shall contradict their own. Hence our unnatural quarrels with ourselves, our thoughts at enmity, our bosom broils. We push time from us, and we wish him back, lavish of lustrums, and yet fond of life. Life we think long, and short, death seek, and shun. Body and soul, like peevish man and wife, united jar, and yet are loath to part. O the dark days of vanity, while here how tasteless, and how terrible when gone. Gone! They ne'er go, when past they haunt us still. The spirit walks of every day deceased, and smiles an angel, or a fury frowns. Nor death, nor life delight us. If time past, and time possessed, both pain us, what can please? That which the deity to please ordained, time used. The man who consecrates his hours by vigorous effort and an honest aim, at once he draws the sting of life and death. He walks with nature, and her paths are peace. Our errors cause and cure are seen. See next time's nature, origin, importance, speed, and thy great gain from urging his career. All sensual man, because untouched, unseen, he looks on time as nothing. Nothing else is truly man's, 'tis fortune's. Time's a god. Hast thou ne'er heard of time's omnipotence? For, or against, what wonders he can do? And will? To stand blank neuter he disdains. Not on those terms was time, heaven's stranger, sent on his important embassy to man. Lorenzo, no, on the long destined hour, from everlasting ages growing ripe, that memorable hour of wondrous birth, when the dread sire, on emanation bent, and big with nature, rising in his might, called forth creation, for then time was born. By Godhead streaming through 1,000 worlds, not on those terms, from the great days of heaven. From old eternity's mysterious orb was time cut off, and cast beneath the skies which watch him in his new abode, measuring his motions by revolving spheres, that horologe machinery divine. Hours, days, and months, and years, his children play. like numerous wings around him as he flies. Or rather, as unequal plumes, they shape his ample pinions, swift as darted flame, to gain his goal, to reach his ancient rest, and join anew eternity his sire, in his immutability to nest, when worlds, that count his circles now, unhinged, fate the loud signal sounding, headlong rush to timeless nights and chaos, whence they rose. Why spur the speedy? Why with levities new wing thy short, short days to rapid flight? Knowest thou, or what thou dost, or what is done? Man flies from time, and time from man. Too soon in sad divorce this double flight must end. And then, where are we? Where, Lorenzo? Then thy sports, thy pomps. I grant thee in a state not unambitious, in the ruffled shroud, thy Parian tomb's triumphant arch beneath. Has death his fopperies? Then well may life put on her plume, and in her rainbow shine. Ye well arrayed, ye lilies of our land, ye lilies male, who neither toil nor spin, as sister lilies might, if not so wise as Solomon, more sumptuous to the sight. Ye delicate, who nothing can support, yourselves most insupportable. For whom the winter rose must blow, the sun put on a brighter beam in Leo, silky soft Favonius breathe still softer, or be chid, and other worlds send odors, sauce and song, and robes and notions framed in foreign looms. O ye Lorenzos of our age, who deem one moment unamused a misery not made for feeble man, who call aloud for every bauble drivelled over by sense, for rattles and conceits of every cast, for change of follies and relays of joy, to drag your patient through the tedious length of a short winter's day, say sages, say wits' oracles, say dreamers of gay dreams, how will you weather an eternal night, where such expedients fail? O treacherous conscience, while she seems to sleep on rose and myrtle, lulled with siren song, while she seems, nodding o'er her charge, to drop on headlong appetite the slackened rein, and gives us up to license, unrecalled, unmarked, see from behind her secret stand, the sly informer minutes every fault, and her dread diary with horror fills. Not the gross act alone employs her pen, she reconnoiters fancy's airy band. A watchful foe, the formidable spy, listening, or hears the whispers of our camp, our dawning purposes of heart explores, and steals our embryos of iniquity. As all rapacious usurers conceal their doomsday book from all consuming heirs, thus, with indulgence most severe, she treats us spendthrifts of inestimable time. Unnoted, notes each moment misapplied. In leaves more durable than leaves of brass, writes our whole history, which death shall read, in every pale delinquent's private ear, and judgment publish to more worlds than this, and endless age in groans resound. Lorenzo, such that sleeper in thy breast, such is her slumber, and her vengeance such for slighted counsel, such thy future peace. And thinkest thou still thou canst be wise too soon? But why on time so lavish is my song? On this great theme kind Nature keeps a school to teach her sons herself. Each night we die, each morn are born anew, each day a life, and shall we kill each day? If trifling kills, sure vice must butcher. O what heaps of slain cry out for vengeance on us! Time destroyed is suicide, where more than blood is spilt. Time flies, death urges, knells call, heaven invites, hell threatens, all exerts in effort all. More than creation labours more? And is there in creation what, amidst this tumult universal, winged dispatch and ardent energy supinely yawns? Man sleeps, and man alone, and man, whose fate irreversible, entire, extreme, endless, hair-hung, breeze-shaken, o'er the gulf a moment trembles, drops, and man, for whom all else is in alarm, man, the sole cause of this surrounding storm, and yet he sleeps, as the storm rocked to rest. Throw years away? Throw empires and be blameless. Moments seize, heavens on their wing, a moment we may wish, when worlds want wealth to buy. Bid day stand still, bid him drive back his car, and re-import the period past, re-give the given hour. Lorenzo, more than miracles we want. Lorenzo, oh for yesterdays to come. Such is the language of the man awake, his ardor such, for what oppresses thee, And is his ardor vain, Lorenzo? No. That more than miracle the gods indulge. Today is yesterday returned full powered to cancel, expiate, raise, adorn, and reinstate us on the rock of peace. Let it not share its predecessor's fate, nor, like its elder sisters, die a fool. Shall it evaporate and fume, fly off fuliginous, and stain us deeper still? Shall we be poorer for the plenty poured, more wretched for the clemencies of heaven? Where shall I find him? Angels, tell me where. You know him, he is near you, point him out. Shall I see glories beaming from his brow, or trace his footsteps by the rising flowers? Your golden wings, now hovering o'er him, shed protection, now are waving in applause to that blessed son of foresight, lord of fate, that awful independent on tomorrow, whose work is done, who triumphs in the past, whose yesterdays look backwards with a smile, nor, like the Parthian, wound him as they fly. That common but opprobrious lot, past hours, if not by guilt, yet wound us by their flight. If folly bounds our prospect by the grave, all feeling of futurity benumbed, all godlike passion for eternals quenched, all relish of realities expired, renounced all correspondence with the skies, our freedom chained, quite wingless our desire, in sense dark prisoned all that ought to soar, prone to the centre, crawling in the dust, dismounted every great and glorious aim, imbruted every faculty divine, heart buried in the rubbish of the world. The world, that gulf of souls, immortal souls, souls elevate, angelic, winged with fire, to reach the distant skies, and triumph there on thrones which shall not mourn their masters changed, though we from earth, ethereal they that fell. Such veneration do, O man, to man. Who venerate themselves, the world despise. For what, gay friend, is this escutcheoned world, which hangs out death in one eternal night? A night that glooms us in the noontide ray, and wraps our thought at banquets in the shroud. Life's little stage is a small eminence, inch high the grave above, that home of man, where dwells the multitude. We gaze around, we read their monuments, we sigh, and while we sigh, we sink, and are what we deplored. Lamenting or lamented, all our lot. Is death at distance? No, he has been on thee, and given sure earnest of his final blow. These hours that lately smiled, where are they now? Pallid to thought, and ghastly, drowned, all drowned, in that great deep, which nothing disembogues. And dying they bequeathed thee small renown. The rest are on the wing, how fleet their flight. Already has the fatal train took fire. A moment, and the world's blown up to thee. The sun is darkness, and the stars are dust. 'Tis greatly wise to talk with our past hours, and ask them what report they bore to heaven, and how they might have borne more welcome news. Their answers form what men experience call, if wisdom's friend, her best, if not, worst foe. O reconcile them, kind experience cries, there's nothing here but what as nothing weighs. The more our joy, the more we know it vain, and by success are tutored to despair. Nor is it only thus, but must be so. Who knows not this, though grey, is still a child. Loose then from earth the grasp of fond desire. Weigh anchor, and some happier clime explore. Art thou so moored thou canst not disengage, nor give thy thoughts a ply to future scenes? Art thou so moored thou canst not disengage, nor give thy thoughts a ply to future scenes? Since, by life's passing breath, blown up from earth, light as the summer's dust, we take in air a moment's giddy flight, and fall again. Join the dull mass, increase the trodden soil, and sleep, till earth herself shall be no more. Since then, as emmets their small world o'erthrown, we, sore amazed, from out earth's ruins crawl, and rise to fate extreme of foul or fair, as man's own choice, controller of the skies, as man's despotic will, perhaps one hour, O how omnipotent is time, decrees. Should not each warning give a strong alarm? Warning, far less than that of bosom torn from bosom, bleeding o'er the sacred dead. Should not each dial strike us as we pass, portentous, as the written wall which struck o'er midnight bowls the proud Assyrian pale, erewhile high flushed with insolence and wine? Like that the dial speaks, and points to thee, Lorenzo, loath to break thy banquet up. O man, thy kingdom is departing from thee, and while it lasts is emptier than my shade. Its silent language such, nor needest thou call thy magi to decipher what it means. Know, like the Median, fate is in thy walls. Dost ask, how? Whence? Belshazzar like, amazed? Man's make encloses the sure seeds of death. Life feeds the murderer. Ingrate, he thrives on her own meal, and then his nurse devours. But here, Lorenzo, the delusion lies, that solar shadow, as it measures life, it life resembles too. Life speeds away from point to point, though seeming to stand still. The cunning fugitive is swift by stealth, too subtle is the movement to be seen. Yet soon man's hour is up, and we are gone. Warnings point out our danger, nomens, time, as these are useless when the sun is set. So those, but when more glorious reason shines, reason should judge in all. In reason's eye, that sedentary shadow travels hard, but such our gravitation to the wrong, so prone our hearts to whisper what we wish, 'tis later with the wise than he's aware. A Wilmington goes slower than the sun, and all mankind mistake their time of day. Even age itself. Fresh hopes are hourly sown in furrowed brows. To gentle life's descent we shut our eyes, and think it is a plain. We take fair days in winter for the spring, and turn our blessings into bane. Since oft man must compute that age he cannot feel, he scarce believes he's older for his years. Thus, at life's latest eve, we keep in store one disappointment sure to crown the rest, the disappointment of a promised hour. On this or similar philander, thou, whose mind was moral as the preacher's tongue, and strong to wield all science, worth the name, how often we talked down the summer's sun, and cooled our passions by the breezy stream. How often thawed in shortened winter's eve by conflict kind that struck out latent truth, best found, so sought, to the recluse more coy. Thoughts disentangle passing o'er the lip, clean runs the thread. If not, 'tis thrown away, or kept to tie up nonsense for a song. Song, fashionably fruitless, such as stains the fancy, and unhallowed passion fires, chiming her saints to Cytherea's fane. Knowest thou, Lorenzo, what a friend contains? As bees mixed nectar drawn from fragrant flowers, so men from friendship, wisdom, and delight. Twins tied by nature, if they part, they die. Hast thou no friend to set thy mind abroach? Good sense will stagnate. Thoughts shut up want air, and spoil like bales unopened to the sun. Had thought been all, sweet speech had been denied. Speech, thought's canal, speech, thought's criterion too. Thought in the mind may come forth gold or dross. When coined in words, we know its real worth. If sterling, store it for thy future use. 'Twill buy thee benefit, perhaps renown. Thought too delivered is the more possessed. Teaching we learn, and giving we retain the births of intellect, when dumb forgot. Speech ventilates our intellectual fire. Speech burnishes our mental magazine, brightens for ornament and whets for use what numbers, sheathed in erudition, lie. Plunged to the hilts in venerable tomes, and rested in, who might have borne an edge, and played a sprightly beam, if born to speech. If born blessed heirs at half their mother's tongue. 'Tis thought's exchange, which, like the alternate push of waves conflicting, breaks the learned scum, and defecates the student's standing pool. In contemplation is his proud resource? 'Tis poor, as proud, by converse unsustained. Rude thought runs wild in contemplation's field. Converse, the menage, breaks it to the bit of due restraint, and emulation's spur gives graceful energy by rivals awed. 'Tis converse qualifies for solitude, as exercise for salutary rest. By that untutored, contemplation raves, and nature's fool by wisdom is undone. Wisdom, though richer than Peruvian mines, and sweeter than the sweet ambrosial hive, what is she, but the means of happiness? That unobtained, then folly more a fool, a melancholy fool, without her bells. Friendship, the means of wisdom, richly gives the precious end, which makes our wisdom wise. Nature, in zeal for human amity, denies or damps an undivided joy. Joy is an import, joy is an exchange, joy flies monopolists, it calls for two, rich fruit, heaven planted, never plucked by one. Needful auxiliars are our friends, to give to social man true relish of himself. Full on ourselves, descending in a line, pleasure's bright beam is feeble in delight. Delight intense is taken by rebound, reverberated pleasures fire the breast. Celestial happiness, whene'er she stoops to visit earth, one shrine the goddess finds, and one alone, to make her sweet amends for absent heaven, the bosom of a friend, where heart meets heart, reciprocally soft, each other's pillow to repose divine. Beware the counterfeit. In passion's flame hearts melt, but melt like ice, soon harder froze. True love strikes writ and reason, passion's foe. Virtue alone intenders us for life. I wrong her much, intenders us for ever. Of friendship's fairest fruits the fruit most fair is virtue kindling at a rival fire, and, emulously rapid in her race, O the soft enemy, endearing strife. This carries friendship to her noontide point, and gives the rivet of eternity. From friendship, which outlives my former themes, glorious survivor of old time and death. From friendship thus, that flower of heavenly seed, the wise extract earth's most Hyblean bliss, superior wisdom, crowned with smiling joy. But for whom blossoms this Elysian flower? Abroad they find, who cherish it at home. Lorenzo, pardon what my love extorts, an honest love, and not afraid to frown. Though choice of follies fasten on the great, none clings more obstinate, than fancy, fond that sacred friendship is their easy prey, caught by the wafture of a golden lure, or fascination of a high-born smile. Their smiles, the great, and the coquette, throw out for others' hearts, tenacious of their own. And we no less of ours, when such the bait. Ye fortune's cofferers, ye powers of wealth, can gold gain friendship? Impudence of hope. As well mere man an angel might beget. Love, and love only, is the loan for love. Lorenzo, pride repress, nor hope to find a friend, but what has found a friend in thee. All like the purchase, few the price will pay, and this makes friends such miracles below. What if, since daring on so nice a theme, I show thee friendship delicate as dear, of tender violations apt to die? Reserve will wound it, and distrust destroy. Deliberate on all things with thy friend. But since friends grow not thick on every bough, nor every friend unwroughten at the core, first, on thy friend, deliberate with thyself. Pause, ponder, sift, not eager in the choice, nor jealous of the chosen. Fixing, fix. Judge before friendship, then confide till death. Well for thy friend, but nobler far for thee. How gallant danger for earth's highest prize. A friend is worth all hazards we can run. Poor is the friendless master of a world in purchase for a friend is gain. So sung he. Angels hear that angels sing. Angels from friendship gather half their joy. So sung Philander, as his friend went round, in the rich ichor, in the generous blood of Bacchus, purple god of joyous wit, a brow salute and ever laughing eye. He drank long health and virtue to his friend who warmed him more, who more inspired. Friendship's the wine of life, but friendship new, not such was his, is neither strong nor pure. O for the bright complexion, cordial warmth, and elevating spirit of a friend for 20 summers ripening by my side, all feculence of falsehood long thrown down, all social virtues rising in his soul, as crystal clear and smiling as they rise. Here nectar flows, it sparkles in our sight, rich to the taste and genuine from the heart. High flavoured bliss for gods, on earth how rare, on earth how lost. Philander is no more. Thinkest thou the theme intoxicates my song? Am I too warm? Too warm I cannot be. I loved him much, but now I love him more. Like birds, whose beauty's languish half concealed, till, mounted on the wing, their glossy plumes expanded shine with azure, green and gold. How blessings brighten as they take their flight. His flight Philander took, his upward flight, if ever soul ascended. Had he dropped, that eagle genius, oh, had he let fall one feather as he flew, I then had wrote, what friends might flatter, prudent foes forbear, rivals scarce damn, and Zoilus reprieve. Yet what I can I must. It were profane to quench a glory lighted at the skies, and cast in shadows his illustrious close. Strange! the theme most affecting, most sublime, momentous most to man, should sleep unsung, and yet it sleeps, by genius unawaked, Paynim or Christian, to the blush of wit. Man's highest triumph, man's profoundest fall. The deathbed of the just is yet undrawn by mortal hand. It merits a divine. Angels should paint it, angels ever there, there on a post of honour and of joy. Dare I presume then? But Philander bids, and glory tempts, and inclination calls. Yet am I struck, as struck the soul beneath aerial groves' impenetrable gloom. Or in some mighty ruin's solemn shade, or gazing by pale lamps on high-born dust, in vaults, thin courts of poor unflattered kings, or at the midnight altar's hallowed flame. Is it religion to proceed? I pause, and enter awed the temple of my theme. Is it his deathbed? No, it is his shrine. Behold him there, just rising to a god. The chamber where the good man meets his fate is privileged beyond the common walk of virtuous life, quite in the verge of heaven. Fly, ye profane. If not, draw near with awe, receive the blessing, and adore the chance that threw in this Bethesda your disease. If unrestored by this, despair your cure. For here resistless demonstration dwells. A deathbed's a detector of the heart. Here tired dissimulation drops her mask. Through life's grimace, that mistress of the scene. Here real and apparent are the same. You see the man, you see his hold on heaven, if sound his virtue, as Philander's sound. Heaven waits not the last moment, owns her friends on this side death, and points them out to men. A lecture silent, but of sovereign power, to vice confusion, and to virtue peace. Whatever farce the boastful hero plays, virtue alone has majesty in death, and greater still the more the tyrant frowns. Philander, he severely frowned on thee. No warning given, unceremonious fate, a sudden rush from life's meridian joy, a wrench from all we love, from all we are, a restless bed of pain, a plunge opaque beyond conjecture, feeble nature's dread, strong reason's shudder at the dark unknown, a sun extinguished, a just opening grave, and oh, the last, what? Can words express, thought reach it? The last, silence of a friend. Where are those horrors, that amazement, where this hideous group of ills, which singly shock, demand from man? I thought him man till now. Through nature's wreck, through vanquished agonies, like the stars struggling through this midnight gloom, what gleams of joy, what more than human peace? Where the frail mortal, the poor abject worm? No, not in death, the mortal to be found. His conduct is a legacy for all, richer than Mammon's for his single heir. His comforters he comforts, great in ruin, with unreluctant grandeur, gives, not yields, his soul sublime, and closes with his fate. How our hearts burned within us at the scene, whence this brave bound o'er limits fixed to man? His God sustains him in his final hour. His final hour brings glory to his God. Man's glory heaven vouchsafes to call her own. We gaze, we weep, mixed tears of grief and joy. Amazement strikes, devotion bursts to flame, Christians adore, and infidels believe. As some tall tower, or lofty mountain's brow, detains the sun, illustrious from its height, while rising vapours and descending shades, with damps and darkness drown the spacious vale, undamped by doubt, undarkened by despair, Philander thus augustly rears his head, at that black hour, which general horror sheds on the low level of the inglorious throng. Sweet peace and heavenly hope and humble joy divinely beam on his exalted soul, destruction gild, and crown him for the skies, with incommunicable lustre, bright. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Narcissa, to her Grace the Duchess of P. Ignoscenda quidem sciret si agnoscere manes. Virgil. Night Third. Narcissa. From dreams, where thought in fancy's maze runs mad, to reason, that heaven-lighted lamp in man, once more I wake, and at the destined hour, punctual as lovers to the moment sworn, I keep my assignation with my woe. O, lost to virtue, lost to manly thought, lost to the noble sallies of the soul, who think it solitude to be alone, communion sweet, communion large and high, our reason, guardian angel, and our God. Then nearest these, when others most remote, and all ere long shall be remote, but these. How dreadful then to meet them all alone, a stranger, unacknowledged, unapproved. Now woo them, wed them, bind them to thy breast. To win thy wish, creation has no more. Or if we wish a fourth, it is a friend. But friends, how mortal, dangerous the desire. Take Phoebus to yourselves, ye basking bards, inebriate at fair fortune's fountain head, and reeling through the wilderness of joy, where sense runs savage, broke from reason's chain, and sings false peace, till smothered by the pall. My fortune is unlike my song, unlike the deity my song invokes. I to day's soft-eyed sister pay my court, Endymion's rival, and her aid implore. Now first implored in succour to the muse. Thou, who didst lately borrow Cynthia's form, and modestly forego thine own. O thou, who didst thyself at midnight hours inspire. Say, why not Cynthia patroness of song? As thou her crescent, she thy character assumes, still more a goddess by the change. Are there demurring wits who dare dispute this revolution in the world inspired? Ye train Pyrrhian to the lunar sphere, in silent hour address your ardent call, for aid immortal, less her brother's right. She, with the spheres harmonious, nightly leads the mazy dance, and hears their matchless strain, a strain for gods, denied to mortal ear. Transmit it heard, thou silver queen of heaven, what title or what name endears thee most? Cynthia, Selene, Phoebe, or dost hear with greater gust, fair P.D. of the skies? Is that the soft enchantment calls thee down, more powerful than of old Circean charm? Come, but from heavenly banquets with thee bring the soul of song, and whisper in my ear the theft divine. Or in propitious dreams, for dreams are thine, transfuse it through the breast of thy first votary, but not thy last, if, like thy namesake, thou art ever kind. And kind thou wilt be, kind on such a theme so like thee, a quite lunar theme, soft, modest, melancholy, female, fair. A theme that rose all pale, and told my soul 'twas night, on her fond hope's perpetual night, a night which struck a deadlier damp, than that which smote me from Philander's tomb. Narcissa follows, ere his tomb is closed. Woes cluster, rare are solitary woes. They love a train, they tread each other's heel. Her death invades his mournful right, and claims the grief that started from my lids for him, seizes the faithless, alienated tear, or shares it ere it falls. So frequent death, sorrow he more than causes, he confounds. For human sighs his rival strokes contend, and make distress distraction. O Philander, what was thy fate? A double fate to me. Portent and pain, a menace and a blow, like the black raven hovering o'er my peace, not less a bird of omen than of prey. It called Narcissa long before her hour. It called her tender soul, by break of bliss, from the first blossom, from the buds of joy. Those few are noxious fate on blasted leaves in this inclement clime of human life. Sweet harmonist, and beautiful as sweet, and young as beautiful, and soft as young, and gay as soft, and innocent as gay, and happy, if aught happy here, as good. For Fortune fond had built her nest on high, like birds quite exquisite of note and plume, transfixed by fate, who loves a lofty mark. How from the summit of the grove she fell, and left it unharmonious. All its charms extinguished in the wonders of her song. Her song still vibrates in my ravished ear, still melting there, and with voluptuous pain, oh to forget her, thrilling through my heart. Song, beauty, youth, love, virtue, joy, this group of bright ideas, flowers of paradise, as yet unforfeit, in one blaze we bind, kneel, and present it to the skies, as all we guess of heaven, and these were all her own. And she was mine, and I was most blessed. Gay title of the deepest misery. As bodies grow more ponderous, robbed of life, good lost weighs more in grief than gained in joy. Like blossomed trees o'erturned by vernal storm, lovely in death the beauteous ruin lay. And if in death still lovely, lovelier there, far lovelier. Pity swells the tide of love. And will not the severe excuse a sigh? Scorn the proud man that is ashamed to weep. Our tears indulged, indeed deserve our shame. Ye that e'er lost an angel, pity me. Soon as the lustre languished in her eye, dawning a dimmer day on human sight, and on her cheek the residence of spring, pale omen sat, and scattered fears around on all that saw, and who would cease to gaze that once had seen. With haste, parental haste, I flew, I snatched her from the rigid north, her native bed, on which bleak Boreas blew, and bore her nearer to the sun. The sun, as if the sun could envy, checked his beam, denied his wonted succour, nor with more regret beheld her drooping, than the bells of lilies, fairest lilies, not so fair. Queen lilies, and ye painted populace, who dwell in fields and lead ambrosial lives, in morn and evening do your beauties bathe, and drink the sun, which gives your cheeks to glow, and outblush, mine excepted, every fair. You gladlier grew, ambitious of her hand, which often cropped your odours, incense meet to thoughts so pure. Ye lovely fugitives, coeval race with man, for man you smile, why not smile at him too? You share indeed his sudden pass, but not his constant pain. So man is made, not ministers delight, by what his glowing passions can engage, and glowing passions bent on aught below, must, soon or late, with anguish turn the scale. And anguish after rapture, how severe! Rapture? Bold man, who tempts the wrath divine, by plucking fruit denied to mortal taste, while here presuming on the rights of heaven. For transport dost thou call on every hour, Lorenzo? At thy friend's expense be wise. Lean not on earth, 'twill pierce thee to the heart. A broken reed at best, but oft a spear. On its sharp point peace bleeds and hope expires. Turn, hopeless thought, turn from her. Thought repelled, resenting rallies, and wakes every woe. Snatched ere thy prime, and in thy bridal hour, and when kind fortune with thy lover smiled, and when high flavoured thy fresh opening joys, and when blind man pronounced thy bliss complete, and on a foreign shore where strangers wept, strangers to thee, and, more surprising still, strangers to kindness wept, their eyes let fall inhuman tears, strange tears, that trickled down from marble hearts, obdurate tenderness, a tenderness that called them more severe, in spite of nature's soft persuasion, steeled. While nature melted, superstition raved, that mourned the dead, and this denied a grave. Their sighs incensed, sighs foreign to the will, their will the tiger sucked, outraged the storm. For oh, the cursed ungodliness of zeal! While sinful flesh relented, spirit nursed in blind infallibility's embrace, the sainted spirit petrified the breast, denied the charity of dust, to spread o'er dust. A charity their dogs enjoy. What could I do? What succour? What resource? With pious sacrilege a grave I stole. With impious piety that grave I wronged. Short in my duty, coward in my grief, more like her murderer than friend I crept, with soft suspended step, and muffled deep in midnight darkness whispered my last sigh. I whispered what should echo through their realms, nor writ her name whose tomb should pierce the skies. Presumptuous fear! How durst I dread her foes, while nature's loudest dictates I obeyed? Pardon necessity, blessed shade Of grief and indignation rival bursts I poured. Half execration mingled with my prayer, kindled at man, while I his God adored. Half execration mingled with my prayer, kindled at man, while I his God adored. Sore grudged the savage land her sacred dust, stamped the cursed soil, and with humanity, denied Narcissa, wished them all a grave. Glows my resentment into guilt? What guilt can equal violations of the dead? The dead how sacred! Sacred is the dust of this heaven laboured form, erect, divine. This heaven assumed majestic robe of earth, he deigned to wear, who hung the vast expanse with azure bright, and clothed the sun in gold. When every passion sleeps that can offend, when strikes us every motive that can melt, when man can wreak his rancour uncontrolled, that strongest curb on insult and ill will. Then, spleen to dust? The dust of innocence? An angel's dust? This Lucifer transcends. When he contended for the patriarch's bones, 'twas not the strife of malice, but of pride. the strife of pontiff pride, not pontiff gall. Far less than this is shocking in a race most wretched, but from streams of mutual love, and uncreated but for love divine, and, but for love divine, this moment, lost, by fate resorbed and sunk in endless night. Man heart of heart to man, of horrid things most horrid, mid stupendous, highly strange. Yet oft his courtesies are smoother wrongs, pride brandishes the favours he confers, and contumelious his humanity. What then his vengeance? Hear it not, ye stars, and thou, pale moon, turn paler at the sound. Man is to man the sorest, surest ill. A previous blast foretells the rising storm. O'erwhelming turrets threaten ere they fall. Volcanoes bellow ere they disembogue. Earth trembles ere her yawning jaws devour, and smoke betrays the wide consuming fire. Ruin for man is most concealed when near, and sends the dreadful tidings in the blow. Is this the flight of fancy? Would it were! Heaven's sovereign saves all beings but himself. That hideous sight, a naked human heart. Fired is the muse? And let the muse be fired, who not inflamed when what he speaks he feels. And in the nerve most tender, in his friends? Shame to mankind! Philander had his foes. He felt the truths I sing, and I in him. But he, nor I, feel more. Past ills, Narcissa, are sunk in thee, thou recent wound of heart, which bleeds with other cares, with other pangs, pangs numerous, as the numerous ills that swarmed o'er thy distinguished fate, and clustering there thick as the locusts on the land of Nile, made death more deadly, and more dark the grave. Reflect, if not forgot my touching tale, how was each circumstance with aspects armed, an aspic each, and all a hydra woe. What strong Herculean virtue could suffice? Or is it virtue to be conquered here? This hoary cheek a train of tears bedews, and each tear mounts its own distinct distress, and each distress, distinctly mourned, demands of grief still more, as heightened by the whole. A grief like this proprietors excludes. Not friends alone such obsequies deplore. They make mankind the mourner, carry sighs far as the fatal fame can wing her way, and turn the gayest thought of gayest age down their right channel, through the vale of death. The vale of death! That hushed Cimmerian vale, where darkness, brooding o'er unfinished fates, with raven wing incumbent, waits the day, dread day, that interdicts all future change. That subterranean world, that land of ruin, fit walk, Lorenzo, for proud human thought. There let my thought expatiate, and explore balsamic truths, and healing sentiments, of all most wanted, and most welcome here. For gay Lorenzo's sake, and for thy own, my soul, the fruits of dying friends survey, expose the vein of life, weigh life and death, give death his eulogy, thy fear subdue. And labour that first palm of noble minds, a manly scorn of terror from the tomb. This harvest reap from thy Narcissa's grave. As poets feigned from Ajax's streaming blood arose, with grief inscribed, a mournful flower, let wisdom blossom from thy mortal wound. And first, of dying friends, what fruit from these? It brings us more than triple aid, an aid to chase our thoughtlessness, fear, pride, and guilt. Our dying friends come o'er us like a cloud, to damp our brainless ardors, and abate that glare of life which often blinds the wise. Our dying friends are pioneers, to smooth our rugged path to death, to break those bars of terror and abhorrence nature throws cross our obstructed way, and, thus to make welcome, as safe, our port from every storm. Each friend by fate snatched from us is a plume plucked from the wing of human vanity, which makes us stoop from our aerial heights, and, damped with omen of our own decease, on drooping pinions of ambition lowered, just skim earth's surface ere we break it up, or putrid earth to scratch a little dust, and save the world a nuisance. Smitten friends are angels sent on errands full of love. For us they languish, and for us they die. And shall they languish, shall they die, in vain? Ungrateful shall we grieve their hovering shades, which wait the revolution in our hearts? Shall we disdain their silent soft address, their posthumous advice, and pious prayer? senseless as herds that graze their hallowed graves, tread under foot their agonies and groans, frustrate their anguish, and destroy their deaths? Lorenzo, no, the thought of death indulge, give it its wholesome empire. Let it reign, that kind chastiser of thy soul and joy. Its reign will spread thy glorious conquests far, and still the tumults of thy ruffled breast. Auspicious era, golden days begin. The thought of death shall, like a god, inspire. And why not think on death? Is life the theme of every thought, and wish of every hour, and song of every joy? Surprising truth! The beaten spaniel's fondness not so strange. To waive the numerous ills that seize on life as their own property, their lawful prey. Ere man has measured half his weary stage, his luxuries have left him no reserve, no maiden relishes, unbroached delights. On cold, served repetitions he subsists, and in the tasteless present chews the past, disgusted chews, and scarce can swallow down. Like lavish ancestors, his earlier years have disinherited his future hours, which starve on orts, and glean their former field. Live ever here, Lorenzo? Shocking thought! So shocking, they who wish disown it too, disown from shame what they from folly crave. Live ever in the womb, nor see the light? For what live ever here? With labouring step to tread our former footsteps, pace the round eternal, to climb life's worn heavy wheel, which draws up nothing new? To beat and beat the beaten track, to bid each wretched day the former mock, to surf it on the same, and yawn our joys? Or thank a misery for change, though sad? To see what we have seen? Hear till unheard the same old slabbered tale? To taste the tasted, and at each return less tasteful? Or our palates to decant another vintage? Strain a flatter year, through loaded vessels and a laxer tone? Crazy machines to grind earth's wasted fruits, ill ground and worst concocted, load, not life. The rational foul kennels of excess, still streaming thoroughfares of dull debauch, trembling each gulp lest death should snatch the bowl. Such of our fine ones is the wish refined. So would they have it, elegant desire. Why not invite the bellowing stalls and wilds? But such examples might their riot awe. Through want of virtue, that is, want of thought, though on bright thought they father all their flights, to what are they reduced? To love and hate the same vain world, to censure and espouse this painted shrew of life who calls them fool each moment of each day, to flatter bad through dread of worse, to cling to this rude rock, barren to them of good and sharp with ills, and hourly blackened with impending storms, and infamous for wrecks of human hope. Scared at the gloomy gulf that yawns beneath, such are their triumphs, such their pangs of joy. 'Tis time, high time, to shift this dismal scene. This hugged, this hideous state, what art can cure? One only, but that one what all may reach. Virtue, she, wonder-working goddess, charms that rock to bloom, and tames the painted shrew, and what will more surprise, Lorenzo, gives to life's sick, nauseous iteration, change, and straightens nature's circle to a line. Believest thou this, Lorenzo? Lend an ear, a patient ear, thou'lt blush to disbelieve. A languid, leaden iteration reigns, and ever must, o'er those whose joys are joys of sight, smell, taste. The cuckoo seasons sing the same dull note to such as nothing prize. But what those seasons from the teeming earth to doting sense indulge? But nobler minds, which relish fruits unripened by the sun, make their days various, various as the dyes on the dove's neck, which wanton in his rays. On minds of dove-like innocence possessed, on lightened minds that bask in virtue's beams. Nothing hangs tedious, nothing old revolves, in that for which they long, for which they live. Their glorious efforts winged with heavenly hope, each rising morning sees still higher rise. Each bounteous dawn its novelty presents to worth maturing, new strength, lustre, fame, while nature's circle, like a chariot wheel rolling beneath their elevated aims, makes their fair prospect fairer every hour, advancing virtue in a line to bliss. Virtue, which Christian motives best inspire, and bliss which Christian schemes alone ensure. And shall we then, for virtue's sake, commence apostates, and turn infidels for joy? A truth it is, few doubt, but fewer trust. He sins against this life who slights the next. What is this life? How few their favourite know. Fond in the dark, and blind in our embrace, by passionately loving life, we make loved life unlovely, hugging her to death. We give to time eternity's regard, and dreaming take our passage for our port. Life has no value as an end, but means, an end deplorable, a means divine. When 'tis our all, 'tis nothing, worse than naught, a nest of pains. When held as nothing, much. Like some fair humorists, life is most enjoyed when courted least, most worth when disesteemed. Then 'tis the seat of comfort, rich in peace. In prospect richer, far, important, awful, not to be mentioned but with shouts of praise, not to be thought on but with tides of joy, the mighty basis of eternal bliss. Where now the barren rock, the painted shrew? Where now, Lorenzo, life's eternal round? Have I not made my triple promise good? Vain is the world, but only to the vain. To what compare we then this varying scene, whose worth ambiguous rises and declines, waxes and wanes? In all propitious, night assists me here. Compare it to the moon, dark in herself and indigent, but rich in borrowed lustre from a higher sphere. When gross guilt interposes, labouring earth, o'ershadowed, mourns a deep eclipse of joy. Her joys at brightest pallid, to that fount of full effulgent glory, whence they flow. Nor is that glory distant, O Lorenzo. A good man and an angel, these between, how thin the barrier! What divides their fate? Perhaps a moment, or perhaps a year. Or if an age, it is a moment still, a moment or eternity's forgot. Then be what once they were, who now are gods. Be what Philander was, and claim the skies. Starts timid nature at the gloomy pass? The soft transition call it, and be cheered. Such it is often, and why not to thee? To hope the best is pious, brave, and wise, and may itself procure what it presumes. Life is much flattered, death is much traduced. Compare the rivals and the kinder crown. Strange competition, true, Lorenzo, strange, so little life can cast into the scale. Life makes the soul dependent on the dust. Death gives her wings to mount above the spheres. Through chinks, styled organs, dim life peeps at light. Death bursts the involving cloud, and all is day, all eye, all ear, the disembodied power. Death has feigned evils, nature shall not feel. Life, ill substantial, wisdom cannot shun. Is not the mighty mind, that son of heaven? By tyrant life dethroned, imprisoned, pained? By death enlarged, ennobled, deified? Death but entombs the body, life, the soul. Is death then guiltless? How he marks his way with dreadful waste of what deserves to shine. Art, genius, fortune, elevated power, with various lustres these light up the world, which death puts out, and darkens human race. I grant, Lorenzo, this indictment just. The sage, peer, potentate, king, conqueror. Death humbles these, more barbarous life, the man. Life is the triumph of our mouldering clay, death of the spirit infinite, divine. Death has no dread, but what frail life imparts, nor life true joy, but what kind death improves. No bliss has life to boast, till death can give far greater. Life's a debtor to the grave, dark lattice, letting in eternal day. Lorenzo, blush at fondness for a life, which sends celestial souls on errands vile, to cater for the sense, and serve at boards, where every ranger of the wilds, perhaps each reptile, justly claims our upper hand. Luxurious feast, a soul immortal, in all the dainties of a brute bemired. Lorenzo, blush at terror for a death, which gives thee to repose in festive bowers, where nectars sparkle, angels minister, and more than angels share, and raise, and crown, and eternize the birth, bloom, bursts of bliss. What need I more? O death, the palm is thine. Then welcome, death, thy dreaded harbingers, age and disease, though long my guest, that plucks my nerves, those tender strings of life, which, plucked a little more, will toll the bell, that calls my few friends to my funeral. Where feeble nature drops, perhaps, a tear, while reason and religion, better taught, congratulate the dead, and crown his tomb with wreath triumphant. Death is victory. It binds and chains the raging ills of life, lust and ambition, wrath and avarice, dragged at his chariot wheel, applaud his power. That ills corrosive, cares importunate, are not immortal too, O death, is thine. Our day of dissolution, name it right, 'tis our great payday, 'tis our harvest, rich and ripe. What though the sickle, sometimes keen, just scars us as we reap the golden grain? More than thy balm, O Gilead, heals the wound. Birth's feeble cry, and death's deep dismal groan, are slender tributes low taxed nature pays for mighty gain, the gain of each, a life. But oh, the last the former so transcends, life dies, compared, life lives beyond the grave. And feel I, death, no joy from thought of thee? Death, the great counsellor, who man inspires with every nobler thought and fairer deed? Death, the deliverer who rescues man. Death, the rewarder, who the rescued crowns. Death, that absolves my birth, a curse without it. Rich death, that realizes all my cares, toils, virtues, hopes, without it a chimera. Death, of all pain the period, not of joy, joy's source and subject, still subsist unhurt. One in my soul, and one in her great sire, though the four winds were warring for my dust. Yes, and from winds, and waves, and central night, though prisoned there, my dust too I reclaim, to dust when drop proud nature's proudest spheres, and live entire. Death is the crown of life. Were death denied, poor man would live in vain. Were death denied, to live would not be life. Were death denied, even fools would wish to die. Death wounds to cure, we fall, we rise, we reign, spring from our fetters, fasten in the skies. Where blooming Eden withers in our sight, death gives us more than was in Eden lost. This king of terrors is the prince of peace. When shall I die to vanity, pain, death? When shall I die? When shall I live forever? End of section 3.
Chapter 4 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Josh Kibbe. The Christian Triumph, containing our only cure for the fear of death, and proper sentiments of heart on that inestimable blessing. To the Honourable Mr. York. Night 4th. The Christian Triumph. A much indebted muse, O York, intrudes. Amid the smiles of fortune and of youth, thine ear is patient of a serious song. How deep implanted in the breast of man the dread of death! I sing its sovereign cure. Why start at death? Where is he? Death arrived is past. Not come or gone, he's never here. Ere hope, sensation fails. Black boding man receives, not suffers death's tremendous blow. The knell, the shroud, the mattock and the grave, the deep damp vault, the darkness and the worm. These are the bugbears of a winter's eve, the terrors of the living, not the dead. Imagination's fool and error's wretch, man makes a death which nature never made. Then on the point of his own fancy falls, and feels 1,000 deaths in fearing one. But were death frightful, what has age to fear? If prudent, age should meet the friendly foe, and shelter in his hospitable gloom. I scarce can meet a monument, but holds my younger. Every date cries, come away. And what recalls me? Look the world around and tell me what. The wisest cannot tell. Should any born of woman give his thoughtful range on justice like some bounded field, of things the vanity, of men the flaws in the best, the many flaw all o'er, as leopard spotted or as Ethiop's dark, vivacious, ill, good, dying immature, how immature Narcissus' marble tells, and at his death bequeathing endless pain. His heart, though bold, would sicken at the sight, and spend itself in sighs for future scenes. But grant to life, and just it is to grant to lucky life, some perquisites of joy. A time there is, when, like a thrice-told tale, long-rifled life of sweet can yield no more, but from our comment on the comedy, pleasing reflections on part well sustained, or purposed emendations where we failed, or hopes of plaudits from our candid judge, when, on their exit, souls are bid unrobe, toss fortune back her tinsel and her plume, and drop this mask of flesh behind the scene. With me that time has come. My world is dead. A new world rises, and new manners reign. Foreign comedians, a spruce band, arrive to push me from the scene, or hiss me there. What a pert race starts up! The strangers gaze, and I at them. My neighbour is unknown, nor that the worst. Ah me, the dire effect of loitering here, of death defrauded long, of old so gracious, and let that suffice, my very master knows me not. Shall I dare say peculiar is the fate? I've been so long remembered, I'm forgot. An object ever pressing dims the sight, and hides behind its ardour to be seen. When in his courtiers' ears I pour my plaint, they drink it as the nectar of the great, and squeeze my hand and beg me come tomorrow. Refusal, canst thou wear a smoother form? Indulge me, nor conceive I drop my theme. Who cheapens life, abates the fear of death. Twice told the period spent on stubborn Troy, court favour, yet untaken, I besiege. Ambition's ill-judged effort to be rich. Alas, ambition makes my little less. Embittering the possessed, why wish for more? Wishing of all employments is the worst. Philosophy's reverse, and health's decay. Were I as plump as stalled theology, wishing would waste me to this shade again. Were I as wealthy as a South Sea dream, wishing is an expedient to be poor. Wishing, that constant hectic of a fool, caught at a court, purged off by purer air and simpler diet, gifts of rural life. Blessed be that hand divine, which gently laid my heart at rest beneath this humble shed. The world's a stately bark on dangerous seas, with pleasure seen, but boarded at our peril. Here, on a single plank, thrown safe ashore, I hear the tumult of the distant throng, as that of seas remote or dying storms, and meditate on scenes more silent still. Pursue my theme, and fight the fear of death. Here, like a shepherd gazing from his hut, touching his reed or leaning on his staff, eager ambition's fiery chase I see. I see the circling hunt of noisy men, burst law's enclosure, leap the mounds of right, pursuing and pursued each other's prey. As wolves for rapine, as the fox for wiles, till death that mighty hunter earths them all. Why all this toil for triumphs of an hour? What though we wade in wealth or soar in fame? Earth's highest station ends, and here he lies, and dust to dust concludes her noblest song. If this song lives, posterity shall know one, though in Britain born, with courtiers bred, who thought even gold might come a day too late, nor on his subtle deathbed planned his scheme for future vacancies in church or state. Some avocation deeming it to die, unbit by rage canine of dying rich. Guilt's blunder, and the loudest laugh of hell. O my coevals, remnants of yourselves, poor human ruins tottering o'er the grave! Shall aged men, like aged trees, strike deeper their vile root, and closer cling, still more enamoured of this wretched soil? Shall our pale, withered hands be still stretched out, trembling at once with eagerness and age? With avarice and convulsions grasping hard, grasping at air, for what is earth beside? Man wants but little, nor that little long. How soon must he resign his very dust, which frugal nature lent him for an hour? Years unexperienced rush on numerous ills, and soon as man, expert from time, has found the key of life, it opes the gates of death. When in this vale of years I backward look and miss such numbers too of such, firmer in health and greener in their age, and stricter on their guard, and fitter far to play life's subtle game, I scarce believe I still survive. And am I fond of life, who scarce can think it possible? I live? Alive by miracle, or what is next, alive by meed? If I am still alive, who long have buried what gives life to live, firmness of nerve, and energy of thought? Life's lee is not more shallow than impure and vapid. Sense and reason show the door, call for my bier, and point me to the dust. O thou great arbiter of life and death, nature's immortal, immaterial sun, whose all-prolific beam late called me forth from darkness, teeming darkness, where I lay the worms inferior, and in rank, beneath the dust I tread on, high to bare my brow, to drink the spirit of the golden day, and triumph in existence. And could know no motive but my bliss, and hast ordained to rise in blessing. With the patriarch's joy, thy call I follow to the land unknown. I trust in thee, and know in whom I trust. Or life or death is equal, neither ways. All weight is this, O let me live to thee. Though nature's terrors thus may be repressed, still frowns grim death. Guilt points the tyrant's spear. And whence all human guilt? From death forgot. Ah me! Too long I set at naught the swarm of friendly warnings, which around me flew, and smiled unsmitten. Small my cause to smile. Death's admonitions, like shafts upward shot, more dreadful by delay, the longer ere they strike our hearts, the deeper is their wound. Oh, think how deep, Lorenzo. Here it stings. Who can appease its anguish? How it burns! What hand the barbed, envenomed thought can draw? What healing hand can pour the balm of peace, and turn my sight undaunted on the tomb? With joy, with grief, that healing hand I see. Ah, too conspicuous! It is fixed on high. On high? What means my frenzy? I blaspheme! Alas, how low! How far beneath the skies it formed! And now it bleeds for me, but bleeds the balm I want, yet still it bleeds. Draw the dire steel. Ah, no, the dreadful blessing, what heart or can sustain, or dares forego? There hangs all human hope. That nail supports the falling universe. That gone, we drop. Horror receives us, and the dismal wish creation had been smothered in her birth. Darkness his curtain, and his bed the dust, when stars and sun are dust beneath his throne. In heaven itself can such indulgence dwell? Oh, what a groan was there, a groan not his! He seized their dreadful right, the load sustained, and heaved the mountain from a guilty world. 1,000 worlds so bought were bought too dear. Sensations new in angels' bosoms rise, suspend their song, and make a pause in bliss. Oh, for their song, to reach my lofty theme! Inspire me, night, with all thy tuneful spheres, whilst I with seraphs share seraphic themes, and show to men the dignity of man. Lest I blaspheme my subject with my song, shall pagan pages glow celestial flame, and Christian languish? On our hearts, not heads, falls the foul infamy. My heart, awake! What can awake thee, unawaked by this expended deity on human wheel? Feel the great truths, which burst the tenfold night of heathen error with the golden flood of endless day. To feel is to be fired, and to believe, Lorenzo, is to feel. Thou most indulgent, most tremendous power, still more tremendous for thy wondrous love, that arms with awe more awful thy commands, and foul transgression dips in sevenfold night, how our hearts tremble at thy love immense! In love immense, inviolably just, thou, rather than thy justice should be stained, didst stain the cross, and work of wonders far the greatest that thy dearest far might bleed. Bold thought! Shall I dare speak it or repress? Should man more execrate or boast the guilt which roused such vengeance, which such love inflamed? Or guilt how mountainous, with outstretched arms, stern justice, and soft smiling love embrace, supporting in a full majesty thy throne, when seemed its majesty to need support, or that or man inevitably lost? What, but the fathomless of thought divine, could labour such expedient from despair, and rescue both? Both rescue, both exalt. Oh, how are both exalted by the deed, the wondrous deed, or shall I call it more? A wonder in omnipotence itself, a mystery no less to gods than men. Not thus our infidels th' eternal draw, a God all o'er, consummate, absolute, full orbed in his whole round of rays complete. They sit at odds, heaven's jarring attributes, and with one excellence another wound, maim heaven's perfection, break its equal beams, bid mercy triumph over. God himself, undeified by their opprobrious praise, a God all mercy is a God unjust. Ye brainless wits, ye baptized infidels, ye worse for mending, washed to fouler stains, the ransom was paid down, the funds of heaven, heaven's inexhaustible, exhausted fund, amazing and amazed poured forth the price, all price beyond. Though curious to compute, archangels failed to cast the mighty sum. Its value vast, ungrasped by minds create, for ever hides and glows in the supreme. And was the ransom paid? It was, and paid what can exalt the bounty more, for you. The sun beheld it. No, the shocking scene drove back his chariot, midnight veiled his face. Not such as this, not such as nature makes, a midnight nature shuddered to behold. A midnight new, a dread eclipse without opposing spheres, from her creator's frown. Sun, didst thou fly thy Maker's pain, or start at that enormous load of human guilt which bowed his blessed head, o'erwhelmed his cross, made groan the centre, burst earth's marble womb with pangs, strange pangs, delivered of her dead? Hell howled, and heaven that hour let fall a tear. Heaven wept, that men might smile. Heaven bled, that man might never die. And is devotion virtue? 'Tis compelled. What heart of stone but glows at thoughts like these? Such contemplations mount us, and should mount the mind still higher, nor ever glance on man, unraptured, uninflamed. Where roll my thoughts to rest from wonders? Other wonders rise, and strike where'er they roll. My soul is caught. Heaven's sovereign blessings, clustering from the cross, rush on her in a throng, and close her round, the prisoner of a maze. In his blessed life I see the path, and in his death the price, and in his great ascent the proof supreme of immortality. And did he rise? Hear, O ye nations, hear it, O ye dead! He rose, he rose, he burst the bars of death. Lift up your heads, ye everlasting gates, and give the King of glory to come in. Who is the King of glory? He who left his throne of glory for the pang of death. Lift up your heads, ye everlasting gates, and give the King of glory to come in. Who is the King of glory? He who slew the ravenous foe that gorged all human race. The King of glory, he whose glory filled heaven with amazement at his love to man, and with divine complacency beheld powers most illumined, wilder in the theme. The theme, the joy, how then shall man sustain? Oh, the burst gates, crushed sting, demolished throne, last gasp of vanquished death. Shout, earth and heaven, this sum of good to man, whose nature then took wing and mounted with him from the tomb. Then I rose. Then first humanity, triumphant past the crystal ports of light, stupendous guest, and seized eternal youth, seized in our name. Ere since 'tis blasphemous to call man mortal. Man's mortality was then transferred to death, and heaven's duration unalienably sealed to this frail frame, this child of dust. Man, all immortal. Hail, hail, heaven! All lavish of strange gifts to man. Thine all the glory, man's the boundless bliss. Where am I wrapped by this triumphant theme? On Christian joy's exulting wing, above the Ionian mount? Alas, small cause for joy! What if to pain immortal, if extent of being to preclude a close of woe? Where then my boast of immortality? I boast it still, though covered o'er with guilt. For guilt, not innocence, his life he poured. 'Tis guilt alone can justify his death. Nor that, unless his death can justify relenting guilt in heaven's indulgent sight. If, sick of folly, I relent, he writes my name in heaven with that inverted spear, a spear deep dipped in blood, which pierced his side, and opened there a font for all mankind, who strive, who combat crimes, to drink and live. This, only this, subdues the fear of death. And what is this? Survey the wondrous cure, and at each step let higher wonder rise. Pardon for infinite offense, and pardon through means that speak its value infinite. A pardon bought with blood divine of him I made my foe, persisted to provoke. Though wooed and awed, blessed and chastised, a flagrant rebel still, a rebel midst the thunders of his throne, nor I alone, a rebel universe. My species up in arms, not one exempt, yet for the foulest of the foul he dies, most joyed, for the redeemed from deepest guilt. As if our race were held of highest rank, and God had dearer as more kind to man. Bound every heart, and every bosom burn. Oh, what a scale of miracles is here! Its lowest round, high planted on the skies, its towering summit lost beyond the thought of man or angel. Oh, that I could climb the wonderful ascent with equal praise. Praise! Flow for ever, if astonishment will give thee leave, my praise. For ever flow! Praise ardent, cordial, constant to high heaven, more fragrant than Arabia sacrificed, and all her spicy mountains in a flame. So dear, so due to heaven, shall praise descend with her soft plume, from plots of angels' wing first plucked by man, to tickle mortal ears, thus diving in the pockets of the great? Is praise the perquisite of every paw, though black as hell, that grapples well for gold? Oh, love of gold, thou meanest of amours, shall praise her odours waste on virtue's dead, embalm the base, perfume the stench of guilt, earn dirty bread by washing Ethiop's fair, removing filth, or sinking it from sight, a scavenger in scenes, where vacant posts, like gibbets yet untenanted, expect their future ornaments? From courts and thrones return apostate praise. Thou vagabond, thou prostitute, to thy first love return, thy first, thy greatest once unrivalled theme. There flow redundant, like meander flow back to thy fountain, to that parent power who gives the tongue to sound, the thought to soar, the soul to be. Men homage pay to men, thoughtless beneath whose dreadful eye they bow in mutual awe profound, of clay to clay, of guilt to guilt, and turn their back on thee, great sire, whom thrones celestial ceaseless sing. to prostrate angels an amazing scene, of the presumption of man's awe for man, man's author, end, restorer, law and judge. Thine all, day thine, and thine this gloom of night, with all her wealth, with all her radiant worlds. What, night eternal, but a frown from thee? What, heaven's meridian glory, but thy smile? And shall not praise be thine, not human praise, while heaven's high host on hallelujahs live? Oh, may I breathe no longer than I breathe my soul in praise to him, who gave my soul, and all her infinite of prospect fair, cut through the shades of hell, great love. By thee, O most adorable, most unadored, where shall that praise begin which ne'er should end? Where'er I turn, what claim on all applause? How is night's sable mantle laboured o'er, how richly wrought with attributes divine! What wisdom shines, what love! This midnight pomp, this gorgeous arch, with golden worlds inlaid, built with divine ambition. Not to thee, for others this profusion. Thou apart, above, beyond, oh, tell me, mighty mind, where art thou? Shall I dive into the deep, call to the sun, or ask the roaring winds for their creator? Shall I question loud the thunder, if in that the Almighty dwells? Or holds he furious storms and straitened rains, and bids fierce whirlwinds wheel his rapid car? What mean these questions? Trembling I retract. My prostrate soul adores the present God. Praise I a distant deity? He tunes my voice, if tuned. The nerve that right sustains. Wrapped in his being I resound his praise. But though past all diffused, without a shore, his essence. Local is his throne, as meet, to gather the dispersed, as standards call the listed from afar, to fix a point, a central point collective of his sons, since finite every nature but his own. The nameless he, whose nod is nature's birth, and nature's shield the shadow of his hand, her dissolution his suspended smile. The great first last, pavilioned high he sits, in darkness from excessive splendor born, by gods unseen, unless through lustre lost. His glory to created glory, bright as that to central horrors, he looks down on all that soars, and spans immensity. Though night unnumbered worlds enfolds to view, boundless creation, what art thou? A beam, a mere effluvium of his majesty. And shall an atom of this atom world mutter, in dust and sin, the theme of heaven? Down to the centre should I send my thought through beds of glittering ore, and glowing gems their beggared blaze wants lustre for my lay. Goes out in darkness, if on towering wing I send it through the boundless vault of stars. The stars, though rich, what dross their gold to thee, great, good, wise, wonderful, eternal King? If to those conscious stars thy throne around, praise ever pouring and imbibing bliss, and ask their strain. They want it, more they want, pour their abundance, humble their sublime, languid their energy, their ardour cold, indebted still, their highest rapture burns. Short of its mark, defective though divine. Still more, this theme is man's, and man's alone. Their vast appointments reach it not. They see on earth a bounty not indulged on high, and downward look for heaven's superior praise. Firstborn of ether, high in fields of light, view man to see the glory of your God. Could angels envy? They had envied here, and some did envy. And the rest, though gods, yet still gods unredeemed, their triumphs man, tempted away the dust against the skies. They less would feel, though more adorn my theme. They sung creation, for in that they shared. How rose in melody that child of love! Creation's great superior, man, is thine. Thine is redemption. They just gave the key. 'Tis thine to raise and eternize the song, though human yet divine. For should not this raise man o'er man, and kindle seraphs here? Redemption, 'twas creation more sublime. Redemption, 'twas the labor of the skies. Far more than labor, it was death in heaven. A truth so strange 'twere bold to think it true, if not far bolder still to disbelieve. Here pause and ponder. Was there death in heaven? What then on earth? On earth which struck the blow. Who struck it? Who? Oh, how is man enlarged, seen through this medium! How the pygmy towers! How counterpoised his origin from dust! How counterpoised to dust his sad return! How voided his vast distance from the skies! How near he presses on the seraph's wing! Which is the seraph? Which the born of clay? How this demonstrates through the thickest cloud of guilt and clay condensed the Son of Heaven. The double Son, the made and the remade. And shall heaven's double property be lost? Man's double madness only can destroy. To man the bleeding cross has promised all. The bleeding cross has sworn eternal grace. Who gave his life, what grace shall he deny? O ye who from this rock of ages leap apostates, plunging headlong into the deep! What cordial joy, what consolation strong, whatever winds arise or billows roll, our interest in the master of the storm! Cling there, and in wrecked nature's ruins smile, while vile apostates tremble in a calm. Man, know thyself. All wisdom centres there. To none man seems ignoble but to man. Angels that grandeur men o'erlook, admire. How long shall human nature be their book, degenerate mortal, and unread by thee? The beam dim reason sheds shows wonders there. What high contents, illustrious faculties! But the grand comment, which displays at full our human height, scarce severed from divine, by heaven composed, was published on the cross. Who looks on that and sees not in himself an awful stranger, a terrestrial god, a glorious partner with the deity in that high attribute immortal life? If a god bleeds, he bleeds not for a worm. I gaze, and as I gaze my mounting soul catches strange fire, eternity, at thee, and drops the world, or rather more enjoys. How changed the face of nature! How improved! What seemed chaos shines a glorious world, or, what a world, an Eden! Heightened all, it is another scene, another self, and still another as time rolls along, and that's a self far more illustrious still. Beyond long ages, yet rolled up in shades unpierced by bold conjecture's keenest ray, what evolutions of surprising fate! How nature opens, and receives my soul in boundless walks of raptured thought, where gods encounter and embrace me! What new births of strange adventure! Form into the sun, where what now charms, perhaps whate'er exists, old time and fair creation are forgot. Is this extravagant? Of man we form extravagant conception, to be just. Conception unconfined wants wings to reach him. Beyond its reach the Godhead only, more. He, the great Father, kindled at one flame the world of rationals. One spirit poured from spirit's awful fountain, poured himself through all their souls, but not an equal stream, profuse or frugal, of th' inspiring God, as his wise plan demanded. And when past their various trials, in their various spheres, if they continue rational as made, resorbs them all into himself again. His throne their centre, and his smile their crown. Why doubt we then the glorious truth to sing, though yet unsung, as deemed perhaps too bold? Angels are men of a superior kind. Angels are men in lighter habit clad, high o'er celestial mountains winged in flight. And men are angels, loaded for an hour, who wade this miry vale and climb with pain and slippery step the bottom of the steep. Angels their failings, mortals have their praise, while here of core ethereal such enrolled and summoned to the glorious standard soon, which flames eternal crimson through the skies. Nor are our brothers thoughtless of their kin, yet absent, but not absent from their love. Michael has fought our battles, Raphael sung our triumphs, Gabriel on our errands flown, sent by the sovereign. And are these, O man, thy friends, thy warm allies? And thou, shame burn the cheek to cinder, rival to the brute? Religion's all. Descending from the skies to wretched man, the goddess in her left holds out this world, and in her right the next. Religion. The sole voucher man is man, supporter soul of man above himself. Even in this night of frailty, change, and death, she gives the soul a soul that acts a god. Religion, providence, an after-state. Here is firm footing, here is solid rock. This can support us. All is sea, besides, sinks under us, bestorms and then devours. His hand the good man fastens on the skies, and bids earth roll, nor feels her idle whirl. As when a wretch from thick polluted air, darkness and stench and suffocating damps, and dungeon horrors, by kind fate discharged, climbs some fair eminence, where ether pure surrounds him, and Elysium prospects rise, his heart exults, his spirits cast their load. As if newborn, he triumphs in the change. So joys the soul, when, from inglorious aims and sordid sweets, from feculence and froth of ties terrestrial, sets at large, she mounts to reason's region, her own element, breathes hope immortal, and affects the skies. Religion, thou the soul of happiness, and groaning cavalry of thee, there shines the noblest truths. There strongest motives sting, there sacred violence assaults the soul, there nothing but compulsion is forborne. Can love allure us, or can terror awe? He weeps. The falling drop puts out the sun. He sighs. The sigh earth's deep foundation shakes. If in his love so terrible, what then his wrath inflamed? His tenderness on fire, like soft, smooth oil outblazing other fires. Can prayer, can praise avert it? Thou, my all, my theme, my inspiration and my crown, my strength and age, my rise and low estate, my soul's ambition, pleasure, wealth, my world, my light and darkness, and my life and death, my boast through time, bliss through eternity, eternity too short to speak thy praise, or fathom thy profound of love to man of men the meanest, even to me, my sacrifice, my God. What things are these? What then art thou? By what name shall I call thee? Knew I the name devout archangels use, devout archangels should the name enjoy, by me unrivalled. Thousands more sublime, none half so dear as that which, though unspoke, still glows at heart. Oh, how omnipotence is lost in love! Thou great philanthropist, father of angels, but the friend of man, like Jacob, fondest of the younger born. Thou, who didst save him, snatch the smoking brand from out the flames and quench it in thy blood. How art thou pleased by bounty to distress, to make us groan beneath our gratitude too big for birth, to favour and confound, to challenge and to distance all return. Of lavish love stupendous heights to soar, and leave praise panting in the distant vale. Thy right, too great, defrauds thee of thy due, and sacrilegious our sublimest song. But since the naked will obtains thy smile beneath this monument of praise unpaid, and future life symphonious to my strain, that noblest hymn to heaven, for ever lie entombed my fear of death, and every fear, the dread of every evil, but thy frown. Whom see I yonder, so demurely smile? Laughter or labour might break their rest. Ye quietists, in homage to the skies, serene, of soft address, who mildly make an unobtrusive tender of your hearts abhorring violence, who halt indeed, but for the blessing wrestle not with heaven. Think you my song too turbulent, too warm? Are passions then the pagans of the soul, reason alone baptized, alone ordained to touch things sacred? Oh, for warmer still, guilt chills my zeal, and age benumbs my powers. Oh, for an humbler heart and prouder song! Thou, my much injured theme, with that soft eye which melted o'er doomed Salem, deign to look compassion to the coldness of my breast, and pardon to the winter in my strain. O ye cold-hearted, frozen formalists! On such a theme 'tis impious to be calm. Passion is reason, transport temper, here. Shall heaven, which gave us ardour and has shown her own for man so strongly, not disdain what smooth emollients in theology, recumbent virtue's downy doctors preach, that prose of piety a lukewarm praise? Rise odour sweet from incense uninflamed? Devotion, when lukewarm, is undevout, but when it glows, its heat is struck to heaven. To human hearts her golden harps are strung, high heaven's orchestra chants amen to man. Hear I, or dream I hear, their distant strain, sweet to the soul, and tasting strong of heaven, soft wafted on celestial pity's plume, through the vast spaces of the universe, to cheer me in this melancholy gloom? Oh, when will death, now stingless, like a friend admit me of their choir? Oh, when will death this mouldering, old, partition wall throw down? Give beings, one in nature, one abode? O death divine, that givest us to the skies, great future, glorious patron of the past and present, when shall I thy shrine adore? From nature's continent, immensely wide, immensely blessed, this little isle of life, this dark, incarcerating colony divides us. Happy day, that breaks our chain, that manumits, that calls from exile home, that leads to nature's great metropolis, and readmits us, through the guardian hand of elder brothers, to our Father's throne, who hears our advocate, and through his wounds beholding man, allows that tender name. 'Tis this makes Christian triumph a command, 'tis this makes joy a duty to the wise, 'tis impious in a good man to be sad. See thou, Lorenzo, where hangs all our hope? Touched by the cross we live, or more than die, that touch which touched not angels, more divine than that which touched confusion into form, and darkness into glory, partial touch, ineffably pre-eminent regard, sacred to man and sovereign through the whole long golden chain of miracles which hangs from heaven through all duration, and supports in one illustrious and amazing plan thy welfare, nature, and thy God's renown, that touch with charm celestial heals the soul diseased, drives pain from guilt, lights life and death, turns earth to heaven, to heavenly thrones transforms the ghastly ruins of the mouldering tomb. Don't ask me when he who died returns. Returns how changed! Where then the man of woe? In glory's terrors all the Godhead burns, and all his courts, exhausted by the tide of deities triumphant in his train, leave a stupendous solitude in heaven. Replenished soon, replenished with increase of pomp and multitude. A radiant band of angels new, of angels from the tomb. Is this by fancy thrown remote, and rise dark doubts between the promise and event? I send thee not to volumes for thy cure. Read Nature. Nature is a friend to truth. Nature is Christian, preaches to mankind, and bids dead matter aid us in our creed. Hast thou ne'er seen the comet's flaming flight? The lustrous stranger passing terror sheds on gazing nations. From his fiery train of length enormous, takes his ample round through depths of ether, coasts unnumbered worlds of more than solar glory, doubles wide heaven's mighty cape, and then revisits earth from the long travel of 1,000 years. Thus, at the destined period, shall return he, once on earth, who bids the comet blaze, and with him all our triumph o'er the tomb. Nature is dumb on this important point, or hope precarious in low whisper breathes. Faith speaks aloud, distinct, even adders hear, but turn and dart into the dark again. Faith builds a bridge across the gulf of death, to break the shock blind nature cannot shun, and lands thought smoothly on the farther shore. Death's terror is the mountain faith removes, that mountain barrier between man and peace. 'Tis faith disarms destruction, and absolves from every clamorous charge the guiltless tomb. Why disbelieve, Lorenzo? Reason bids all sacred reason. Hold her sacred still, nor shalt thou want a rival in thy flame. All sacred reason, source and soul of all demanding praise, on earth or earth above. My heart is thine. Deep in its inmost folds live thou with life, live dearer of the two. Where I the blessed cross, by fortune stamped on passive nature, before thought was born? My birth's blind bigot, fired with local zeal, no. Reason rebaptized me when adult, weighed true and false in her impartial scale. My heart became the convert of my head, and made that choice which once was but my fate. On argument alone my faith is built. Reason pursued is faith, and unpursued, where proof invites, 'tis reason then no more. And such our proof, that or our faith is right, or reason lies, and heaven designed it wrong. Absolve we this? What then is blasphemy? Fond as we are, and justly fond, of faith, reason, we grant, demands our first regard. The mother honored is the daughter dear. Reason the root, fair faith is but the flower. The fading flower shall die, but reason lives immortal as her father in the skies. When faith is virtue, reason makes it so. Wrong not the Christian. Think not reason yours. 'Tis reason our great master holds so dear. 'Tis reason's injured rights his wrath resents. 'Tis reason's voice obeyed his glory's crown. To give lost reason life he poured his own. Believe, and show the reason of a man. Believe, and taste the pleasure of a god. Believe, and look with triumph on the tomb. Through reason's wounds alone thy faith can die, which dying, tenfold terror gives the death, and dips in venom his twice mortal sting. Learn hence what honours, what loud paeans do to those who push our antidote aside, those boasted friends to reason, and a man whose fatal love stabs every joy, and leaves death's terror heightened, gnawing on his heart. Those pompous sons of reason, idolized and vilified at once. Of reason dead, then deified as monarchs were of old. What conduct plants proud laurels on their brow? While love of truth through all their camp resounds, they draw pride's curtain o'er the noontide ray, spike up their inch of reason on the point of philosophic wit called argument, and then, exulting in their taper, cry, Behold the sun, and Indian-like adore. Talk they of morals? O thou bleeding love, thou maker of new morals to mankind! The grand immorality is love of thee. As wise as Socrates, if such they were, nor will they bate of that sublime renown. As wise as Socrates, might justly stand the definition of a modern fool. A Christian is the highest style of man, and is there, who the blessed cross wipes off, as a foul blot from his dishonoured brow. If angels tremble, 'tis at such a sight. The wretch they quit, desponding of their charge, more struck with grief or wonder, who can tell? Ye sold to sense, ye citizens of earth, for such alone the Christian banner fly. Know ye how wise your choice, how great your gain? Behold the picture of earth's happiest man. He calls his wish, it comes. He sends it back, and says he called another. That arrives, meets the same welcome, yet he still calls on, till one calls him who varies not his call, but holds him fast, in chains of darkness bound, till nature dies, and judgment sets him free, a freedom far less welcome than his chain. But grant man happy, Grant him happy long. Add to life's highest prize her latest hour. That hour, so late, is nimble in approach, that like a post comes on in full career. How swift the shuttle flies that weaves thy shroud! Where is the fable of thy former years? Thrown down the gulf of time, as far from thee as they had never been thine, the day in hand, like a bird struggling to get loose, is going. Scarce now possessed, so suddenly 'tis gone, and each swift moment fled is death advanced by strides as swift. Eternity is all, and whose eternity? Who triumphs there, bathing forever in the font of bliss, forever basking in the deity? Lorenzo! Who? Thy conscience shall reply. Oh, give it leave to speak. 'Twill speak ere long thy leave unasked. Lorenzo, hear it now, while useful its advice, its accents mild. By the great edict, the divine decree, truth is deposited with man's last hour, an honest hour, and faithful to her trust. Truth, eldest daughter of the deity, truth of his counsel when he made the worlds, nor less when he shall judge the worlds he made. Though silent long, and sleeping ne'er so sound, smothered with airs, and oppressed with toys, that heaven-commissioned hour no sooner calls, but from her cavern in the soul's abyss, like him they fable under Aetna whelmed, the goddess bursts in thunder and in flame, loudly convinces and severely pains. Dark demons I discharge, and hydra stings. The keen vibration of bright truth is hell. Just definition, though by schools untaught. Ye deaf to truth, peruse this parsoned page, and trust for once a prophet and a priest. Men may live fools, but fools they cannot die. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Complaint or Night Thoughts by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Relapse. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Lichfield. Night 5th. The Relapse. Lorenzo, to recriminate is just, fondness for fame is avarice of air. I grant the man is vain who writes for praise, praise no man e'er deserved who sought no more. As just thy second charge, I grant the muse has often blushed at her degenerate sons, retained by sense to plead her filthy cause, to raise the low, to magnify the mean, and subtilize the gross into refined, as if to magic numbers powerful charm 'twas given to make a civet of their song obscene, and sweeten or dure to perfume. Wit, a true pagan, deifies the brute, and lifts our swine enjoyments from the mire. The fact notorious, nor obscure the cause, we wear the chains of pleasure and of pride. These share the man, and these distract him too, draw different ways, and clash in their commands. Pride, like an eagle, builds among the stars, but pleasure, lark-like, nests upon the ground. Joys shared by brute creation, pride resents, pleasure embraces. Man would both enjoy, and both at once. A point so hard how gain? But what can't wit when stung by strong desire? Wit dares attempt this arduous enterprise, since joys of sense can't rise to reason's taste. In subtle sophistries laborious forge, wit hammers out a reason new, that stoops to sordid scenes, and meets them with applause. Wit calls the graces the chaste zone to loose, nor less than a plump god to fill the bowl. 1,000 phantoms and 1,000 spells, 1,000 opiates scatters to delude, to fascinate, inebriate, lay asleep, and the fool mind delightfully confound. Thus that which shocked the judgment shocks no more, that which gave pride offence no more offends. Pleasure and pride, by nature mortal foes, at war eternal, which in man shall reign? By wit's address patch up a fatal peace, and hand in hand lead on the rank debauched from rank refined to delicate and gay. Art, cursed art, wipes off th' indebted blush from nature's cheek, and bronzes every shame. Man smiles in ruin, glories in his guilt, and infamy stands candidate for praise. All writ by man in favour of the soul, these sensual ethics far in bulk transcend. The flowers of eloquence, profusely poured o'er spotted vice, fill half the lettered world. Can powers of genius exercise their page, and consecrate enormities with song? But let not these inexpiable strains condemn the muse that knows her dignity. nor meanly stops at time, but holds the world as 'tis in nature's ample field, a point in her esteem, from whence to start and run the round of universal space, to visit being universal there, and being's source, that utmost flight of mind. Yet, spite of this so vast circumference, well knows but what is moral, naught is great. Sing sirens only, do not angels sing? There is in poesy a decent pride which well becomes her when she speaks to prose, her younger sister, haply not more wise. Think'st thou, Lorenzo, to find pastimes here? No guilty passion blown into a flame, no foible flattered, dignity disgraced, no fairy field of fiction all on flower, no rainbow colours here or silken tale, but solemn counsels, images of all, truths which eternity lets fall on man with double weight through these revolving spheres, this death-deep silence and incumbent shade. Thoughts such as shall revisit your last hour, visit uncalled, and live when life expires. And thy dark pencil, midnight, darker still, in melancholy dipped embrowns the whole. Yet this, even this, my laughter-loving friends, Lorenzo, and my brothers of the smile, if what imports you most can most engage, shall steal your ear and chain you to my song. Or if you fail me, know, the wise shall taste the truths I sing, the truths I sing shall feel, and feeling give assent, and their assent is ample recompense, is more than praise, but chiefly thine, O Litchfield, nor mistake. Think not unintroduced I force my way, Narcissa, not unknown, not unallied, by virtue or by blood, illustrious youth, to thee from blooming amaranthine bowers, where all the language harmony descends uncalled, and asks admittance for the muse. A muse that will not pain thee with thy praise she drops by nobler still inspired. O thou blessed spirit, whether the supreme, great, ante-mundane Father, in whose breast embryo creation, unborn being, dwelt, and all its various revolutions rolled, present though future, prior to themselves, whose breath can blow it into naught again, or from his throne some delegated power, who, studious of our peace, does turn the thought from vain and vile to solid and sublime. Unseen thou leadst me to delicious draughts of inspiration, from a purer stream and fuller of the God than that which bursts from famed Castelia, nor is yet allayed my sacred thirst, though long my soul has ranged through pleasing paths of moral and divine, by thee sustained and lighted by the stars. By them best lighted are the paths of thought. Nights are their days, their most illumined hours. By day the soul o'erborne by life's career, stunned by the din, and giddy with the glare, reels far from reason, jostled by the throng. By day the soul is passive, all her thoughts imposed, precarious, broken ere mature. By night from objects free, from passion cool, thoughts uncontrolled and unimpressed, the burrs of pure election, arbitrary range, not to the limits of one world confined, but from ethereal travels light on earth, as voyagers drop anchor for repose. Let Indians and the gay, like Indians fond of feathered fopperies, the sun adore. Darkness has more divinity for me. It strikes thought inward, it drives back the soul to settle on herself, our point supreme. There lies our theatre, there sits our judge. Darkness, the curtain drops o'er life's dull scene. 'Tis the kind hand of Providence stretched out twixt man and vanity. 'Tis reason's reign, and virtue's too. These tutelary shades are man's asylum from the tainted throng. Night is the good man's friend and guardian too. It no less rescues virtue than inspires. Virtue, forever frail as fair below, her tender nature suffers in the crowd, nor touches on the world without a stain. The world's infectious. Few bring back at eve, immaculate, the manners of the morn. Something we thought is blotted, we resolved, is shaken, we renounced, returns again. Each salutation may slide in a sin unthought before, or fix a former flaw. Nor is it strange, light, motion, concourse, noise, all scatter us abroad. Thought, outward bound, neglectful of our home affairs, flies off in fume and dissipation, quits her charge, and leaves the breast unguarded to the foe. Present example gets within our guard, and acts with double force, by few repelled. Ambition fires ambition, love of gain strikes like a pestilence from breast to breast. Riot, pride, perfidy, blue vapors breathe, and inhumanity is caught from man, from smiling man. A single glance and shot at random often has brought home a sudden fever to the throbbing heart of envy, rancor, or impure desire. We see, we hear with peril. Safety dwells remote from multitude. The world's a school of wrong, and what proficients swarm around. We must or imitate or disapprove, must list as their accomplices or foes. That stains our innocence, this wounds our peace. From nature's birth, hence, wisdom has been smit with sweet recess, and languished for the shade. This sacred shade in solitude, what is it? 'Tis the felt presence of the deity. Few are the faults we flatter when alone. Vice sinks in her allurements, is ungilt, and looks, like other objects, black by night. By night an atheist half believes a god. Night is fair virtue's immemorial friend. The conscious moon, through every distant age, has held a lamp to wisdom, and let fall on contemplation's eye her purging ray. The famed Athenian, he who wooed from heaven philosophy the fair, to dwell with men, and form their manners, not inflame their pride, while o'er his head is fearful to molest his laboring mind. The stars in silence slide, and seem all gazing on their future guest. See him soliciting his ardent suit in private audience. All the livelong night, rigid in thought and motionless, he stands, nor quits his theme or posture, till the sun, rude drunkard, rising rosy from the main, disturbs his nobler intellectual beam, and gives him to the tumult of the world. Hail, precious moment, stolen from the black waste of murdered time! Auspicious midnight, hail! The world excluded, every passion hushed, and open to calm intercourse with heaven. Here the soul sits in council, ponders past, predestines future, actions, sees not, feels, tumultuous life, and reasons with the storm. All her lies answers, and thinks down her charms. What awful joy, what mental liberty! I'm not pent in darkness, rather say, if not too bold, in darkness I'm embowered. Delightful gloom, the clustering thoughts around spontaneous rise, and blossom in the shade, but droop by day and sicken in the sun. Thought borrows light elsewhere, from that first fire, fountain of animation, whence descends Urania, my celestial guest, who deigns nightly to visit me, so mean, and now, conscious how needful discipline to man, from pleasing dalliance with the charms of night, my wandering thought recalls to what excites far other beat of heart, Narcissus' tomb. Or is it feeble nature calls me back, and breaks my spirit into grief again? Is it a Stygian vapor in my blood, a cold, slow puddle creeping through my veins? Or is it thus with all men, thus with all? What are we? How unequal! Now we soar, and now we sink. To be the same transcends our present prowess. Dearly pays the soul for lodging ill, too dearly rents her clay. Reason, a baffled counsellor, but adds the blush of weakness to the bane of woe. The noblest spirit fighting her hard fate in this damp dusky region, charged with storms, but feebly flutters, yet untaught to fly, or flying short her flight, and sure her fall. Our utmost strength, when down, to rise again, and not to yield, though beaten, all our praise. 'Tis vain to seek in men for more than man. Though proud in promise, big in previous thought, experience stamps our triumph. I, who late, emerging from the shadows of the grave, where grief detained me prisoner, mounting high, threw wide the gates of everlasting day, and called mankind to glory, shook off pain, mortality shook off in ether pure, and struck the stars. Now feel my spirits fail, they drop me from the zenith, down I rush, like him whom fable fledged with waxen wings, in sorrow drowned, but not in sorrow lost. How wretched is the man who never mourned! I die for precious pearl in sorrow's stream. Not so the thoughtless man that only grieves, takes all the torment and rejects the gain, inestimable gain, and gives heaven leave to make him but more wretched, not more wise. If wisdom is our lesson, and what else ennobles man, what else have angels learned? Grief, more proficients in thy school are made, than genius or proud learning e'er could boast. Voracious learning, often overfed, digests not into sense her motley meal. This bookcase, which dark booty almost burst, this forager on others' wisdom, leaves her native farm, her reason quite untilled. With mixed manure she surfeits the rank soil, dunged but not dressed, and rich to beggary. A pomp untamable of weeds prevails. Her servants' wealth encumbered, wisdom mourns. And what says genius? Let the dull be wise. Genius, too hard for right, can prove it wrong, and loves to boast where blush men less inspired. It pleads exemption from the laws of sense, considers reason as a leveller, and scorns to share a blessing with the crowd. That wise it could be, thinks an ample claim to glory, and to pleasure gives the rest. Crassus but sleeps, Ardelio is undone. Wisdom less shudders at a fool than wit. But wisdom smiles when humbled mortals weep, when sorrow wounds the breast as ploughs the glebe, and hearts obdurate feel her softening shower. Her seed celestial then glad wisdom sows, her golden harvest triumphs in the soil. If so, Narcissa, welcome my relapse. I'll raise a tax on my calamity, and reap rich compensation from my pain. I'll range the plenteous intellectual field, and gather every thought of sovereign power to chase the moral maladies of man. Thoughts which may bear transplanting to the skies, though natives of this coarse penurious soil, nor wholly wither there, where seraphs sing, refined, exalted, not annulled, in heaven. Reason, the sun that gives them birth, the same in either clime, though more illustrious there. These choicely culled and elegantly ranged shall form a garland for Narcissa's tomb, and peradventure of no fading flowers. Say on, what theme shall puzzle choice descend? The importance of contemplating the tomb, why men decline it, suicide's foul birth, the various kind of grief, the faults of age, and death's dread character invite my song. And first, the importance of our end surveyed, friends' counsel, quick dismission of our grief, mistaken kindness, our hearts healed too soon. Are they more kind than he who struck the blow, who bid it do his errand in our hearts, and banish peace till nobler guests arrive, and bring it back a true and endless peace? Calamities are friends, as glaring day of these unnumbered lustres robs our sight. Prosperity puts out unnumbered thoughts of import high and light, divine to man. The man, how blessed, who, sick of gaudy scenes, scenes apt to thrust between us and ourselves, is led by choice to take his favourite walk beneath death's gloomy silent cypress shades, unpierced by vanity's fantastic ray, to read his monuments, to weigh his dust, visit his vaults, and dwell among the tombs. Lorenzo, read with me Narcissa's stone. Narcissa was thy favourite, let us read her moral stone. Few doctors preach so well, few orators so tenderly can touch the feeling heart. What pathos in the date! Apt words can strike, and yet in them we see faint images of what we hear enjoy. What cause have we to build on length of life? Temptation seize when fear is laid asleep, and ill foreboded is our strongest guard. See from her tomb, as from an humble shrine, truth radiant goddess sallies on my soul, and puts delusion's dusky train to flight, dispels the mists our sultry passions raise from objects low, terrestrial, and obscene, and shows the real estimate of things, which no man unafflicted ever saw. Pulls off the veil from virtue's rising charms, detects temptation in 1,000 lies. Truth bids me look on men as autumn leaves, and all they bleed for as the summer's dust. Driven by the whirlwind, lighted by her beams, I widen my horizon, gain new powers, see things invisible, feel things remote, am present with futurities, think naught to man so foreign as the joys possessed, naught so much his as those beyond the grave. No folly keeps its colour in her sight. Pale worldly wisdom loses all her charms. In pompous promise, from her schemes profound and future fate she plans, 'tis all in leaves, like Sibyl, unsubstantial, fleeting bliss. At the first blast it vanishes in air. Not so celestial. Wouldst thou know, Lorenzo, how differ worldly wisdom and divine? Just as the waning and the waxing moon, more empty worldly wisdom every day, and every day more fair her rival shines, when later there's less time to play the fool. Soon our whole term for wisdom is expired. Thou knowest she calls no counsel in the grave. An everlasting fool is writ in fire, or real wisdom wafts us to the skies. As worldly schemes resemble Sibyl's leaves, the good man's days to Sibyl's books compare. In ancient story read, thou knowest the tale, in price still rising as in number, less inestimable quite his final hour. For that who thrones can offer thrones. Insolvent worlds the purchase cannot pay. Oh, let me die his death, all nature cries, then live his life. All nature falters there. Our great physician daily to consult, to commune with the grave, our only cure. What grave prescribes the best of friends, and yet from a friend's grave how soon we disengage, even to the dearest as his marble, cold. Why are friends ravished from us? 'Tis to bind by soft affection's ties on human hearts the thought of death which reason, too supine or misemployed, so rarely fastens there? Nor reason nor affection, no, nor both combined, can break the witchcrafts of the world. Behold the inexorable hour at hand, behold the inexorable hour for God, and to forget it the chief aim of life, though well to ponder it is life's chief end. Is death, that ever threatening, ne'er remote, that all important, and that only sure, come when he will, an unexpected guest, nay, though invited by the loudest calls of blind imprudence, unexpected still, though numerous messengers are sent before to warn his great arrival? What the cause, the wondrous cause of this mysterious ill? All heaven looks down astonished at the sight. Is it that life has sown her joys so thick we can't thrust in a single care between? Is it that life has such a swarm of cares the thought of death can't enter for the throng? Is it that time steals on with downy feet, nor wakes indulgence from her golden dream? Today is so like yesterday it cheats. We take the lying sister for the same. Life glides away, Lorenzo, like a brook, forever changing, unperceived the change. In the same brook none ever bathed him twice, to the same life none ever twice awoke. We call the brook the same we think our life, though still more rapid in its flow. Nor mark the much irrevocably lapsed and mingled with the sea, or shall we say, retaining still the brook to bear us on, that life is like a vessel on the stream. In life embarked, we smoothly down the tide of time descend, but not on time intent, amused, unconscious of the gliding wave, till on a sudden we perceive a shock. We start awake, look out, what see we there? Our brittle bark is burst on Charon's shore. Is this the cause death flies all human thought? Or is it judgment by the will struck blind, that domineering mistress of the soul, like him so strong, by Delilah the fair? Or is it fear turned startled reason back from looking down a precipice so steep? 'Tis dreadful, and the dread is wisely placed by nature, conscious of the make of man. A dreadful friend it is, a terror kind, a flaming sword to guard the tree of life. By that unawed, in life's most smiling hour, the good man would repine, would suffer joys, and burn impatient for his promised skies. The bad, on each punctilious peak of pride, or gloom of humour, would give rage the rein, bound o'er the barrier, rush into the dark, and mar the schemes of Providence below. What groan was that, Lorenzo? Furies rise, and drown in your less execrable yell Britannia's shame. There took her gloomy flight on wing impetuous a black sullen soul, blasted from hell with horrid lust of death, thy friend the brave, the gallant Altamont. So called, so thought, and then he fled the field. Less base the fear of death than fear of life, O Britain, infamous for suicide, an island in thy manners, far disjoined from the whole world of rationals beside. In ambient waves plunged thy polluted head, wash the dire stain, nor shock the continent. But thou be shocked, while I detect the cause of self-assault, expose the monster's birth, and bid abhorrence hiss it round the world. Blame not thy clime, nor chide the distant sun. The sun is innocent, thy clime absolved. Immoral climes kind nature never made. The cause I sing in Eden might prevail, and proves it is thy folly, not thy fate. The soul of man, let man in homage bow, who names his soul a native of the skies. High-born and free, her freedom should maintain, unsold, unmortgaged for earth's little bribes. The illustrious stranger in this foreign land, like strangers jealous of her dignity, studious of home, and ardent to return, of earth suspicious, earth's enchanted cup with cool reserve light touching, should indulge on immortality her godlike taste, there take large draughts, make her chief banquet there. But some reject this sustenance divine, to beggarly vile appetites descend, ask alms of earth for guests that came from heaven, sink into slaves and sell for present hire their rich reversion, and what shares its fate, their native freedom, to the prince who sways this nether world. And when his payments fail, when this foul basket gorges them no more, or their palled palates loathe the basket full, are instantly with wild demoniac rage, for breaking all the chains of providence, and bursting their confinement, though fast barred by laws divine and human, guarded strong with horrors doubled to defend the past, the blackest nature or dire guilt can raise, and moated round with fathomless destruction, sure to receive and whelm them in their fall. Such Britons is the cause to you unknown, or worse, o'erlooked by magistrates, thus criminals themselves. I grant the deed is madness, but the madness of the heart. And what is that? Our utmost bound of guilt, a sensual unreflecting life, is big with monstrous births, and suicide to crown the black infernal brood. The bold to break heaven's law supreme, and desperately rush through sacred nature's murder on their own, because they never think of death, they die. 'Tis equally man's duty, glory, gain, at once to shun and meditate his end, when by the bed of languishment we sit, the seat of wisdom, if our choice not fate, or o'er our dying friends in anguish hang, wipe the cold dew, or stay the sinking head, number their moments, and in every clock start at the voice of an eternity. See the dim lamp of life just feebly lift an agonizing beam at us to gaze, then sink again and quiver into death, that most pathetic herald of our own. How read we such sad scenes, as sent to man in perfect vengeance? No, in pity sent, to melt him down like wax, and then impress indelible death's image on his heart. Bleeding for others, trembling for himself, we bleed, we tremble, we forget, we smile. The mind turns full before the cheek is dry. Our quick returning folly cancels all, as the tide rushing raises what is writ in yielding sands, and smooths the lettered shore. Lorenzo, hast thou ever weighed a sigh, or studied the philosophy of tears, a science yet unlectured in our schools? Hast thou descended deep into the breast, and seen their source? If not, descend with me, and trace these briny rivulets to their springs. Our funeral tears from different causes rise, as if from separate cisterns in the soul. Of various kinds they flow, from tender hearts, by soft contagion called. Some burst at once, and stream obsequious to the leading eye. Some ask more time, by curious art distilled. Some hearts in secret hard, unapt to melt, struck by the magic of the public eye, like Moses' smitten rock, gush out amain. Some weep to share the fame of the deceased, so high in merit, and to them so dear they dwell on praises, which they think they share, and thus without a blush commend themselves. Some mourn, in proof that something they could love, they weep not to relieve their grief, but show. Some weep in perfect justice to the dead, as conscious all their love is in arrear. Some mischievously weep, not unapprised. Tears sometimes aid the conquest of an eye. With what address the soft Ephesians draw their sable network o'er entangled hearts, as seen through crystal, how their roses glow, while liquid pearl runs trickling down their cheek. Of hers, not prouder Egypt's wanton queen, carousing gems, herself dissolved in love. Some weep at death abstracted from the dead, and celebrate, like Charles, their own decease. By kind construction some are deemed to weep, because a decent veil conceals their joy. Some weep in earnest, and yet weep in vain, as deep in indiscretion as in woe. Passion, blind passion, impotently pours tears that deserve more tears, while reason sleeps, or gazes like an idiot unconcerned, nor comprehends the meaning of the storm, knows not it speaks to her, and her alone. Irrationals, all sorrow, are beneath that noble gift, that privilege of man, from sorrow's pang the birth of endless joy, but these are barren of that birth divine. They weep, impetuous as the summer storm, and full as short the cruel grief soon tamed. They make a pastime of the stingless tale. Far as the deep resounding knell, they spread the dreadful news, and hardly feel it more. No grain of wisdom pays them for their woe. Half round the globe, the tears pumped up by death are spent in watering vanities of life, in making folly flourish still more fair, when the sick soul, her wonted stay withdrawn, reclines on earth and sorrows in the dust, instead of learning there her true support, though there thrown down her true support to learn. Without heaven's aid, impatient to be blessed, she crawls to the next shrub or bramble vile, though from the stately cedar's arms she fell. With stale, forsworn embraces clings anew, the stranger weds and blossoms as before, and all the fruitless fopperies of life presents her weed, well fancied at the ball, and raffles for the death's head on the ring. So wept Aurelia, till the destined youth stepped in, with his receipt for making smiles and blanching sables into bridal bloom. So wept Lorenzo, fair Clarissa's fate, who gave that angel boy on whom he dotes, and died to give him, orphaned in his birth, not such Narcissa. My distress for thee, I'll make an altar of thy sacred tomb, to sacrifice to wisdom. What hast thou, young, gay, and fortunate? Each yields a theme. I'll dwell on each, to shun thought more severe. Heaven knows I labor with severer still. I'll dwell on each, and quite exhaust thy death. A soul without reflection, like a pile without inhabitant, to ruin runs. And first, thy youth, what says it to grey hairs, Narcissa? I'm become thy pupil now, early, bright, transient, chaste, as morning dew. She sparkled, was exhaled, and went to heaven. Time on this head was snowed, yet still 'tis borne aloft, nor thinks but on another's grave. Covered with shame I speak it, age severe, old worn-out vice sets down for virtue fair. With graceless gravity, chastising youth, that youth chastised, surpassing in a fault. Father of all, forgetfulness of death, as if, like objects pressing on the sight, death had advanced too near us to be seen, or that life's lone time ripened into right, and men might plead prescription from the grave, deathless from repetition of reprieve, deathless, far from it. Such are dead already, their hearts are buried, and the world their grave. Tell me some god, my guardian angel, tell, what thus infatuates, what enchantment plants the phantom of an age twixt us and death, already at the door. He knocks, we hear, and yet we will not hear. What mail defends our untouched hearts? What miracle turns off the pointed thought, which from 1,000 quivers is daily darted, and is daily shunned? We stand as in a battle, throngs on throngs, around us falling, wounded oft ourselves, though bleeding with our wounds, immortal still. We see time's furrows on another's brow, and death entrenched, preparing his assault. How few themselves in that just mirror see, or seeing draw their inference as strong. There death is certain, doubtful here. He must, and soon. We may within an age expire. Though grey our heads, our thoughts and aims are green, like damaged clocks whose hand and bell descent. Folly sings 6 while nature points at 12. Absurd longevity, more, he cries, more life, more wealth, more trash of every kind, and wherefore mad for more, when relish fails, object and appetite must club for joy, shall folly labour hard to mend the bow? Baubles, I mean, that strike us from without, while nature is relaxing every string. Ask thought for joy, grow rich, and hoard within. Think you the soul, when this life's rattles cease, has nothing of more manly to succeed? Contract the taste immortal, learn even now to relish what alone subsists hereafter. Divine or none, henceforth your joys for ever. Of age the glory is, to wish to die. That wish is praise and promise, it applauds past life, and promises our future bliss. What weakness see not children in their sires? Grand climacterical absurdities, grey-haired authority, to faults of youth. How shocking! It makes folly thrice a fool, and our first childhood might our last despise. Peace and esteem is all that age can hope. Nothing but wisdom gives the first, the last nothing but the repute of being wise. Folly bars both, our age is quite undone. What folly can be ranker? Like our shadows, our wishes lengthen as our sun declines. No wish should loiter than this side the grave. Our hearts should leave the world before the knell calls for our carcasses to mend the soil. Enough to live in tempest I import. Age should fly concourse, cover in retreat defects of judgment, and the will subdue. Walk thoughtful on the silent solemn shore of that vast ocean it must sail so soon, and put good works on board, and wait the wind that shortly blows us into worlds unknown, if unconsidered too a dreadful scene. All should be prophets to themselves, foresee their future fate foretaste. This art would waste the bitterness of death. The thought of death alone for fear destroys. Disaffection to that precious thought is more than midnight darkness on the soul, which sleeps beneath it on a precipice, puffed off by the first blast and lost forever. Dost ask, Lorenzo, why so warmly pressed by repetition hammered on thine ear the thought of death? That thought is the machine, the grand machine that heaves us from the dust and rears us into men. That thought plied home will soon reduce the ghastly precipice or hanging hell, will soften the descent and gently slope our passage to the grave. How warmly to be wished, what heart of flesh would trifle with tremendous dare extremes, yawn o'er the fate of infinite? What hand beyond the blackest brand of censure, bold to speak a language too well known to thee, would at a moment give its all to chance, and stamp the die for an eternity? Aid me, Narcissa, aid me to keep pace with destiny, and ere her scissors cut my thread of life, to break this tougher thread of moral death that ties me to the world. Sting thou my slumbering reason, to send forth a thought of observation on the foe, to sally and survey the rapid march of his 10,000 messengers to man, who Jehu-like behind him turns them all accident apart by nature signed. My warrant is gone out, though dormant yet, perhaps behind one moment lurks my fate. Must I then forward only look for death? Backward I turn mine eye, and find him there. Man is a self-survivor every year. Man like a stream is in perpetual flow. Death's the destroyer of quotidian prey. my youth, my noontide, his, my yesterday. The bold invader shares the present hour, each moment on the former shuts the grave. While man is growing, life is in decrease, and cradles rock us nearer to the tomb. Our birth is nothing but our death begun, as tapers waste that instant they take fire. Shall we then fear lest that should come to pass which comes to pass each moment of our lives? If fear we must, let that death turn us pale, which murders strength and ardor. What remains should rather call on death than dread his call, ye partners of my fault and my decline. Thoughtless of death, but when your neighbour's knell, rude visitant, knocks hard at your dull sense, and with its thunder scarce obtains your ear, be death your theme in every place and hour. No longer want ye monumental sires, a brother tomb to tell you ye shall die. That death you dread, so great is nature's skill, know you shall court before you shall enjoy. But you are learned, in volumes deep you sit in wisdom shallow, pompous ignorance. Would you be still more learned than the learned? Learn well to know how much need not be known, and what that knowledge which impairs your sense. Our needful knowledge, like our needful food, unhedged, lies open in life's common field, and bids all welcome to the vital feast. You scorn what lies before you in the page of nature and experience, moral truth of indispensable eternal fruit. Fruit on which mortals feeding turn to gods, and dive in science for distinguished names, dishonest fomentation of your pride, sinking in virtue as you rise in fame. Your learning, like the lunar beam, affords light but not heat, it leaves you indevout, frozen at heart while speculation shines. Awake, ye curious indigators, fond of knowing all, but what avails you known? If you would learn death's character, attend all castes of conduct, all degrees of health, all dyes of fortune, and all dates of age, together shook in his impartial urn. Come forth at random, or if choice is made, the choice is quite sarcastic, and insults all bold conjecture and fond hopes of man. What countless multitudes not only leave, but deeply disappoint us by their deaths, though great our sorrow, greater our surprise. Like other tyrants, death delights to smite. What smitten most proclaims the pride of power, and arbitrary nod, is joy supreme, to bid the wretch survive the fortunate. The feeble wrap the athletic in his shroud, and weeping fathers build their children's tomb. Me thine, Narcissa, what though short thy date? Virtue, not rolling suns, the mind matures. That life is long, which answers life's great end. The time that bears no fruit deserves no name. The man of wisdom is the man of years. In hoary youth, Methusalems may die. Oh, how misstated on their flattering tombs! Narcissa's youth has lectured me thus far, and can her gaiety give counsel too, that like the Jews' famed oracle of gems, sparkles instruction, such as throws new light, and opens more the character of death. Ill known to thee, Lorenzo, this thy vaunt. Give death his due, the wretched and the old. Even let him sweep his rubbish to the grave. Let him not violate kind nature's laws, but own man born to live as well as die. Wretched and old thou givest him, young and gay he takes, and plunder is a tyrant's joy. What if I prove? The farthest from the fear are often nearest to the stroke of fate. All, more than common, menace as an end. A blaze betokens brevity of life, as if bright embers should emit a flame. Glad spirits sparkle from Narcissa's eye, and made youth younger, and taught life to live. As nature's opposites wage endless war for this offence, as treason to the deep inviolable stupor of his reign. Where lust and turbulent ambition sleep, death took swift vengeance. As he life detests, more life is still more odious, and reduced by conquest, aggrandizes more his power. But wherefore aggrandized? By heaven's decree, to plant the soul on her eternal guard, in awful expectation of our end. Thus runs death's dread commission, strike but so as most alarms the living by the dead. Hence stratagem delights him, and surprise and cruel sport with man's securities. Not simple conquest triumph is his aim, and where least feared, there conquest triumphs most. This proves my bold assertion not too bold. What are his arts? To lay our fears asleep. Tiberian arts his purposes wrap up in deep dissimulation's darkest night. Like princes unconfessed in foreign courts, who travel under cover, death assumes the name and look of life, and dwells among us. He takes all shapes that serve his black designs, though master of a wider empire far than that o'er which the Roman eagle flew. Like Nero he's a fiddler, charioteer, or drives his phaeton in female guise, quite unsuspected till the wheel beneath his disarrayed oblation he devours. He most affects the forms least like himself, his slender self. Hence burly corpulence is his familiar wear, and sleek disguise. Behind the rosy bloom he loves to lurk, or ambush in a smile. A wanton dive in dimples deep, love's eddies which draw in unwary hearts and sink them in despair. Such on Narcissa's couch he loitered long unknown, and when detected still was seen to smile. Such peace has innocence in death. Most happy they whom least his arts deceive. One eye on death, and one full fixed on heaven, becomes a mortal and immortal man. Long on his wiles a peaked and jealous spy I've seen, or dreamt I saw the tyrant dress, lay by his horrors, and put on his smiles. Say, Muse, for thou rememberest, call it back, and show Lorenzo the surprising scene. If 'twas a dream, his genius can explain. 'Twas in the circle of the gay I stood. Death would have entered, nature pushed him back. Supported by a doctor of renown, his point he gained, then artfully dismissed the sage. For death designed to be concealed, he gave an old vivacious usurer his meagre aspect and his naked bones, in gratitude for plumping up his prey, a pampered spendthrift whose fantastic air, well-fashioned figure, and cockaded brow he took in change, and underneath the pride of costly linen tucked his filthy shroud. His crooked bow he straightened to a cane, and hid his deadly shafts in Myra's eye. The dreadful masquerader, thus equipped, out sallies on adventures. Ask you where? Where is he not? For his peculiar haunts let this suffice. Sure as night follows day, death treads in pleasure's footsteps round the world. When pleasure treads the paths which reason shuns, when against reason riot shuts the door, and gaiety supplies the place of sense, then foremost at the banquet and the ball, death leads the dance or stamps the deadly die, nor ever fails the midnight bowl to crown. Gaily carousing to his gay compeers, inly he laughs to see them laugh at him, as absent far, and when the revel burns, when fear is banished, and triumphant thought, calling for all the joys beneath the moon, against him turns the key, and bids him sup with their progenitors, he drops his mask, frowns out at full, they start, despair, expire. Scarce with more sudden terror and surprise, from his black mask of nitre, touched by fire, he bursts, expands, roars, blazes, and devours. And is not this triumphant treachery, and more than simple conquest in the fiend? And now, Lorenzo, dost thou wrap thy soul in soft security, because unknown which moment is commissioned to destroy? In death's uncertainty thy danger lies. Is death uncertain? Therefore thou be fixed, fixed as a sentinel, all eye, all ear, all expectation of the coming foe. Rouse, stand in arms, nor lean against thy spear, lest slumber steal one moment o'er thy soul, and fate surprise thee nodding. Watch, be strong, thus give each day the merit and renown of dying well, though doomed but once to die. Nor let life's period, hidden as from most, hide too from thee the precious use of life. Early, not sudden, was Narcissa's fate. Soon, not surprising, death his visit paid. Her thought went forth to meet him on his way, nor gaiety forgot it was to die. Though fortune too, our third and final theme, as an accomplice played her gaudy plumes, and every glittering gewgaw on her sight, to dazzle and debauch it from its mark. Death's dreadful advent is the mark of man, and every thought that misses it is blind. Fortune, with youth and gaiety, conspired to weave a triple wreath of happiness, if happiness on earth to crown her brow. And could death charge through such a shining shield? That shining shield invites the tyrant's spear, as if to damp our elevated aims, and strongly preach humility to man. Oh, how portentous is prosperity! How comet-like it threatens while it shines! Few years but yield us proof of death's ambition to call his victims from the fairest fold, and sheathe his shafts in all the pride of life, when flooded with abundance, purpled o'er with recent honors, bloomed with every bliss, set up in ostentation, made the gaze the gaudy centre of the public eye. When fortune thus has tossed her child in air, snatched from the covert of an humble state, how often have I seen him dropped at once, our morning's envy and our evening's sigh, as if her bounties were the signal given the flowery wreath to mark the sacrifice, and call death's arrows on the destined prey. High fortune seems in cruel league with fate. Ask you for what? To give his war on man the deeper dread, and more illustrious spoil, thus to keep daring mortals more in awe. And burns Lorenzo still for the sublime of life, to hang his airy nest on high on the slight timber of the topmost bough, rocked at each breeze and menacing a fall, granting grim death at equal distance there. Yet peace begins just where ambition ends. What makes man wretched? Happiness denied. Lorenzo, no, 'tis happiness disdained. She comes too meanly dressed to win our smile, and calls herself content, a homely name. Our flame is transport, and content our scorn. Ambition turns and shuts the door against her, and weds a toil, a tempest in her stead, a tempest to warm transport near of kin, unknowing what our mortal state admits. Life's modest joys we ruin, and all our ecstasies are wounds to peace, peace the full portion of mankind below. And since thy peace is dear, ambitious youth, of fortune fond, as thoughtless of thy fate, as late I drew death's picture to stir up thy wholesome fears, now drawn in contrast, see gay fortunes thy vain hopes to reprimand. See high in air the sportive goddess hangs, unlocks her casket, spreads her glittering ware, and calls the giddy winds to puff abroad her random bounties o'er the gaping throng. All rush rapacious, friends o'er trodden friends, sons o'er their fathers, subjects o'er their kings, priests o'er their gods, and lovers o'er the fair, still more adored, to snatch the golden shower. Gold glitters most where virtue shines no more, as stars from absent suns have leave to shine. Oh, what a precious pack of votaries, unkennelled from the prisons and the stews, pour in, all opening in their idol's praise, all ardent, each eye wafture of her hand, and wide expanding their voracious jaws, morsel on morsel, swallowed down, unchewed, untasted, through mad appetite for more, gorged to the throat, yet lean and ravenous still, sagacious all to trace the smallest game, and bold to seize the greatest. If blessed chance court zephyrs sweetly breathe, they launch, they fly, or just, or sacred, all forbidden ground, drunk with the burning scent of place or power, staunch to the foot of lucre till they die. Or if for men you take them, as I mark their manners, thou their various fates survey, with aim mismeasured and impetuous speed, some darting strike their ardent wish far off, through fury to possess it, some succeed, but stumble, and let fall the taken prize. From some by sudden blast 'tis whirled away, and lodged in bosoms that ne'er dreamt of gain. To some it sticks so close, that when torn off, torn is the man, and mortal is the wound. Some, o'er enamoured of their bags, run mad, grown under gold, yet weep for want of bread. Together some unhappy rivals seize, and rend abundance into poverty. Loud croaks the raven of the law, and smiles to the goddess, but smiles most at those just victims of exorbitant desire, who perish at their own request, and, whelmed beneath her load of lavish grants, expire. Fortune is famous for her number slain, the numbers small which happiness can bear, though various for a while their fates. At last one curse involves them all. At death's approach all read their riches backward into loss, and mourn in just proportion to their store. And death's approach, if orthodox my song, is hastened by the lure of fortune's smiles. And art thou still a glutton of bright gold, and art thou still rapacious of thy ruin? Death loves a shining mark, a signal blow, a blow which, while it executes, alarms and startles thousands with a single fall, as when some stately growth of oak or pine, which nods aloft and proudly spreads her shade, the sun's defiance and the flock's defence, by the strong strokes of labouring hinds subdued, loud groans her last, and rushing from her height in cumbrous ruin, thunders to the ground. The conscious forest trembles at the shock, and hill and stream and distant dale resound. These high-aimed darts of death, and these alone should I collect, my quiver would be full, a quiver which, suspended in mid-air, or near heaven's archer in the zodiac hung, so could it be, should draw the public eye, the gaze and contemplation of mankind, a constellation awful yet benign, to guide the gay through life's tempestuous wave, nor suffer them to strike the common rock, from greater danger to grow more secure, and wrapped in happiness forget their fate. Lysander, happy past the common lot, was warned of danger, but too gay to fear. He wooed the fair Aspasia, she was kind, in youth, form, fortune, fame, they both were blessed. All who knew envied, yet in envy loved. Can fancy form more finished happiness? Fixed was the nuptial hour, her stately dome rose on the sounding beach, the glittering spires float in the wave, and break against the shore, so break those glittering shadows human joys. The faithless morning smiled, he takes his leave, to re-embrace in ecstasies at eve. The rising storm forbids, the news arrives, untold, she saw it in her servant's eye, she felt it seen, her heart was apt to feel, and drowned without the furious ocean's aid, in suffocating sorrows shares his tomb. Now round the sumptuous bridal monument, the guilty billows innocently roar, and the rough sailor passing drops a tear. A tear? Can tears suffice? But not for me. How vain our efforts and our arts, how vain! The distant train of thought I took to shun has thrown me on my fate. These died together, happy in ruin, undivorced by death, or ne'er to meet, or ne'er to part is peace. Narcissa, pity bleeds at thought of thee. Yet thou wast only near me, not myself, survived myself, that cures all other woe. Narcissa lives, Philander is forgot. Oh, the soft commerce, oh, the tender ties, close twisted with the fibres of the heart, which broken break them, and drain off the soul of human joy, and make it pain to live. And is it then to live, when such friends part? 'Tis the survivor dies, my heart no more. End of section 5. Chapter 6 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Infidel, reclaimed in 2 parts, containing the nature, proof, and importance of immortality. Part 1, where among other things glory and riches are particularly considered, to the Right Honourable Henry Pelham, First Lord Commissioner of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Preface. Few ages have been deeper in dispute about religion than this. The dispute about religion and the practice of it seldom go together. The shorter, therefore, the dispute, the better. I think it may be reduced to this single question: is man immortal, or is he not? If he is not, all our disputes are mere amusements or trials of skill. In this case, truth, reason, religion, which give our discourses such pomp and solemnity, are, as will be shown, mere empty sound, without any meaning in them. But if man is immortal, it will behoove him to be very serious about eternal consequences, or in other words, to be truly religious, and this great fundamental truth, unestablished or unawakened in the minds of men, is, I conceive, the real source and support of all our infidelity, how remote soever the particular objections advanced may seem to be from it. Sensible appearances affect most men much more than abstract reasonings, and we daily see bodies drop around us, but the soul is invisible. The power which inclination has over the judgment is greater than can be well conceived by those that have not had an experience of it. And of what numbers is it the sad interest that souls should not survive? The heathen world confess that they rather hoped than firmly believed immortality. And how many heathens have we still amongst us? The sacred page assures us that life and immortality are brought to light by the gospel. But by how many is the gospel rejected or overlooked? From these considerations, and from my being accidentally privy to the sentiments of some particular persons, I have been long persuaded that most, if not all, our infidels, whatever name they take, and whatever scheme for argument's sake, and to keep themselves in countenance they patronize, are supported in their deplorable error by some doubt of their immortality at the bottom. And I am satisfied that men once thoroughly convinced of their immortality are not far from being Christians, for it is hard to conceive that a man fully conscious eternal pain or happiness will certainly be his lot, should not earnestly and impartially inquire after the surest means of escaping the one and securing the other. And of such an earnest and impartial inquiry I well know the consequence. Here, therefore, in proof of this most fundamental truth, some plain arguments are offered, arguments derived from principles which infidels admit in common with believers, arguments which appear to me altogether irresistible, and such as, I am satisfied, will have great weight with all who give themselves the small trouble of looking seriously into their own bosoms, and of observing with any tolerable degree of attention what daily passes round about them in the world. If some argument shall here occur which others have declined, they are submitted with all deference to better judgments in this, of all points the most important. For as to the being of a God, that is no longer disputed, but it is undisputed for this reason only, viz., because where the least pretence to reason is admitted, it must for ever be indisputable, and of consequence no man can be betrayed into a dispute of that nature by vanity, which has a principal share in animating our modern combatants against other articles of our belief. Night, 6th. The Infidel reclaimed, Part 1. She, for I know not yet her name in heaven, not early like Narcissa left the scene, nor sudden like Philander. What avail? This seeming mitigation but inflames. This fancied medicine heightens the disease. The longer known, the closer still she grew, and gradual parting is a gradual death. 'Tis the grim tyrant's engine, which extorts, by tardy pressure still increasing weight, from hardest hearts confession of distress. Oh, the long dark approach through years of pain! Death's gallery, might I dare to call it so, with dismal doubt and sable terror hung. Sick hope's pale lamp, its only glimmering ray, there fate my melancholy walk ordained, forbid self-love itself to flatter there. How oft I gazed, prophetically sad, how oft I saw her dead, while yet in smiles she sunk her grief to lessen mine. She spoke me comfort and increased my pain. Like powerful armies trenching at a town, by slow and silent but resistless sap, in his pale progress gently gaining ground, death urged his deadly siege. In spite of art, of all the balmy blessings nature lends to succor frail humanity, ye stars, not now first made familiar to my sight, and thou, O moon, bear witness many a night he tore the pillow from beneath my head, tied down my sore attention to the shock by ceaseless depredations on a life dearer than that he left me, dreadful post of observation, darker every hour. Less dread the day that drove me to the brink and pointed at eternity below, when my soul shuddered at futurity, when on a moment's point the important die of life and death spun doubtful ere it fell, and turned up life, my title to more woe. But why more woe? More comfort let it be. Nothing is dead but that which wished to die. Nothing is dead but wretchedness and pain. Nothing is dead but what encumbered, galled, blocked up the pass, and barred from real life. Where dwells that wish, most ardent of the wise, too dark the sun to see it, high as stars, too low to reach it? Death, great death alone, or stars and sun triumphant, lands us there. Nor dreadful our transition, though the mind, an artist at creating self-alarms, rich in expedients for inquietude, is prone to paint it dreadful. Who can take death's portrait true? The tyrant never sat. Our sketch all random strokes, conjecture all. Close shuts the grave, nor tells one single tale. Death and his image, rising in the brain, bear faint resemblance, never are alike. Fear shakes the pencil, fancy loves excess. Dark ignorance is lavish of her shades, and these the formidable picture draw. But grant the worst, 'tis past, new prospects rise, and drop a veil eternal o'er her tomb. Far other views our contemplation claim, views that o'erpay the rigours of our life, views that suspend our agonies in death, wrapped in the thought of immortality, wrapped in the single, the triumphant thought. Long life might lapse, age unperceived come on, and find the soul unsated with her theme. Its nature, proof, importance, fire my song. Oh, that my song could emulate my soul, like her immortal! No, the soul disdains a mark so mean. Far nobler hope inflames. If endless ages can outweigh an hour, let not the laurel but the palm inspire. Thy nature, immortality, who knows? And yet who knows it not? It is but life, in stronger thread of brighter colour spun, and spun for ever, dipped by cruel fate in Stygian dye. How black, how brittle here! How short our correspondence with the sun! And while it lasts, inglorious. Our best deeds, how wanting in their weight! Our highest joys, small cordials to support us in our pain, and give us strength to suffer. But how great to mingle interests, converse, amities, with all the sons of reason scattered wide through habitable space, wherever born, or endowed to live free citizens of universal nature, to lay hold by more than feeble faith on the Supreme, to call heaven's rich, unfathomable minds, minds which support archangels in their state, our own, to rise in science as in bliss, initiate in the secrets of the skies, to read creation, read its mighty plan in the bare bosom of the Deity, the plan and execution to collate, to see before each glance of piercing thought all cloud, all shadow, blown remote, and leave no mystery but that of love divine, which lifts us on the seraph's flaming wing from earth's alkeldama, this field of blood, of inward anguish and of outward ill, from darkness and from dust to such a scene. Love's element, true joy's illustrious home, from earth's sad contrast now deplored, more fair. What exquisite vicissitude of fate, blessed absolution of our blackest hour. Lorenzo, these are thoughts that make man man. The wise illumine, aggrandize the great. How great, while yet we tread the kindred clod, and every moment fear to sink beneath the clod we tread, soon trodden by our sons. How great in the wild world of time's pursuits to stop and pause, involved in high presage, through the long vista of 1,000 years, to stand contemplating our distant selves, as in a magnifying mirror seen, enlarged, ennobled, elevate, divine, to prophesy our own futurities, to gaze in thought on what all thought transcends, to talk with fellow candidates of joys as far beyond conception as desert. Ourselves our astonished talkers, and the tale, Lorenzo, swells thy bosom at the thought, the swell becomes thee, 'tis an honest pride. Revere thyself, and yet thyself despise. His nature no man can o'errate, and none can underrate his merit. Take good heed, nor there be modest where thou shouldst be proud. That almost universal error shun. How just our pride, when we behold those heights, not those ambition paints in air, but those reason points out, and ardent virtue gains, and angels emulate. Our pride, how just, when mount we, when these shackles cast, when quit this cell of the creation, this small nest stuck in a corner of the universe, wrapped up in fleecy cloud and fine-spun air, fine-spun to sense, but gross and feculent to souls celestial, souls ordained to breathe ambrosial gales and drink a purer sky, greatly triumphant on time's farther shore, where virtue reigns, enriched with full arrears, while pomp imperial begs an alms of peace, in empire high, or in proud science deep. Ye born of earth, on what can you confer with half the dignity, with half the gain, the gust, the glow of rational delight, as on this theme, which angels praise and share? Man's fates and favours are a theme in heaven. What wretched repetition cloys us here? What periodic potions for the sick? Distempered bodies and distempered minds in an eternity, what scenes shall strike? Adventures thicken, novelties surprise, what webs of wonder shall unravel there? What full day pour on all the paths of heaven, and light the almighty footsteps in the deep? How shall the blessed day of our discharge unwind at once the labyrinths of fate, and straighten its inextricable maze? If inextinguishable thirst in man to know, how rich, how full our banquet there! There not the moral world alone unfolds, the world material, lately seen in shades, and in those shades by fragments only seen, and seen those fragments by the labouring eye, unbroken, then illustrious and entire. Its ample sphere, its universal frame, in full dimensions, swells to the survey, and enters at one glance the ravished sight. From some superior point, where who can tell? Suffice it, 'tis a point where gods reside. How shall the stranger man's illumined eye in the vast ocean of unbounded space behold an infinite of floating worlds, divide the crystal waves of ether pure, in endless voyage without port? The least of these disseminated orbs, how great! Great as they are, what numbers these surpass, huge as Leviathan, to that small race, those twinkling multitudes of little life he swallows unperceived? Stupendous these! Yet what are these stupendous to the whole? As particles, as atoms ill perceived, as circulating globules in our veins, so vast the plan, fecundity divine, exuberant source. Perhaps I wrong thee still. If admiration is a source of joy, what transport hence? Yet this the least in heaven. What this to that illustrious robe he wears, who tossed this mass of wonders from his hand, a specimen, an earnest of his power? 'Tis to that glory whence all glory flows, as the mead's meanest floweret to the sun which gave it birth. But what, this Son of Heaven, this bliss supreme of the supremely blessed? Death, only death the question can resolve. By death cheap bought the ideas of our joy, the bare ideas, solid happiness, so distant from its shadow chase below, and chase we still the phantom through the fire, o'er bog and brake and precipice, till death and toil we still for sublunary pay, defy the dangers of the field in flood, or spider-like spin out our precious all, our more than vitals spin, if no regard to great futurity in curious webs of subtle thought and exquisite design, fine network of the brain to catch a fly, the momentary buzz of vain renown, a name, a mortal immortality, or meaner still, instead of grasping air for sordid lucre, plunge we in the mire, drudge, sweat through every shame for every gain, for vile contaminating trash, throw up our hope in heaven, our dignity with man, and deify the dirt matured to gold, ambition, avarice, the two demons these, which go through every slough, our human herd, hard travelled from the cradle to the grave. How low the wretches stoop, how steep they climb, these demons burn mankind, but most possess Lorenzo's bosom, and turn out the skies. Is it in time to hide eternity? And why not in an atom on the shore to cover ocean, or a mote the sun? Glory and wealth, have they this blinding power? What if to them I prove Lorenzo blind? Would it surprise thee? Be thou then surprised. Thou neither knowest their nature learn from me. Mark well, as foreign as these subjects seem, what close connection ties them to my theme. First, what is true ambition? The pursuit of glory, nothing less than man can share. Were they as vain as gaudy-minded man, as flatulent with fumes of self-applause, their arts and conquests animals might boast, and claim their laurel crowns as well as we, but not celestial. Here we stand alone, as in our form distinct, preeminent. If prone in thought, our stature is our shame. A man should blush, his forehead meets the skies. The visible and present are for brutes a slender portion and a narrow bound. These reason with an energy divine, or leaps and claims the future, and unseen, the vast unseen, the future fathomless, when the great soul buoys up to this high point, leaving gross nature's sediments below, then, and then only, Adam's offspring quits the sage and hero of the fields and woods, asserts his rank, and rises into man. This is ambition, this is human fire. Can parts or place, two bold pretenders, make Lorenzo great, and pluck him from the throng? Genius and art, ambition's boasted wings, our boast but ill deserve, a feeble aid, Daedalian enginery. If these alone assist our flight, fame's flight is glory's fall. Heart merit wanting, mount we ne'er so high, our height is but the gibbet of our name. A celebrated wretch, when I behold a genius bright and base, of towering talents and terrestrial aims, methinks I see as thrown from her high sphere the glorious fragments of a soul immortal, with rubbish mixed and glittering in the dust. Struck at the splendid melancholy sight, at once compassion soft and envy rise, But wherefore envy? Talents, angel bright, if wanting worth, are shining instruments in false ambition's hand, to finish faults illustrious, and give infamy renown. Great ill is an achievement of great powers. Plain sense but rarely leads us far astray. Reason the means, affections choose our end. Means have no merit if our end amiss. If wrong our hearts, our heads are right in vain. What is a Pelham's head to Pelham's heart? Hearts are proprietors of all applause. Right ends and means make wisdom. Worldly wise is but half-witted at its highest praise. Let genius then despair to make thee great, nor flatter station. What is station high? 'Tis a proud mendicant, it boasts and begs, it begs an alms of homage from the throng, and oft the throng denies its charity. Monarchs and ministers are awful names, whoever wear them challenge our devoir. Religion, public order, both exact external homage and the supple knee to beings pompously set up to serve the meanest slave. All more is merit's due, her sacred and inviolable right, nor ever paid the monarch but the man. Our hearts ne'er bowed but to superior worth, nor ever fail of their allegiance there. Fools indeed drop the man in their account, and vote the mantle into majesty. Let the small savage boast his silver fur, his royal robe unborrowed and unbought, his own descending fairly from his sires. Shall man be proud to wear his livery, and souls in ermine scorn a soul without? Can place or lessen us or aggrandize? Pygmies are pygmies still, though perched on Alps, and pyramids are pyramids in vales. Each man makes his own stature, builds himself. Virtue alone outbuilds the pyramids. Her monuments shall last when Egypt's fall. Of these sure truths dost thou demand the cause. The cause is lodged in immortality. Hear and assent. Thy bosom burns for power. What station charms thee? I'll install thee there. 'Tis thine, and art thou greater than before? Then thou before wast something less than man. Has thy new post betrayed thee into pride? That treacherous pride betrays thy dignity. That pride defames humanity, and calls the being mean, which staffs or strings can raise. That pride, like hooded hawks in darkness, soars from blindness bold, and towering to the skies. 'Tis born of ignorance, which knows not man. An angel's second, nor his second long. A Nero quitting his imperial throne, and courting glory from the tinkling string, but faintly shadows an immortal soul, with empire's self to pride or rapture fired. If nobler motives minister no cure, even vanity forbids thee to be vain. High worth is elevated place, 'tis more it makes the post stand candidate for thee. Makes more than monarchs, makes an honest man. Though no exchequer it commands, 'tis wealth, and though it wears no ribbon, 'tis renown. Renown that would not quit thee, though disgraced, nor leave thee pendant on a master's smile. Other ambition nature interdicts. Nature proclaims it most absurd in man, by pointing at his origin and end. Milk and a swath at first his whole demand, his whole domain at last a turf or stone, to whom between a world may seem too small. So's truly great dart forward on the wing, or just ambition to the grand result. The curtains fall. There see the buskined chief, unshod behind this momentary seam, reduced to his own stature low or high, as vice or virtue sinks him or sublimes, and laugh at this fantastic mummery, this antic prelude of grotesque events, where dwarfs are often stilted and betray a littleness of soul by worlds o'errun, and nations laid in blood. Dread sacrifice to Christian pride, which had with horror shocked the darkest pagans offered to their gods. O thou most Christian enemy to peace, again in arms, again provoking fate, that prince, and that alone, is truly great, who draws the sword reluctant, gladly sheathes. On empire builds what empire far outweighs, and makes his throne a scaffold to the skies. Why this so rare? Because for God of all the day of death, that venerable day which sits as judge, that day which shall pronounce on all our days, absolve them or condemn. Lorenzo, never shut thy thought against it. Be levies ne'er so full afford it room, and give it audience in the cabinet. That friend consulted, flatteries apart, will tell thee fair if thou art great or mean. To dote on aught may leave us or be left, is that ambition. Then let flames descend, point to the centre their inverted spires, and learn humiliation from a soul which boasts her lineage from celestial fire. Yet these are they the world pronounces wise, the world which cancels nature's right and wrong, and casts new wisdom. Even the grave man lends his solemn face to countenance the coin. Wisdom for parts is madness for the whole. This stamps the paradox, and gives us leave to call the wisest weak, the richest poor, the most ambitious unambitious mean, in triumph mean, and abject on a throne. Nothing can make it less than mad in man to put forth all his ardour, all his art, and give his soul her full unbounded flight, but reaching him who gave her wings to fly. When blind ambition quite mistakes her road, and downwards pours for that which shines above, substantial happiness and true renown, then like an idiot gazing on the brook, we leap at stars and fasten in the mud, at glory grasp and sink in infamy. Ambition, powerful source of good and ill, thy strength in man, like length of wing in birds, when disengaged from earth, with greater ease and swifter flight transports us to the skies. By toys entangled or in guilt but mired, it turns a curse. It is our chain and scourge in this dark dungeon, where confined we lie, close grated by the sordid bars of sense, all prospect of eternity shut out, and but for execution ne'er set free. With error in ambition justly charged, find we Lorenzo wiser in his well. What if thy rental I reform, and draw an inventory new to set thee right? Where thy true treasure? Gold says, not in me, and not in me the diamond. Gold is poor, India's insolvent. Seek it in thyself, seek in thy naked self, and find it there. In being so descended, formed, endowed, sky-born, sky-guided, sky-returning race, erect, immortal, rational, divine, in senses which inherit earth and heavens, enjoy the various riches nature yields, far nobler. Give the riches they enjoy, give taste to fruits and harmony to groves, their radiant beams to gold, and gold's bright fire. Take in at once the landscape of the world, at a small inlet which a grain might close, and half create the wondrous world they see. Our senses, as our reason, are divine. Before the magic organ's powerful charm, earth were a rude, uncoloured chaos still. Objects are but the occasion, ours l'exploit. Ours is the cloth, the pencil, and the paint, which nature's admirable picture draws, and beautifies creation's ample dome. Like Milton's Eve, when gazing on the lake, man makes the matchless image man admires. Say then, small man, his thoughts all sent abroad, superior wonders in himself forgot, his admiration waste on objects round, when heaven makes him the soul of all he sees. Absurd, not rare, so great, so mean is man. What wealth in senses such as these, what wealth in fancy, fired to form a fairer scene than sense surveys, in memory's record, which, should it perish, could this world recall from the dark shadows of o'erwhelming years, in colours fresh, originally bright, preserve its portrait and report its fate. What wealth in intellect, that sovereign power, which sense and fancy summons to the bar, interrogates, approves, or reprehends, and from the mass those underlings import, from their material sifted and refined, and in truth's balance accurately weighed, forms art and science, government and law, the solid basis, and the beauteous frame, the vitals and the grace of civil life, and manners, sad exceptions set aside, strikes out with master hand a copy fair of his idea, whose indulgent thought, long ere chaos teemed, planned human bliss. What wealth in souls that soar, dive, range around, disdaining limit or from place or time, and here at once in thought extensive hear the almighty fiat, and the trumpets sound, bold on creation's outside walk, and view what was and is, and more than e'er shall be, commanding with omnipotence of thought creation's new in fancy's field to rise. Souls that can grasp whate'er the Almighty made, and wander wild through things impossible. What wealth in faculties of endless growth, in quenchless passions violent to crave, in liberty to choose, and power to reach, and in duration how thy riches rise, duration to perpetuate boundless bliss. Ask you what power resides in feeble man, that bliss to gain? Is virtues then unknown? Virtue our present peace, our future prize? Man's unprecarious natural estate, improvable at will, in virtue lies its tenure sure, its income is divine. High built abundance, heap on heap, for what? To breed new wants, and beggar us the more, then make a richer scramble for the throng. Soon as this feeble pulse, which leaps so long, almost by miracle, is tired with play, like rubbish from disploding engines thrown, our magazines of hoarded trifles fly. Fly diverse, fly to foreigners, to foes, new masters court, and call the former fools, how justly, for dependence on their stay. Wide scatter first our playthings, then our dust. Dust court abundance for the sake of peace. Learn and lament thy self-defeated scheme. Riches enable to be richer still, and richer still, what mortal can resist? Thus wealth a cruel task master enjoins, new toils succeeding toils, an endless train, and murders peace which taught it first to shine. The poor are half as wretched as the rich, whose proud and painful privilege it is at once to bear a double load of woe, to feel the stings of envy and of want, outrageous want, both Indies cannot cure. A competence is vital to content. Much wealth is corpulence, if not disease. Sick or encumbered is our happiness. A competence is all we can enjoy. Oh, be content where heaven can give no more. More like a flash of water from a lock, quickens our spirit's movement for an hour, but soon its force is spent, nor rise our joys above our native temper's common stream. Hence disappointment lurks in every prize, as bees in flowers, and stings us with success. The rich man who denies it proudly feigns, nor knows the wiser privy to the lie. Much learning shows how little mortals know, much wealth how little worldlings can enjoy. At best it babies us with endless toys, and keeps us children till we drop to dust. As monkeys at a mirror stand amazed, they fail to find what they so plainly see. Thus men in shining riches see the face of happiness, nor know it is a shade, but gaze and touch and peep again, and wish and wonder it is absent still. How few can rescue opulence from want! Who lives to nature rarely can be poor. Who lives to fancy never can be rich. Poor is the man in debt. The man of gold, in debt to fortune, trembles at her power. The man of reason smiles at her in death. Oh, what a patrimony this! A being of such inherent strength and majesty, not worlds possessed can raise it, worlds destroyed can't injure, which holds on its glorious course, when thine, O nature, ends, too blessed to mourn creation's obsequies. What treasure this! The monarch is a beggar to the man, immortal, ages past, yet nothing gone, morn without eve, a race without a goal, unshortened by progression infinite. Futurity forever future, life beginning still where computation ends. 'Tis the description of a deity, 'tis the description of the meanest slave. The meanest slave dares then Lorenzo's scorn, the meanest slave thy sovereign glory shares. Proud youth, fastidious of the lower world, man's lawful pride includes humility. Stoops to the lowest, is too great to find inferiors. All immortal, brothers all, proprietors eternal of thy love. Immortal, what can strike the sense so strong as this the soul? It thunders to the thought, reason amazes, gratitude o'erwhelms. No more we slumber on the brink of fate. Roused at the sound, the exulting soul ascends, and breathes her native air, an air that feeds ambitions high, and fans ethereal fires. Quick kindles all that is divine within us, nor leaves a one loitering thought beneath the stars. Has not Lorenzo's bosom caught the flame? Immortal, we're but one immortal. How would others envy? How would thrones adore? Because 'tis common is the blessing lost. How this ties up the bounteous hand of heaven! O vain, 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 all else, eternity, a glorious and a needful refuge that, from vile imprisonment in abject views. 'Tis immortality, 'tis that alone, amid life's pains, abasements, emptiness, the soul can comfort, elevate, and fill. That only, and that amply, this performs, lifts us above life's pains, her joys above. Their terror those, and these their lustre lose. Eternity depending covers all, eternity depending all achieves, sets earth at distance, casts her into shades, blends her distinctions, abrogates her powers. The low, the lofty, joyous and severe, fortune's dread frowns and fascinating smiles, make one promiscuous and neglected heap, the man beneath, if I may call him man, whom immortality's full force inspires. Nothing terrestrial touches his high thought. Suns shine unseen, and thunders roll unheard, by minds quite conscious of their high descent, their present province, and their future prize, divinely darting upward every wish, warm on the wing, in glorious absence lost. Doubt you this truth? Why labors your belief? If earth's whole orb by some due distanced eye were seen at once, her towering Alps would sink, and levelled Atlas leave an even sphere. Thus earth and all that earthly minds admire is swallowed in eternity's vast round. To that stupendous view, when souls awake, so large of late, so mountainous to man, time's toys subside and equal all below. Enthusiastic this, then all are weak, but rank enthusiasts. To this godlike height some souls have soared, or martyrs ne'er have bled, and all may do what has by men been done, who beaten by these sublunary storms, boundless, interminable joys can weigh, unraptured, unexalted, uninflamed. What slave unblessed, who from tomorrow's dawn expects an empire? He forgets his chain, enthroned in thought, his absent sceptre waves. And what a sceptre waits us, what a throne! Her own immense appointments to compute or comprehend her high prerogatives. In this her dark minority, how toils how vainly pants the human soul divine! Too great the bounty seems for earthly joy. What heart but trembles at so strange a bliss, in spite of all the truths the muse has sung, ne'er to be prized enough revolved, are there who wrap the world so close about them, they see no farther than the clouds, and dance on heedless vanity's fantastic toe, till stumbling at a straw in their career, headlong they plunge, where end both dance and song. Are there, Lorenzo, is it possible? Are there on earth, let me not call them men, who lodge a soul immortal in their breasts, unconscious as the mountain of its ore, or rock of its inestimable gem? When rocks shall melt and mountains vanish, these shall know their treasure, treasure then no more. Are there still more amazing, who resist the rising thought, who smother in its birth the glorious truth, who struggle to be brutes, who through this bosom barrier burst their way, and with reversed ambition strive to sink, who labor downwards through though opposing powers of instinct, reason, and the world against them, to dismal hopes, and shelter in the shock of endless night, night darker than the graves, who fight the proofs of immortality with horrid zeal and execrable arts, work all their engines, level their black fires, to blot from man this attribute divine, than vital blood far dearer to the wise, blasphemers and rank atheists to themselves, to contradict them, see all nature rise. What object, what event, the moon beneath but argues, or endears an after scene to reason, proves or weds it to desire. All things proclaim it needful, some advance one precious step beyond and prove it sure. 1,000 arguments swarm round my pen, from heaven and earth and man, indulge a few by nature as her common habit worn, so pressing providence a truth to teach, which truth untaught, all other truths were vain. Thou whose all providential eye surveys, whose hand directs, whose spirit fills and warms creation, and holds empire far beyond eternity's inhabitant, august of to eternity's amazing Lord, one past ere man's or angels had begun, aid, while I rescue from the foe's assault thy glorious immortality in man. A theme for ever and for all of weight, of moment infinite, but relished most by those who love thee most, who most adore. Nature, thy daughter, ever changing birth of thee, the great immutable, to man speaks wisdom, is his oracle supreme, and he who most consults her is most wise. Lorenzo, to this heavenly Delphos haste, and come back all immortal, all divine. Look nature through, 'tis revolution all change, no death. Day follows night, and night the dying day. Stars rise and set and rise. Earth takes thy example. See the summer gay with her green chaplet, and ambrosial flowers, droops into pallid autumn. Winter gray, horrid with frost, and turbulent with storm, blows autumn and his golden fruits away, then melts into the spring, soft spring with breath Favonian, from warm chambers of the south, recalls the first. All to reflourish fades, as in a wheel, all sinks to reascend. Emblems of man, who passes not expires. With this minute distinction, emblems just, nature revolves, but man advances, both eternal, that a circle, this a line, that gravitates, this soars. The aspiring soul, ardent and tremulous, like flame ascends, zeal and humility, her wings to heaven. The world of matter, with its various forms, all dies into new life. Life born from death rolls the vast mass, and shall forever roll. No single atom once in being lost, with change of counsel charges the Most High. What hence infers Lorenzo? Can it be matter immortal, and shall spirit die? Above the nobler shall less noble rise. Shall man alone, for whom all else revives, no resurrection know? Shall man alone, imperial man, be sown in barren ground, less privileged than grain on which he feeds? Is man, in whom alone is power to prize the bliss of being, or with previous pain deplore its period by the spleen of fate, severely doomed, death single unredeemed? If nature's revolution speaks aloud, in her gradation, hear her louder still. Look nature through, 'tis neat gradation all, but what minute degrees her scale ascends, each middle nature joined at each extreme to that above it, joined to that beneath. Parts into parts reciprocally shot, abhor divorce, what love of union reigns? Here dormant matter waits a call to life, half death joined there. Here life and sense, there sense from reason steals a glimmering ray. Reason shines out in man, but how preserve the chain unbroken upward to the realms of incorporeal life, those realms of bliss where death hath no dominion? Grant and make half mortal, half immortal, earthy, part and part ethereal. Grant the soul of man eternal, or in man the series ends. Wide yawns the gap, connection is no more. Check reason halts, her next step wants support. Striving to climb, she tumbles from her scheme. A scheme, analogy pronounced so true. Analogy, man's surest guide below. Thus far all nature calls on my belief, and will Lorenzo, careless of the call, false attestation on all nature charge? rather than violate his league with death, renounce his reason, rather than renounce the death's beloved, and run the risk of heaven? Oh, what indignity to deathless souls! What treason to the majesty of man immortal! Hear the lofty style. If so decreed the Almighty, will be done. Let earth dissolve, yon ponderous orbs descend, and grind us into dust. The soul is safe, the man emerges, mounts above the wreck, as towering flame from nature's funeral pyre, or devastation as a gainer smiles his charter, his inviolable rights, well pleased to learn from thunder's impotence, death's pointless darts, and hell's defeated storms. But these chimeras touch not thee, Lorenzo, the glories of the world, thy sevenfold shield, or other ambition than of crowns in air, and superlunary felicities, thy bosom warm, I'll cool it if I can, and turn those glories that enchant against thee. What ties thee to this life proclaims the next. If wise the cause that wounds thee is thy cure, come, my ambitious, let us mount together. To mount, Lorenzo never can refuse, and from the clouds, where pride delights to dwell, look down on earth. What seest thou? Wondrous things, terrestrial wonders that eclipse the skies. What links of labored hands, what loaded seas, loaded by man, for pleasure, wealth, or war, seas, winds, and planets into service brought, his art acknowledge and promote his ends. Nor can the eternal rocks his will withstand. What levelled mountains, and what lifted vales, or vales of mountains sumptuous cities swell, and gild our landscape with their glittering spires. Some mid the wondering waves majestic rise, and Neptune holds a mirror to their charms. Far greater still, what cannot mortal might see wide dominions ravish from the deep? The narrow deep with indignation foams, or southward turn to delicate and grand. The finer arts there ripen in the sun. How the tall temples as to meet their gods ascend the skies. The proud triumphal arch shows us half heaven beneath its ample bend. High through mid-air here streams are taught to flow. Whole rivers there laid by in basins sleep. Here plains turn oceans, there vast oceans join. Through kingdoms channeled deep from shore to shore. And changed creation takes its face from man. Beats thy brave breast for formidable scenes, where fame and empire wait upon the sword. Sea fields in blood, here naval thunders rise. Britannia's voice that awes the world to peace. How yon enormous mole projecting breaks the mid-sea furious waves. Their roar amidst outspeaks the deity, and says, O main, thus far nor farther, new restraints obey. Earth's disemboweled, measured are the skies. Stars are detected in their deep recess. Creation widens, vanquished nature yields. Her secrets are extorted, art prevails. What monument of genius, spirit, power! And now Lorenzo, raptured at this scene, whose glories render heaven superfluous, say, whose footsteps these immortals have been here? Could less than souls immortal this have done? Earth's covered o'er with proofs of souls immortal, and proofs of immortality forgot. To flatter thy grand foible, I confess, these are ambition's works, and these are great. But this, the least immortal souls can do, transcend them all. But what can these transcend? Dost ask me what? One sigh for the distressed. What then for infidels? A deeper sigh. 'Tis moral grandeur makes the mighty man. How little they who think aught great below. All our ambitions death defeats but one, and that it crowns. Here cease we, but ere long more powerful proof shall take the field against thee, stronger than death, and smiling at the tomb. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night 7th. The Infidel Reclaimed, Part 2. Contents. In the 6th night, arguments were drawn from nature in proof of immortality. Here others are drawn from man, from his discontent, verse 29, from his passions and powers, 63, from the gradual growth of reason, 81, from his fear of death, 86, from the nature of hope, 104, and of virtue, 159, etc., from knowledge and love as being the most essential properties of the soul, 253, from the order of creation, 290, etc., from the nature of ambition, 337, etc., avarice, 460, pleasure, 477, a digression on the grandeur of the passions, 521, immortality alone renders our present state intelligible, 545. An objection from the Stoics' disbelief of immortality answered, 585. Endless questions unresolvable, but on the supposition of our immortality, 606. the natural, most melancholy and pathetic complaint of a worthy man under the persuasion of no futurity, 653, etc. The gross absurdities and horrors of annihilation urged home on Lorenzo, 843, etc. The soul's vast importance, 992, etc. From whence it arises, 1080. The difficulty of being an infidel, 1133. The infamy, 1148. The cause, 1188. And the character, 1203, of an infidel state. What true free thinking is, 1218. The necessary punishment of the false, 1273. Man's ruin is from himself, 1303. An infidel accuses himself with guilt and hypocrisy, and that of the worst sort, 1319. His obligation to Christians, 1337. What danger he incurs by virtue, 1345. Vice recommended to him, 1364. His high pretenses to virtue and benevolence exploded, 1373. The conclusion on the nature of faith, 1406. Reason, 1440. And hope, 1445. With an apology for this attempt, 1472. Heaven gives the needful but neglected call. What day, what hour, but knocks at human hearts to wake the soul to sense of future scenes? Death's stand, like Mercury's, in every way, and kindly point us to our journey's end. Pope, who couldst make immortals, art thou dead? I give thee joy, nor will I take my leave, so soon to follow. Man but dives in death, dives from the sun in fairer day to rise, the grave his subterranean road to bliss. Yes, infinite indulgence planned it so. Through various parts our glorious story runs. Time gives the preface, endless age unrolls the volume ne'er unrolled of human fate. This earth and skies already have proclaimed. The world's a prophecy of worlds to come, and who what God foretells, who speaks in things still louder than in words, shall dare deny? If nature's arguments appear too weak, turn a new leaf and stronger read in man. If man sleeps on, untaught by what he sees, can he prove infidel to what he feels? He whose blind thought futurity denies, unconscious bears, Bellerophon, like thee, his own indictment. He condemns himself, who reads his bosom, reads immortal life, or nature there, imposing on her sense, has written fables, man was made a lie. Why discontent for ever harbored there, incurable consumption of our peace? Resolve me, why the cottager and king, he whom sea-severed realms obey, and he who steals his whole dominion from the waste, repelling winter blasts with mud and straw, disquieted alike, draw sigh for sigh, in fate so distant, in complaint so near. Is it that things terrestrial can't content? Deep in rich pasture will thy flocks complain? Not so, but to their master is denied to share their sweet serene. Man, ill at ease in this, not his own place, this foreign field where nature fodders him with other food than was ordained his cravings to suffice, poor in abundance, famished at a feast, sighs on for something more, when most enjoyed. Is heaven then kinder to thy flocks than thee? Not so, thy pasture richer, but remote, in part remote, for that remoter part man bleats from instinct, though perhaps debauched by sense, his reason sleeps, nor dreams the cause how obvious, when his reason wakes. His grief is but his grandeur in disguise, and discontent is immortality. Shall sons of ether, shall the blood of heaven set up their hopes on earth, and stable here, with brutal acquiescence in the mire? Lorenzo, no, they shall be nobly pained. The glorious foreigners, distressed, shall sigh on thrones, and thou congratulate the sigh. Man's misery declares him born for bliss. His anxious heart asserts the truth I sing, and gives the skeptic in his head the lie. Our heads, our hearts, our passions, and our powers speak the same language, call us to the skies. Unripened these in this inclement clime scarce rise above conjecture and mistake. And for this land of trifles, those too strong, tumultuous rise, and tempest human life. What prize on earth can pay us for the storm? Meet objects for our passions heaven ordained, objects that challenge all their fire, and leave no fault but in defect. Blessed heaven avert a bounded ardor for unbounded bliss. O for a bliss unbounded! Far beneath a soul immortal is a mortal joy. Nor are our powers to perish immature, but after feeble effort here, beneath a brighter sun, and in a nobler soil, transplanted from this sublunary bed, shall flourish fair, and put forth all their bloom. Reason progressive, instinct is complete. Swift instinct leaps, slow reason feebly climbs. Brutes soon their zenith reach, their little all flows in at once. In ages they no more could know, or do, or covet, or enjoy. Were man to live coeval with the sun, the patriarch pupil would be learning still, yet dying, leave his lesson half unlearned. Men perish in advance, as if the sun should set ere noon, in eastern oceans drowned. If fit, with dim illustrious, to compare the sun's meridian with the soul of man. To man, why step dame nature so severe? Why thrown aside thy masterpiece half wrought, while meaner efforts thy last hand enjoy? Or if abortively, poor man must die, nor reach what reach he might, why die in dread? Why cursed with foresight, wise to misery? Why of his proud prerogative the prey? Why less preeminent in rank than pain? His immortality alone can tell, full ample fund to balance all amiss, and turn the scale in favor of the just. His immortality alone can solve the darkest of enigmas, human hope. Of all the darkest, if at death we die. Hope, eager hope, the assassin of our joy, all present blessings treading under foot, is scarce a milder tyrant than despair. With no past toils content, still planting new, hope turns us o'er to death alone for ease. Possession, why more tasteless than pursuit? Why is a wish far dearer than a crown? That wish accomplished, why the grave of bliss? Because in the great future, buried deep beyond our plans of empire and renown, lies all that man with ardor should pursue, and he who made him bent him to the right. Man's heart th' Almighty to the future sets by secret and inviolable springs, and makes his hope his sublunary joy. Man's heart eats all things, and is hungry still. More, more, the glutton cries, for something new, so rages appetite, if man can't mount. He will descend. He starves on the possessed. Hence the world's master, from ambition's spire, in Capria plunged, and dived beneath the brute. In that rank sty, why wallowed empire's son supreme? Because he could no higher fly. His riot was ambition in despair. Old Rome consulted birds. Lorenzo, thou with more success, the flight of hope survey, of restless hope forever on the wing. High perched o'er every thought, that falcon sits, to fly at all that rises in her sight, and never stooping but to mount again. Next moment she betrays her aim's mistake, and owns her quarry lodged beyond the grave. There, should it fail us, it must fail us there, if being fails. More mournful riddles rise, and virtue vies with hope in mystery. Why virtue? Where its praise? Its being fled. Virtue is true self-interest pursued. What true self-interest of quite mortal man, to close with all that makes him happy here? If vice, as sometimes is our friend on earth, then vice is virtue, 'tis our sovereign good. In self-applause is virtue's golden prize. No self-applause attends it on thy scheme. Whence self-applause? From conscience of the right. And what is right, but means of happiness? No means of happiness, when virtue yields, that basis failing, falls the building too, and lays in ruin every virtuous joy. The rigid guardian of a blameless heart, so long revered, so long reputed wise, is weak, with rank knight-errantries o'errun? Why beats thy bosom with illustrious dreams of self-exposure, laudable and great, of gallant enterprise and glorious death? Die for thy country, thou romantic fool! Seize the plank thyself, and let her sink. Thy country, what to thee? The Godhead, what? I speak with awe, though he should bid thee bleed. If with thy blood thy final hope is spilt, nor can omnipotence reward the blow, be deaf, preserve thy being, disobey. Nor is it disobedience. No, Lorenzo, whate'er th' Almighty's subsequent command, his first command is this: Man, love thyself. In this alone, free agents are not free. Existence is the basis, bliss the prize. If virtue costs existence, 'tis a crime, bold violation of our law supreme, black suicide, though nations which consult their gain at thy expense resound applause. Since virtue's recompense is doubtful here, if man dies holy, well may we demand, why is man suffered to be good in vain? Why to be good in vain is man enjoined? Why to be good in vain is man betrayed? Betrayed by traitors lodged in his own breast, by sweet complacencies from virtue felt? Why whispers nature lies on virtue's part? Or if blind instinct, which assumes the name of sacred conscience, plays the fool in man, why reason made accomplice in the cheat? Why are the wisest loudest in her praise? Can man by reason's beam be led astray, or at his peril imitate his God? Since virtue sometimes ruins us on earth, or both are true, or man survives the grave. Or man survives the grave, or own, Lorenzo, thy boast supreme, a wild absurdity. Dauntless thy spirit, cowards are thy scorn. Grant man immortal, and thy scorn is just. The man immortal, rationally brave, dares rush on death, because he cannot die. But if man loses all, when life is lost, he lives a coward, or a fool expires. A daring infidel, and such there are, from pride, example, lucre, rage, revenge, or pure heroical defective thought, of all earth's madmen, most deserves a chain. When to the grave we follow the renowned, for valor, virtue, science, all we love, and all we praise, for worth, whose noontide beam, enabling us to think in higher style, mends our ideas of ethereal powers. Dream we, that lustre of the moral world goes out in stench and rottenness the close? Why was he wise to know and warm to praise, and strenuous to transcribe in human life the mind almighty? Could it be that fate, just when the lineaments began to shine and dawn, the deity should snatch the draught with night eternal, blot it out, and give the skies alarm, lest angels too might die? If human souls, why not angelic too, extinguished, and a solitary God, or ghastly ruin, frowning from his throne? Shall we this moment gaze on God in man, the next lose man forever in the dust? From dust we disengage, or man mistakes, and there, where least his judgment fears a flaw. Wisdom and worth, how boldly he commends! Wisdom and worth are sacred names, revered, where not embraced, applauded, deified, why not compassioned too? If spirits die, both are calamities, inflicted both to make us but more wretched. Wisdom's eye acute, for what? To spy more miseries? And worth, so recompensed, new points their stings. Or man surmounts the grave, or gain is loss, and worth, exalted, humbles us the more. Thou wilt not patronize the scheme that makes weakness and vice the refuge of mankind. Has virtue then no joys? Yes, joys dear bought. Talk ne'er so long in this imperfect state. Virtue and vice are at eternal war. Virtue's a combat, and who fights for naught, or for precarious, or for small reward? Who, virtue's self-reward so loud resound, would take degrees angelic here below, and virtue, while they compliment, betray, by feeble motives and unfaithful guards? The crown, the unfading crown, her soul inspires. 'Tis that, and that alone, can countervail the body's treacheries and the world's assaults. On earth's poor pay our famished virtue dies. Truth incontestable, in spite of all a Bayle has preached or a Voltaire believed. In man, the more we dive, the more we see heaven's signet, stamping an immortal make. Dive to the bottom of his soul, the base sustaining all. What find we? Knowledge, love. As light and heat essential to the sun, these to the soul. And why, if souls expire, how little lovely here, how little known? Small knowledge we dig up with endless toil, and love unfeigned may purchase perfect hate. Why, starved on earth, our angel appetites, while brutal are indulged their fulsome fill? Were then capacities divine conferred as a mock diadem, in savage sport, rank insult of our pompous poverty, which reaps but pain from seeming claims so fair? In future age lies no redress, and shuts eternity the door on our complaint. If so, for what strange ends were mortals made? The worst to wallow, and the best to weep. The man who merits most must most complain. Can we conceive a disregard in heaven, what the worst perpetrate, or best endure? This cannot be. To love and know in man is boundless appetite and boundless power, and these demonstrate boundless objects too. Objects, powers, appetites, heaven suits in all, nor nature through air violates this sweet eternal concord on her tuneful string. Is man the sole exception from her laws? Eternity struck off from human hope, I speak with truth, but veneration too. Man is a monster, the reproach of heaven, a stain, a dark impenetrable cloud on nature's beauteous aspect, and deforms, amazing blot, deforms her with her Lord. If such is man's allotment, what is heaven? Or own the soul immortal, or blaspheme? Or own the soul immortal, or invert all order? Go, mock majesty, go, man, and bow to thy superiors of the stall, through every scene of sense superior far. They graze the turf untilled, they drink the stream unbrewed, and ever full, and unembittered with doubts, fears, fruitless hopes, regrets, despairs. Mankind's peculiar, reason's precious dower. No foreign clime they ransack for their robes, nor brother's sight to the litigious bar. Their good is good entire, unmixed, unmarred. They find a paradise in every field, on boughs forbidden, where no curses hang. Their ill no more than strikes the sense, unstretched by previous dread, or murmur in the rear. When the worst comes, it comes unfeared. One stroke begins and ends their woe. They die but once. Blessed incommunicable privilege, for which proud man who rules the globe and reads the stars, philosopher or hero, sighs in vain. Account for this prerogative in brutes. No day, no glimpse of day to solve the knot, but what beams on it from eternity? O sole and sweet solution, that unties the difficult and softens the severe, the cloud on nature's beauteous face dispels, restores bright order, casts the brute beneath, and re-enthrones us in supremacy of joy. Even here admit immortal life, and virtue is knight-errantry no more. Each virtue brings in hand a golden dower, far richer in reversion. Hope exalts, and though much bitter in our cup is thrown, predominates, and gives the taste of heaven. O wherefore is the Deity so kind, astonishing beyond astonishment? Heaven our reward, for heaven enjoyed below. Still unsubdued thy stubborn heart? For there the traitor lurks who doubts the truth I sing. Reason is guiltless, will alone rebels. What in that stubborn heart, if I should find new unexpected witnesses against thee? Ambition, pleasure, and the love of gain. Canst thou suspect that these, which make the soul the slave of earth, should own her heir of heaven? Canst thou suspect what makes us disbelieve our immortality should prove it sure? First, then, ambition summoned to the bar. Ambition's shame, extravagance, disgust, and inextinguishable nature speak. Each much deposes. Hear them in their turn. Thy soul, how passionately fond of fame, how anxious that fond passion to conceal. We blush, detected in designs on praise, though for best deeds and from the best of men. And why? Because immortal. Art divine has made the body tutor to the soul. Heaven kindly gives our blood a moral flow, bids it ascend the glowing cheek, and there upbraid that little heart's inglorious aim, which stoops to court a character from man, while o'er us in tremendous judgment sit, far more than man, with endless praise and blame. Ambition's boundless appetite outspeaks the verdict of its shame. When souls take fire at high presumptions of their own desert, one age's poor applause, the mighty shout, the thunder by the living few begun, late time must echo, worlds unborn resound. We wish our names eternally to live. Wild dream, which ne'er had haunted human thought, had not our natures been eternal too? Instinct points out an interest in hereafter, but our blind reason sees not where it lies, or seeing gives the substance for the shade. Fame is the shade of immortality, and in itself a shadow. Soon is caught, contemned, it shrinks to nothing in the grasp. Consult th' ambitious, 'tis ambition's cure. And is this all? Cried Caesar at his height, disgusted. This third proof ambition brings of immortality, the first in fame. Observe him near, your envy will abate. Shamed at the disproportion vast between the passion and the purchase, he will sigh at such success and blush at his renown. And why? Because far richer prize invites his heart, far more illustrious glory calls. It calls in whispers, yet the deafest hear. And can ambition a fourth proof supply? It can, and stronger than the former three, yet quite o'erlooked by some reputed wise. Though disappointments in ambition pain, and though success disgusts, yet still, Lorenzo, in vain we strive to pluck it from our hearts, by nature planted for the noblest ends. Absurd the famed advice to Pyrrhus given, more praised than pondered, specious but unsound. Sooner that hero's sword the world had quelled than reason his ambition. Man must soar. An obstinate activity within, an insuppressive spring, will toss him up in spite of fortune's load. Not kings alone, each villager has his ambition too. No sultan prouder than his fettered slave. Slaves build their little Babylons of straw, echo the proud Assyrian in their hearts, and cry, behold the wonders of my might. And why? Because immortal as their Lord, and souls immortal must forever heave at something great, the glitter or the gold, the praise of mortals or the praise of heaven. Nor absolutely vain is human praise when human is supported by divine. I'll introduce Lorenzo to himself. Pleasure and pride, bad masters, share our hearts. As love of pleasure is ordained to guard and feed our bodies and extend our race, the love of praise is planted to protect and propagate the glories of the mind. What is it but the love of praise inspires, matures, refines, embellishes, exalts earth's happiness? From that the delicate, the grand, the marvellous of civil life, want and convenience under workers lay the basis on which love of glory builds. Nor is thy life, O virtue, less in debt to praise, thy secret stimulating friend. Were men not proud, what merit should we miss? Pride made the virtues of the pagan world. Praise is the salt that seasons right to man, and whets his appetite for moral good. Thirst of applause is virtue's second guard, reason her first, but reason wants an aid. Our private reason is a flatterer. Thirst of applause calls public judgment in, to poise our own, to keep an even scale, and give endangered virtue fairer play. Here a fifth proof arises, stronger still, why this so nice construction of our hearts, these delicate moralities of sense, this constitutional reserve of aid to succor virtue when our reason fails. If virtue, kept alive by care and toil, and oft the mark of injuries on earth, when labor to maturity, its bill of disciplines and pains unpaid, must die, why, freighted rich to dash against a rock, were man to perish when most fit to live, oh, how misspent were all these stratagems, by skill divine inwoven in our frame! Where are heaven's holiness and mercy fled? Laughs heaven at once at virtue and at man? If not, why that discouraged, this destroyed? Thus far ambition. What says avarice? This her chief maxim, which has long been thine, the wise and wealthy are the same. I grant it. To store up treasure with incessant toil, this is man's province, this his highest praise. To this great end keen instinct stings him on. To guide that instinct, reason is thy charge. 'Tis thine to tell us where true treasure lies. But reason, failing to discharge her trust, or to the deaf discharging it in vain, a blunder follows, and blind industry, galled by the spur, but stranger to the course where stakes of more than gold are won, o'erloading with the cares of distant age, the jaded spirits of the present hour, provides for an eternity below. Thou shalt not covet is a wise command, but bounded to the wealth the sun surveys. Look farther, the command stands quite reversed, and avarice is a virtue most divine. Is faith a refuge for our happiness? Most sure. And is it not for reason too? Nothing this world unriddles, but the next. Whence inextinguishable thirst of gain? From inextinguishable life in man. Man, if not meant by worth to reach the skies, had wanted wing to fly so far in guilt. Sour grapes, I grant, ambition, avarice, yet still their root is immortality. These, its wild growths, so bitter and so base, pain and reproach, religion can reclaim, refine, exalt, throw down their poisonous lee, and make them sparkle in the bowl of bliss. See, the third witness laughs at bliss remote, and falsely promises an Eden here. Truth she shall speak for once, though prone to lie, a common cheat, and pleasure is her name. To pleasure never was Lorenzo deaf. Then hear her now first thy real friend. Since nature made us not more fond than proud of happiness, whence hypocrites in joy, makers of mirth, artificers of smiles, why should the joy most poignant sense affords burn us with blushes and rebuke our pride? Those heaven-born blushes tell us man descends, even in the zenith of his earthly bliss. Should reason take her infidel repose, this honest instinct speaks our lineage high. This instinct calls on darkness to conceal our rapturous relation to the stalls. Our glory covers us with noble shame, and he that's unconfounded is unmanned. The man that blushes is not quite a brute. Thus far with thee, Lorenzo, will I close. Pleasure is good, and man for pleasure made, but pleasure full of glory, as of joy, pleasure which neither blushes nor expires. The witnesses are heard, the cause is o'er. Let conscience file the sentence in her court. Dearer than deeds that half a realm convey, thus sealed by truth's authentic record runs. Know all? Know, infidels, unapt to know? 'Tis immortality your nature solves. 'Tis immortality deciphers man, and opens all the mysteries of his make. Without it, half his instincts are a riddle. Without it, all his virtues are a dream. His very crimes attest his dignity. His sateless thirst of pleasure, gold, and fame declares him born for blessings infinite. What less than infinite makes unabsurd passions, which all on earth but more inflames? Fierce passions, so mismeasured to this scene, stretched out like eagle's wings beyond our nest, far, far beyond the worth of all below, for earth too large, presage a nobler flight, and evidence our title to the skies. Ye gentle theologues of calmer kind, whose constitution dictates to your pen, who, cold yourselves, think ardor comes from hell, think not our passions from corruption sprung, though to corruption now they lend their wings, that is their mistress, not their mother. All, and justly, reason, deem divine. I see, I feel a grandeur in the passions too, which speaks their high descent and glorious end, which speaks them rays of an eternal fire. In paradise itself they burned as strong, ere Adam fell, though wiser in their aim. Like the proud Eastern, struck by Providence, what though our passions are run mad, and stoop with low terrestrial appetite to graze on trash, on toys, dethroned from high desire, yet still through their disgrace no feeble ray of greatness shines and tells us whence they fell. But these, like that fallen monarch, when reclaimed, when reason moderates the rein aright, shall reascend, remount their former sphere, where once they soared illustrious, ere seduced by wanton Eve's debauch, to stroll on earth and set the sublunary world on fire. But grant their frenzy lasts, their frenzy fails to disappoint one providential end, for which heaven blew up ardor in our hearts, were reason silent. Boundless passion speaks a future scene, of boundless objects too, and brings glad tidings of eternal day. Eternal day! 'Tis that enlightens all, and all, by that enlightened, proves it sure. Consider man as an immortal being, intelligible all, and all is great. A crystalline transparency prevails, and strikes full lustre through the human sphere. Consider man as mortal, all is dark and wretched. Reason weeps at the survey. The learned Lorenzo cries, and let her weep. Weak modern reason, ancient times were wise. Authority, that venerable guide, stands on my part, the famed Athenian porch. And who, for wisdom so renowned as they, denied this immortality to man? I grant it, but affirm they proved it too. A riddle this, have patience, I'll explain. What noble vanities, what moral flights, glittering through their romantic wisdom's page, make us at once despise them and admire. Fable is flat to these high-seasoned sires. They leave the extravagance of song below. Flesh shall not feel, or feeling shall enjoy the dagger or the rack. To them alike a bed of roses or the burning bull. In men exploding all beyond the grave. Strange doctrine this. As doctrine it was strange, but not as prophecy, for such it proved, and to their own amazement was fulfilled. They feigned a firmness Christians need not feign. The Christian truly triumphed in the flame. The Stoic saw, in double wonder lost, wonder at them and wonder at himself, to find the bold adventures of his thought not bold, and that he strove to lie in vain. Whence then those thoughts, those towering thoughts that flew such monstrous heights? From instinct and from pride. The glorious instinct of a deathless soul, confusedly conscious of her dignity, suggested truths they could not understand. In lust's dominion and in passion's storm, truth's system broken, scattered fragments lay, as light in chaos, glimmering through the gloom, smit with the pomp of lofty sentiments. Pleased pride proclaimed what reason disbelieved. Pride, like the Delphic priestess with a swell, raved nonsense, destined to be future sense, when life immortal in full day shall shine, and death's dark shadows fly the gospel's sun. They spoke what nothing but immortal souls could speak, and thus the truth they questioned proved. Can then absurdities as well as crimes speak man immortal? All things speak him so. Much has been urged, and dost thou call for more? Call, and with endless questions be distressed, all unresolvable, if earth is all. Why life a moment? Infinite desire? Our wish eternity, our home the grave? Heaven's promise dormant lies in human hope. Who wishes life immortal proves it too. Why happiness pursued, though never found? Man's thirst of happiness declares it is, for nature never gravitates to naught. That thirst unquenched declares it is not here. My Lucia, thy Clarissa, call to thought, why cordial friendship riveted so deep, as hearts to pierce at first, at parting rend, if friend and friendship vanish in an hour? Is not this torment in the mask of joy? Why by reflection marred the joys of sense? Why past and future preying on our hearts, and putting all our present joys to death? Why labors reason? Instinct were as well. Instinct far better. What can choose can err. Oh, how infallible the thoughtless brute! 'Twere well his holiness were half as sure. Reason with inclination, why at war? Why sense of guilt? Why conscience up in arms? Conscience of guilt is prophecy of pain, and bosom counsel to decline the blow. Reason with inclination ne'er had jarred, if nothing future paid forbearance here. Thus on, these and 1,000 pleas uncalled, all promise, some ensure a second scene, which, were it doubtful, would be dearer far than all things else most certain. Were it false, what truth on earth so precious as the lie? This world it gives us, let what will ensue. This world it gives in that high cordial hope. The future of the present is the soul. How this life groans, when severed from the next! Poor mutilated wretch, that disbelieves, by dark distrust, his being cut in two, in both parts perishes. Life void of joy, sad prelude of eternity in pain. Couldst thou persuade me the next life could fail our ardent wishes? How should I pour out my bleeding heart in anguish, new as deep? Oh, with what thoughts thy hope and my despair, abhorred annihilation, blasts the soul, and wide extends the bounds of human woe. Could I believe Lorenzo's system true, in this black channel would my ravings run. Grief from the future borrowed peace erewhile. The future vanished, and the present pained. Strange import of unprecedented ill. Fall, how profound, like Lucifer's the fall. Unequal fate, his fall without his guilt. From where fond hope built her pavilion high, the gods among, hurled headlong, hurled at once to night, to nothing darker still than night. If 'twas a dream, why wake me, my worst foe, Lorenzo, boastful of the name of friend? Oh, for delusion! Oh, for error still! Could vengeance strike much stronger than to plant a thinking being in a world like this, not over rich before, now beggared quite? More cursed than at the fall. The sun goes out, the thorns shoot up. What thorns in every thought! Why sense of better? It embitters worse. Why sense? Why life? If but to sigh, then sink to what I was, twice nothing and much woe. Woe from heaven's bounties, woe from what was wont to flatter most, high intellectual powers. Thought, virtue, knowledge, blessings by thy scheme, all poisoned into pains. First knowledge, once my soul's ambition, now her greatest dread. To know myself, true wisdom, know, to shun that shocking science, parent of despair. Avert thy mirror, if I see, I die. Know my Creator, climb his blest abode, by painful speculation pierce the veil, dive in his nature, read his attributes, and gaze in admiration on a foe obtruding life, withholding happiness from the full rivers that surround his throne, not letting fall one drop of joy on man, man gasping for one drop that he might cease to curse his birth, nor envy reptiles more. Ye sable clouds, ye darkest shades of night, hide him, forever hide him from my thought, once all my comfort, source and soul of joy, now leagued with furies, and with thee against me. Know his achievements, study his renown, contemplate this amazing universe, dropped from his hand with miracles replete. For what? Mid miracles of nobler name, to find one miracle of misery, to find the being which alone can know and praise his works, a blemish on his praise, through nature's ample range in thought to stroll, and start at man the single mourner there, breathing high hope, chained down to pangs and death? Knowing is suffering, and shall virtue share the sigh of knowledge? Virtue shares the sigh. By straining up the steep of excellent, by battles fought and from temptation won, what gains she but the pang of seeing worth, angelic worth, soon shuffled in the dark with every vice, and swept to brutal dust? Merit is madness, virtue is a crime to reason, if it costs us pain, unpaid. What pain amidst 1,000 more, to think the most abandoned, after days of triumph, or their betters, find in death as soft a pillow, nor make fouler clay? Duty, religion, these our duty done imply reward. Religion is mistake. Duty, there's none but to repel the cheat. Ye cheats, away, ye daughters of my pride, who feign yourselves the favorites of the skies, ye towering hopes, abortive energies, that toss and struggle in my lying breast to scale the skies, and build presumptions there, as I were heir of an eternity. Vain, vain ambitions, trouble me no more. Why travel far in quest of sure defeat? As bounded as my being, be my wish. All is inverted, wisdom is a fool, sense take the rein, blind passion drive us on, and ignorance befriend us on our way. Ye new but truest patrons of our peace, yes, give the pulse full empire, live the brute, since as the brute we die, the sum of man, of godlike man, to revel and to rot. But not on equal terms with other brutes. Their revels a more poignant relish yield, and safer too. They never poisons choose. Instinct than reason makes more wholesome meals, and sends all murmur far away. For sensual life they best philosophize. Theirs that serene the sages sought in vain. 'Tis man alone expostulates with heaven. His all the power and all the cause to mourn. Shall human eyes alone dissolve in tears, and bleed in anguish none but human hearts? The wide-stretched realm of intellectual woe, surpassing sensual far, is all our own. In life so fatally distinguished, why cast in one lot, confounded, lumped in death? Ere yet in being was mankind in guilt, why thundered this peculiar clause against us, all mortal and all wretched? Have the skies reasons of state their subjects may not scan, nor humbly reason when they sorely sigh? All mortal and all wretched, 'tis too much, unparalleled in nature, 'tis too much on being unrequested at thy hands, omnipotent, for I see naught but power. And why see that? Why thought? To toil and eat, then make our bed in darkness, needs no thought. What superfluities are reasoning souls? O give eternity, or thought destroy. But without thought our curse were half unfelt, its blunted edge would spare the throbbing heart, and therefore 'tis bestowed. I thank thee, reason, for aiding life's too small calamities, and giving being to the dread of death. Such are thy bounties. Was it then too much for me to trespass on the brutal rites? Too much for heaven to make one emmet more? Too much for chaos to permit my mass a longer stay, with essences unwrought, unfashioned, untormented into man? Wretched preferment to this round of pains! Wretched capacity of frenzy, thought! Wretched capacity of dying, life! Life, thought, worth, wisdom, all! Oh, foul revolt! Once friends to peace, gone over to the foe. Death, then, has changed his nature too. O Death, come to my bosom, thou best gift of heaven, best friend of man, since man is man no more. Why in this thorny wilderness so long, since there's no promised land's ambrosial bower to pay me with its honey for my stings? If needful to the selfish schemes of heaven to sting us sore, why mocked our misery? Why this so sumptuous insult o'er our heads? Why this illustrious canopy displayed? Why so magnificently lodged despair? At stated periods, sure returning, roll these glorious orbs, that mortals may compute their length of labours and of pains, nor lose their misery's full measure. Smiles with flowers and fruits promiscuous, ever teeming earth, that man may languish in luxurious scenes, and in an Eden morn his withered joys claim earth and skies, man's admiration due for such delights, blessed animals, too wise to wonder, and too happy to complain. Our doom decreed demands a mournful scene. Why not a dungeon dark for the condemned? Why not the dragon's subterranean den for man to howl in? Why not his abode of the same dismal colour with his fate, a Thebes, a Babylon, at vast expense of time, toil, treasure, art, for owls and adders, as congruous as for man this lofty dome, which prompts proud thought and kindles high desire? If from her humble chamber in the dust, while proud thought swells and high desire inflames, the poor worm calls us for her inmates there, and round us death's inexorable hand draws the dark curtain close, undrawn no more. Undrawn no more, behind the cloud of death, once I beheld a sun which gilt that sable cloud and turned it all to gold. How the grave's altered, fathomless as hell, a real hell to those who dreamt of heaven. Annihilation, how it yawns before me! Next moment I may drop from thought, from sense, the privilege of angels and of worms, an outcast from existence, and this spirit, this all-pervading, this all-conscious soul, this particle of energy divine, which travels nature, flies from star to star, and visits gods and emulates their powers, forever is extinguished. Horror, death, death of that death I fearless once surveyed. When horror universal shall descend in heaven's dark concave urn, all human race on that enormous unrefunding tomb, how just this verse, this monumental sigh. Beneath the lumber of demolished worlds, deep in the rubbish of the general wreck, swept ignominious to the common mass of matter, never dignified with life, here lie proud rationals, the sons of heaven, the lords of earth, the property of worms, beings of yesterday and no tomorrow, who lived in terror and in pangs expired, all gone to rot in chaos, or to make their happy transit into blocks or brutes, nor longer sully their Creator's name. Lorenzo, here pause, ponder, and pronounce. Just is this history. If such is man, mankind's historian, though divine, might weep. And dares Lorenzo smile? I know thee proud, for once let pride befriend thee. Pride looks pale at such a scene, and sighs for something more. Amid thy boasts, presumptions, and displays, and art thou then a shadow? Less than shade, a nothing, less than nothing. To have been and not to be is lower than unborn. Art thou ambitious? Why then make the worm thine equal? Runs thy taste of pleasure high? Why patronize sure death of every joy? Charm riches? Why choose beggary in the grave? Of every hope a bankrupt, and forever? Ambition, pleasure, avarice, persuade thee to make that world of glory, rapture, wealth, they lately proved the soul's supreme desire. What art thou made of? Rather, how unmade? Great nature's master appetite destroyed, is endless life and happiness despised? Or both wished, here where neither can be found? Such man's perverse eternal war with heaven. Darest thou persist? And is there naught on earth but a long train of transitory forms rising and breaking, millions in an hour, bubbles of a fantastic deity blown up in sport, and then in cruelty destroyed? Oh, for what crime, unmerciful Lorenzo, destroys thy scheme the whole of human race? Kind is fell Lucifer compared to thee. Oh, spare this waste of being half divine, and vindicate the economy of heaven. Heaven is all love, all joy in giving joy. It never had created but to bless. And shall it then strike off the list of life, being blessed or worthy so to be? Heaven starts at an annihilating God. Is that all nature starts at? Thy desire? Art such a clod to wish thyself all clay? What is that dreadful wish? The dying groan of nature, murdered by the blackest guilt. What deadly poison has thy nature drank? To nature undebauched, no shock so great. Nature's first wish is endless happiness. Annihilation is an afterthought, a monstrous wish, unborn till virtue dies. And oh, what depth of horror lies enclosed! For non-existence no man ever wished, but first he wished the deity destroyed. If so, what words are dark enough to draw thy picture true? The darkest star too fair, beneath what baleful planet, in what hour of desperation, by what fury's aid, in what infernal posture of the soul, all hell invited, and all hell in joy at such a birth so near of kin, did thy foul fancy whelp so black a scheme of hopes abortive, faculties half blown, and deities begun, reduced to dust. There is naught, thou sayest, but one eternal flux of feeble essences, tumultuous driven through time's rough billows into night's abyss. Say, in this rapid tide of human ruin, is there no rock on which man's tossing thought can rest from terror, dare his fate survey, and boldly think it something to be borne? Amid such hourly wrecks of being fair, is there no central, all-sustaining base, all-realizing, all-connecting power, which, as it called forth all things, can recall, and force destruction to refund her spoil? Command the grave restore her taken prey, bid death's dark veil its human harvest yield, and earth and ocean pay their debt of man, true to the grand deposit trusted there. Is there no potentate whose outstretched arm, when ripening time calls forth the appointed hour, plucked from foul devastation's famished maw, binds present, past, and future to his throne? His throne, how glorious, thus divinely graced by germinating beings clustering round, a garland worthy the divinity a throne, by heaven's omnipotence and smiles built, like a Pharaoh's towering in the waves amidst immense effusions of his love, an ocean of communicated bliss, an all-prolific, all-preserving God. This were a God indeed, and such is man. As here presumed, he rises from his fall. Think'st thou omnipotence a naked root, each blossom fair of deity destroyed? Nothing is dead, nay, nothing sleeps. Each soul that ever animated human clay now wakes, is on the wing, and where, oh where, will the swarm settle? When the trumpets call, as sounding brass collects us round heaven's throne, conglobed we bask in everlasting day, paternal splendor, and adhere forever. Had not the soul this outlet to the skies, in this vast vessel of the universe, how should we gasp as in an empty void, how in the pangs of famished hope expire? How bright my prospect shines, how gloomy thine! A trembling world and a devouring God, earth but the shambles of omnipotence, heaven's face all stained with causeless massacres of countless millions, born to feel the pang of being lost. Lorenzo, can it be? This bids us shudder at the thoughts of life. Who would be born to such a phantom world, where naught substantial but our misery, where joy, if joy, but heightens our distress, so soon to perish and revive no more? The greater such a joy, the more it pains. A world so far from great, and yet how great it shines to thee! There's nothing real in it. Being a shadow, consciousness a dream, how dreadful, universal blank before it and behind. Poor man, a spark from non-existence, struck by wrath divine, glittering a moment, nor that moment sure, midst upper, nether, and surrounding night, his sad, sure, sudden, and eternal tomb. Lorenzo, dost thou feel these arguments, or is there naught but vengeance can be felt? How hast thou dared the deity dethrone? How dared indict him of a world like this, if such the world creation was a crime? For what is crime but cause of misery? Retract, blasphemer, and unriddle this, of endless arguments above, below, without us, and within the short result. If man's immortal, there's a God in heaven. But wherefore such redundancy, such waste of argument? One sets my soul at rest, one obvious and at hand, and oh, at heart. So just the skies, Philander's life so pained, his heart so pure, that o'er succeeding scenes have palms to give, or ne'er had he been born. What an old tale is this, Lorenzo cries. I grant this argument is old, but truth no years impair, and had not this been true, thou never hast despised it for its age. Truth is immortal as thy soul, and fable as fleeting as thy joys. Be wise, nor make heaven's highest blessing vengeance. Oh, be wise, nor make a curse of immortality. Say, knowest thou what it is, or what thou art? Knowest thou the importance of a soul immortal? Behold this midnight glory, worlds on worlds, amazing pomp. Redouble this amaze, 10,000 add twice 10,000 more, then weigh the whole, one soul outweighs them all, and calls the astonishing magnificence of an intelligent creation poor. For this believe not me, no man believe, Trust not in words but deeds, and deeds no less than those of the Supreme. Nor his a few, consult them all, consulted all proclaim thy soul's importance. Tremble at thyself, for whom omnipotence has waked so long, has waked and worked for ages from the birth of nature to this unbelieving hour. In this small province of his vast domain, all nature bow, while I pronounce his name. What has God done? And not for this sole end, to rescue souls from death. The soul's high price is writ in all the conduct of the skies. The soul's high price is the creation's key, unlocks its mysteries, and naked lays the genuine cause of every deed divine. That is the chain of ages, which maintains their obvious correspondence, and unites most distant periods in one blessed design. That is the mighty hinge on which have turned all revolutions, whether we regard the natural, civil, or religious world. The former two but servants to the third. To that their duty done, they both expire. Their mass new cast, forgot, their deeds renowned, and angels ask, where once they shone so fair? To lift us from this abject to sublime, this flux to permanent, this dark to day, this foul to pure, this turbid to serene, this mean to mighty, for this glorious end, the Almighty rising, his long Sabbath broke, the world was made, was ruined, was restored. Laws from the skies were published, were repealed. On earth kings' kingdoms rose, kings' kingdoms fell. Famed sages lighted up the pagan world. Prophets from Sion darted a keen glance. Through distant age saints traveled, martyrs bled. By wonders sacred nature stood controlled. The living were translated, dead were raised. Angels and more than angels came from heaven. And oh, for this descended lower still. Guilt was hell's gloom. Astonished at his guest, for one short moment Lucifer adored. Lorenzo, and wilt thou do less for this, that hallowed page, fools scoff at, was inspired? Of all these truths, thrice venerable code, deists, perform your quarantine, and then fall prostrate ere you touch it, lest you die. Nor less intensely bent infernal powers to mar than those of light, this end to gain. Oh, what a scene is here! Lorenzo, wake! Rise to the thought, exert, expand thy soul to take the vast idea. It denies all else the name of great. Two warring worlds, not Europe against Afric, warring worlds of more than mortal, mounted on the wing, on ardent wings of energy and zeal, high hovering o'er this little brand of strife, this sublunary ball. But strife for what? In their own cause conflicting, no, in thine, in man's. His single interest blows the flame, his the soul's stake, his fate the trumpet sounds, which kindles war immortal. How it burns! Tumultuous swarms of deities and arms, force opposing, till the waves run high, and tempest nature's universal sphere. Such opposites eternal, steadfast, stern, such foes implacable are good and ill, yet man, vain man, would mediate peace between them. Think not this fiction. There was war in heaven. From heaven's high crystal mountain where it hung, the Almighty's outstretched arm took down his bow, and shot his indignation at the deep. Rethundered hell, and darted all her fires, and seems the stake of little moment still. And slumbers man, who singly calls the storm, he sleeps. And art thou shocked at mysteries? The greatest thou? How dreadful to reflect what ardor, care, and counsel mortals cause in breasts divine, how little in their own. Where'er I turn, how new proofs pour upon me! How happily this wondrous view supports my former argument! How strongly strikes immortal life's full demonstration here! Why this exertion? Why this strange regard from heaven's omnipotent indulged to man? Because in man the glorious dreadful power extremely to be pained or blessed forever. Duration gives importance, swells the price. An angel, if a creature of a day, what would he be? A trifle of no weight. Or stand or fall, no matter which, he's gone. Because immortal, therefore is indulged this strange regard of deities to dust. Hence heaven looks down on earth with all her eyes. Hence the soul's mighty moment in her sight. Hence every soul has partisans above, and every thought a critic in the skies. Hence clay, vile clay, has angels for its guard, and every guard a passion for his charge. Hence from all age the cabinet divine has held high counsel o'er the fate of man. Nor have the clouds those gracious counsels hid. Angels undrew the curtain of the throne, and Providence came forth to meet mankind. In various modes of emphasis and awe, he spoke his will, and trembling nature heard. He spoke it loud in thunder and in storm. Witness thou Sinai, whose cloud-covered height and shaken basis owned the present God. Witness ye billows, whose returning tide, breaking the chain that fastened it in air, swept Egypt and her menaces to hell. Witness ye flames, the Assyrian tyrant blew the sevenfold rage, as impotent as strong. and thou, earth, witness, whose expanding jaws closed o'er presumption's sacrilegious sons. Has not each element in turn subscribed the soul's high price and sworn it to the wise? Has not flame, ocean, ether, earthquake strove to strike this truth through adamantine man? If not all adamant, Lorenzo, hear. All is delusion. Nature is wrapped up in tenfold night. From reason's keenest eye, there's no consistence, meaning, plan, or end in all beneath the sun, in all above, as far as man can penetrate, or heaven is an immense, inestimable prize. Or all is nothing, or that prize is all. And shall each toy be still a match for heaven, and full equivalent for groans below? Who would not give a trifle to prevent what he would give 1,000 worlds to cure? Lorenzo, thou hast seen, if thine to see, all nature and her God by nature's course, and nature's course controlled, declare for me. The skies above proclaim immortal man, and man immortal, all below resounds. The world's a system of theology, read by the greatest strangers to the schools. If honest, learned, and sages o'er a plough, is not, Lorenzo, then imposed on thee this hard alternative, or to renounce thy reason or thy sense, or to believe? What then is unbelief? 'Tis an exploit, a strenuous enterprise. To gain it, man must burst through every bar of common sense, of common shame, magnanimously wrong. And what rewards the sturdy combatant? His prize, repentance, infamy, his crown. But wherefore infamy? For want of faith. Down the steep precipice of wrong he slides. There's nothing to support him in the right. Faith in the future wanting is at least embryo. Every weakness, every guilt, and strong temptation ripens it to birth. If this life's gain invites him to the deed, why not his country sold, his father slain? 'Tis virtue to pursue our good supreme, and his supreme. His only good is here. Ambition, avarice by the wise disdain, is perfect wisdom, while mankind are fools, and think a turf or tombstone covers all. These find employment and provide for sense a richer pasture and a larger range. And sense by right divine ascends the throne, when virtue's prize and prospect are no more. Virtue no more, we think, the will of heaven. Would heaven quite beggar virtue, if beloved? Has virtue charms? I grant her heavenly fare, but if unportioned, all will interest wed. Though that our admiration, this our choice, the virtues grow on immortality. That root destroyed, they wither and expire. A deity believed will naught avail. Rewards and punishments make God adored, and hopes and fears give conscience all her power. As in the dying parent dies the child, virtue with immortality expires. Who tells me he denies his soul immortal? Whate'er his boast, he has told me he's a knave. His duty 'tis to love himself alone, nor care though mankind perish if he smiles. Who thinks ere long the man shall wholly die, is dead already, naught but brute survives. And are there such candidates? There are, for more than death, for utter loss of being, the basis of the deity. Ask you the cause? The cause they will not tell, nor need they. Oh, the sorceries of sense, they work this transformation on the soul. Dismount her, like the serpent at the fall, dismount her from her native wing, which soared erewhile ethereal heights, and throw her down, to lick the dust and crawl in such a thought. Is it in words to paint you, O ye fallen, fallen from the wings of reason and of hope, erect in stature, prone in appetite, patrons of pleasure, posting into pain, lovers of argument, averse to sense, boasters of liberty, fast bound in chains, lords of the wide creation and the shame, more senseless than the irrationals you scorn, more base than those you rule, than those you pity, far more undone, O ye most infamous of beings, from superior dignity, deepest in woe, from means of boundless bliss, ye cursed by blessings infinite, because most highly favored, most profoundly lost, yet motley mass of contradiction strong, and are you too convinced? Your souls fly off in exhalation soft and die in air, from the full flood of evidence against you, in the coarse drudgeries and sinks of sense. Your souls have quite worn out the make of heaven, by vice new cast, and creatures of your own. But though you can deform, you can't destroy. To curse, not uncreate, is all your power. Lorenzo, this black brotherhood renounce Saint Evremond, and read Saint Paul. Ere wrapped by miracle, by reason winged, his mounting mind made long abode in heaven. This is free thinking, unconfined to parts, to send the soul on curious travel, bent through all the provinces of human thought, to dart or flight through the whole sphere of man, of this vast universe, to make the tour in each recess of space and time. At home, familiar with their wonders, diving deep, and like a prince of boundless interest there, still more ambitious of the most remote, to look on truth unbroken and entire, truth in the system, a full orb where truth by truths enlightened and sustained afford an arch-like strong foundation to support the incumbent weight of absolute, complete conviction. Here the more we press we stand more firm. Who most examine, most believe. Parts like half sentences confound, the whole conveys the sense, and God is understood. Who not in fragments writes to human race, Read his whole volume. Skeptic, then reply. This is thinking free, a thought that grasps beyond the grain, and looks beyond an hour. Turn up thine eye, survey this midnight scene. What are earth's kingdoms to yon boundless orbs of human souls one day the destined range? And what yon boundless orbs to godlike man? Those numerous worlds that throng the firmament, and ask more space in heaven, can roll at large in man's capacious thought, and still leave room for ampler orbs, for new creations there. Can such a soul contract itself to grip a point of no dimension, of no weight? It can, it does, the world is such a point, and of that point how small a part enslaves. How small a part of nothing, shall I say? Why not, friends, our chief treasure? How they drop! Lucia, Narcissa, fair Philander, gone, the grave, like fable Cerberus, has oped a triple mouth, and in an awful voice loud calls my soul, and utters all I sing. How the world falls to pieces round about us, and leaves us in a ruin of our joy. What says this transportation of my friends? It bids me love the place where now they dwell, and scorn this wretched spot they leave so poor. Eternity's vast ocean lies before thee. There, Lorenzo, thy Clarissa sails. Give thy mind sea room, keep it wide of earth, that rock of souls immortal. Cut thy cord, weigh anchor, spread thy sails, call every wind. I, the great pole star, make the land of life. Two kinds of life has double-natured man, and two of death, the last far more severe. Life animal is nurtured by the sun, thrives on its bounties, triumphs in his beams. Life rational subsists on higher food, triumphant in his beams, who made the day. When we leave that sun, and are left by this, the fate of all who die in stubborn guilt, 'tis utter darkness, strictly double death. We sink by no judicial stroke of heaven, but nature's course, as sure as plummets fall. Since God or man must alter ere they meet, since light and darkness blend not in one sphere, 'tis manifest, Lorenzo, who must change. If then that double death should prove thy lot, blame not the bowels of the deity. Man shall be blessed as far as man permits. Not man alone, all rationals heaven arms with an illustrious but tremendous power to counteract its own most gracious ends. And this of strict necessity, not choice. That power denied men, angels, were no more but passive engines, void of praise or blame. A nature rational implies the power of being blessed or wretched as we please. Else idle reason would have naught to do, and he that would be barred capacity of pain courts incapacity of bliss. Heaven wills our happiness, allows our doom, invites us ardently, but not compels. Heaven but persuades almighty, man decrees. Man is the maker of immortal fates. Man falls by man, if finally he falls, and fall he must, who learns from death alone the dreadful secret that he lives forever. Why this to thee yet perhaps in doubt of second life, but wherefore doubtful still? Eternal life is nature's ardent wish. What ardently we wished, we soon believe. The tardy faith declares that wish destroyed. What has destroyed it? Shall I tell thee what? When feared the future, 'tis no longer wished, and when unwished we strive to disbelieve. Thus infidelity our guilt betrays, nor that the soul detection. Blush, Lorenzo, blush for hypocrisy, if not for guilt the future feared. An infidel, and fear what? A dream, a fable? How thy dread unwilling evidence, and therefore strong, affords my cause an undesigned support. How disbelief affirms what it denies. It unawares asserts immortal life. Surprising infidelity turns out a creed, and a confession of our sins apostates. Thus our orthodox divines. Lorenzo with Lorenzo clash no more, nor longer a transparent visor wear. Think'st thou religion only has her mask? Our infidels are Satan's hypocrites, pretend the worst, and at the bottom fail. When visited by thought will intrude. Like him they serve, they tremble and believe. Is their hypocrisy so foul as this, so fatal to the welfare of the world? What detestation, what contempt their due, and if unpaid we thank for their escape. That Christian candor they strive hard to scorn. If not for that asylum, they might find a hell on earth, nor escape a worse below. With insolence and impotence of thought, instead of racking fancy to refute, reform thy manners and the truth enjoy. But shall I dare confess the dire result? Can thy pride reason brook so black a brand? From purer manners to sublimer faith, is nature's unavoidable ascent an honest deist, where the gospel shines matured to noble in the Christian ends? When that blessed change arrives, even cast aside this song superfluous. Life immortal strikes conviction in a flood of light divine. A Christian dwells like Uriel in the sun. Meridian evidence puts doubt to flight, and ardent hope anticipates the skies. Of that bright sun, Lorenzo, scale the sphere. 'Tis easy, it invites thee, it descends from heaven to woo and waft thee whence it came. Read and revere the sacred page, a page where triumphs immortality, a page which not the whole creation could produce, which not the conflagration shall destroy. 'Tis printed in the mind of gods forever, in nature's ruins, not one letter lost. In proud disdain of what even gods adore, dost smile? Poor wretch, thy guardian angel weeps. Angels and men assent to what I sing. Wits smile and thank me for my midnight dream. How vicious hearts fume frenzy to the brain. Parts push on to pride and pride to shame. Pert infidelity is wit's cockade to grace the brazen brow that braves the skies by loss of being dreadfully secure. Lorenzo, if thy doctrine wins the day, and drives my dreams defeated from the field, if this is all, if earth a final scene, take heed, stand fast, be sure to be a knave in grain, ne'er deviate to the right. Shouldst thou be good, how infinite thy loss! Guilt only makes annihilation gain. Blessed scheme, which life deprives of comfort, death of hope, and which vice only recommends. If so, where infidels, you bait thrown out to catch weak converts, where your lofty boast of zeal for virtue and of love to man, annihilation I confess in these. What can reclaim you, dare I hope, profound philosophers, the converts of a song, yet know its title flatters you, not me. Yours be the praise to make my title good, mine to bless heaven and triumph in your praise. But since so pestilential your disease, though sovereign is the medicine I prescribe, as yet I'll neither triumph nor despair, but hope ere long my midnight dream will wake your hearts and teach your wisdom to be wise. For why should souls immortal make for bliss, ere wish and wish in vain that souls could die? What ne'er can die? Oh, grant to live and crown the wish and aim and labor of the skies. Increase and enter on the joys of heaven. Thus shall thy title pass a sacred seal, receive an imprimatur from above, while angels shout, an infidel reclaimed. To close, Lorenzo, spite of all my pain, still seems it strange that thou shouldst live for ever. Is it less strange that thou shouldst live at all? This is a miracle, and that no more. Who gave beginning can exclude an end. Deny thou art, then doubt if thou shalt be. A miracle with miracles enclosed is man, and starts his faith with what is strange. What less than wonders from the wonderful, what less than miracles from God can flow? Admit a God, that mystery supreme, that cause and caused, all other wonders cease. Nothing is marvelous for him to do. Deny him, all is mystery besides. Millions of mysteries, each darker far than that thy wisdom would unwisely shun. If weak thy faith, why choose the harder side? We nothing know but what is marvelous, yet what is marvelous we can't believe. So weak our reason and so great our God, what most surprises in the sacred page, or full as strange or stranger must be true. Faith is not reason's labor, but repose. To faith and virtue, why so backward man? From hence the present strongly strikes us all, the future faintly. Can we then be men? If men, Lorenzo, the reverse is right. Reason is man's peculiar, sense the brute's. The present is the scanty realm of sense, the future reason's empire unconfined. On that expanding all her godlike power, she plans, provides, expatiates, triumphs there. There builds her blessings, there expects her praise, and nothing asks of fortune or of men. And what is reason? Be she thus defined, reason is upright stature in the soul, or be a man and strive to be a god. For what thou sayest, to damp the joys of life? No, to give heart and substance to thy joys. That tyrant hope, mark how she domineers. She bids us quit realities for dreams, safety and peace for hazard and alarm. That tyrant, or the tyrants of the soul, she bids ambition quit its taken prize, spurn the luxuriant branch on which it sits, though bearing crowns to spring at distant gain, and plunge in toils and dangers for repose. If hope precarious and of things when gained of little moment and as little stay, can sweeten toils and dangers into joys, what then that hope which nothing can defeat, our leave unasked? Rich hope of boundless bliss, bliss past man's power to paint it, times to close. This hope is earth's most estimable prize. This is man's portion, while no more than man, hope of all passions most befriends us here. Passions of prouder name befriend us less. Joy has her tears, and transport has her death. Hope, like a cordial, innocent, though strong, man's heart at once inspirits and serenes, nor makes him pay his wisdom for its joys. 'Tis all our present state can safely bear, health to the frame, and vigor to the mind, a joy, a tempered, a chastised delight, like the fair summer evening, mild and sweet. 'Tis man's full cup, his paradise below. A blessed hereafter then, or hoped or gained, is all, our whole of happiness full proof. I chose no trivial or inglorious theme, and know, ye foes to song, well-meaning men, though quite forgotten half your Bible's praise. Important truths in spite of verse may please, grave minds you praise. Now can you praise too much? If there is weight in an eternity, let the grave listen and be graver still. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Virtue's Apology, or The Man of the World Answered, in which are considered the love of this life, the ambition and pleasure, with the wit and wisdom of the world. Night, 8th. Virtue's Apology. And has all nature then espoused my part? Have I bribed heaven and earth to plead against thee? And is thy soul immortal? What remains? All, Lorenzo, make immortal blessed. Unblessed immortals, what can shock us more? And yet Lorenzo still affects the world, there stows his treasure, thence his title draws, man of the world, for such wouldst thou be called. And art thou proud of that inglorious style? Proud of reproach, for a reproach it was in ancient days, and Christian in an age when men were men and not ashamed of heaven. Fired their ambition as it crowned their joy, sprinkled with dews from the Castalian font, fain would I re-baptize thee, and confer a purer spirit and a nobler name. Thy fond attachments, fatal and inflamed, point out my path and dictate to my song. To thee the world how fair, how strongly strikes ambition, and gay pleasure stronger still, thy triple bane, the triple bolt that lays thy virtue dead. Be these my triple theme, nor shall thy wit or wisdom be forgot. Common the theme, not so the song. If she my song invokes, Urania deigns to smile, the charm that chains us to the world, her foe. If she dissolves, the man of earth at once starts from his trance, and sighs for other scenes, scenes where these sparks of night, these stars shall shine, unnumbered suns, for all things as they are, the blessed behold, and in one glory pour their blended blaze on man's astonished sight, a blaze, the least illustrious object there. Lorenzo, since eternal is at hand to swallow time's ambitions, as the vast Leviathan, the bubbles vain that ride high on the foaming billow, what avail high titles, high descent, attainments high, if unattained our highest? O Lorenzo, what lofty thoughts these elements above, what towering hopes, what sallies from the sun, what grand surveys of destiny divine, and pompous presage of unfathomed fate, should roll in bosoms where a spirit burns, bound for eternity, in bosoms read by him who foibles in archangels sees. On human hearts he bends a jealous eye, and marks, and in heaven's register enrolls the rise and progress of each option there. Sacred to doomsday, that the page unfolds and spreads us to the gaze of gods and men. And what an option, O Lorenzo, thine! This world, and this unrivalled by the skies, a world where lust of pleasure, grandeur, gold, three demons that divide its realms between them, with strokes alternate, buffet to and fro man's restless heart, their sport, their flying ball, till with the giddy circle, sick and tired, it pants for peace and drops into despair. Such is the world Lorenzo sets above that glorious promise angels were esteemed too mean to bring, a promise their adored descended to communicate and press by counsel, miracle, life, death on man. Such is the world Lorenzo's wisdom woos, and on its thorny pillow seeks repose, a pillow which, like opiates ill prepared, intoxicates, but not composes, fills the visionary mind with gay chimeras, all the wild trash of sleep without the rest. What unfeigned travel, and what dreams of joy! How frail men, things, how momentary both! Fantastic chase of shadows, hunting shades, the gay, the busy, equal though unlike, equal in wisdom, differently wise, through flowery meadows and through dreary wastes, one bustling and one dancing into death. There's not a day but to the man of thought betrays some secret that throws new reproach on life and makes him sick of seeing more. The scenes of business tell us what are men, the scenes of pleasure what is all beside. There others we despise, and here ourselves. Amid disgust eternal dwells delight. 'Tis approbation strikes the string of joy. What wondrous prize has kindled this career, stuns with the din, and chokes us with the dust, on life's gay stage 1 inch above the grave? The proud run up and down, in quest of eyes, the sensual in pursuit of something worse, the grave of gold, the politic of power, and all of other butterflies as vain. As eddies draw things frivolous and light, how is man's heart by vanity drawn in, on the swift circle of returning toys, whirled, straw-like, round and round, and then engulfed where gay delusion darkens to despair. This is a beaten track. Is this a track should not be beaten? Never beat enough, till enough learn the truths it would inspire. Shall truth be silent because folly frowns? Turn the world's history. What find we there but fortune's sports, or nature's cruel claims, or woman's artifice, or man's revenge, and endless inhumanities on man? Fame's trumpet seldom sounds, but like the knell it brings bad tidings. How it hourly blows man's misadventures round the listening world. Man is the tale of narrative old time, sad tale which high as paradise begins, as if the toil of travel to delude from stage to stage in his eternal round the days his daughters as they spin our hours on fortune's wheel, where accident, unthought oft in a moment, snaps life's strongest thread. Each in her turn some tragic story tells, with now and then a wretched farce between, and fills his chronicle with human woes. Time's daughters, true as those of men, deceive us. Not one but puts some cheat on all mankind, while in their father's bosom, not yet ours, they flatter our fond hopes, and promise much of amiable. But hold him not o'erwise who dares to trust them, and laugh round the year at still confiding, still confounded man. Confiding, though confounded, hoping on, untaught by trial, unconvinced by proof, and ever looking for the never seen. Life to the last, like hardened felons, lies, nor owns itself a cheat till it expires. Its little joys go out by one and one, and leave poor man at length in perfect night, night darker than what now involves the pole. O thou who dost permit these ills to fall for gracious ends, and wouldst that man should mourn, O thou whose hands this goodly fabric framed, who knowest it best, and wouldst that man should know, what is this sublunary world? A vapor all it holds, itself a vapor, from the damp bed of chaos, by thy beam exhaled, ordained to swim its destined hour in ambient air, then melt and disappear. Earth's days are numbered, nor remote her doom. As mortal, though less transient than her sons, yet they dote on her, as the world and they were both eternal, solid, thou a dream. They dote on what? Immortal views apart, a region of outsides, a land of shadows, a fruitful field of flowery promises, a wilderness of joys, perplexed with doubts and sharp with thorns, a troubled ocean spread with bold adventures, there all on board. No second hope, if here their fortune frowns, frown soon it must. Of various rates they sail, of ensigns various, all alike in this, all restless, anxious, tossed with hopes and fears in calmest skies, obnoxious all to storm, and stormy the most general blast of life, all bound for happiness, yet few provide the chart of knowledge, pointing where it lies, or virtue's helm to shape the course designed. All, more or less, capricious fate lament, now lifted by the tide, and now resorbed, and farther from their wishes than before. All, more or less, against each other dash, to mutual hurt, by gusts of passion driven, and suffering more from folly than from fate. Ocean, thou dreadful and tumultuous home of dangers, at eternal war with man, death's capital, where most he domineers, with all his chosen terrors frowning round, though lately feasted high at Albion's cost, wide opening and loud roaring still for more. Too faithful mirror, how dost thou reflect the melancholy face of human life? The strong resemblance tempts me farther still, and haply Britain may be deeper struck by moral truth in such a mirror scene which nature holds for ever at her eye. Self-flattered, unexperienced, high in hope, when young with sanguine cheer and streamers gay, we cut our cable, launch into the world, and fondly dream each wind and star our friend. All in some darling enterprise embarked, but where is he can fathom its extent? Amid a multitude of artless hands, ruin's sure perquisite, her lawful prize. Some steer aright, but the black blast blows hard, and puffs them wide of hope with hearts of proof full against wind and tide. Some win their way, and when strong effort has deserved the port, and tugged it into view, 'tis won, 'tis lost. Though strong their oar, still stronger is their fate. They strike, and while they triumph, they expire. In stress of weather most, some sink outright. O'er them and o'er their names the billows close. Tomorrow knows not they were ever born. Others a short memorial leave behind, like a flag floating when the bark's engulfed. It floats a moment and is seen no more. One Caesar lives, 1,000 are forgot. How few beneath auspicious planets born, darlings of Providence, fond fates elect, with swelling sails make good the promised port, with all their wishes freighted. Yet even these, freighted with all their wishes, soon complain. Free from misfortune, not from nature free, they still are men, and when is man secure, as fatal time, as storm? The rush of years beats down their strength, their numberless escapes in ruin end, and now their proud success but plants new terrors on the victor's brow. What pain to quit the world just made their own, their nest so deeply down and built so high? Too low they build, who build beneath the stars. Woe then apart, if woe apart can be from mortal man, and fortune at our nod, the gay, rich, great, triumphant, and august, what are they? The most happy, strange to say, convince me most of human misery. What are they? Smiling wretches of tomorrow. More wretched then than e'er their slave can be. Their treacherous blessings at the day of need, like other faithless friends, unmask and sting. Then what provoking indigence and wealth? What aggravated impotence and power? High titles then, what insult of their pain? If that sole anchor equal to the waves, immortal hope, defies not the rude storm, takes comfort from the foaming billows' rage, and makes a welcome harbor of the tomb. Is this a sketch of what thy soul admires? But here, thou sayest, the miseries of life are huddled in a group. A more distinct survey perhaps might bring thee better news. Look on life's stages, they speak plainer still. The plainer they, the deeper wilt thou sigh. Look on thy lovely boy. In him behold the best that can befall the best on earth. The boy has virtue by his mother's side. Yes, on Florello look, a father's heart is tender, though the man's is made of stone. The truth through such a medium seen may make impression deep, and fondness prove thy friend. Florello, lately cast on this rude coast, a helpless infant, now a heedless child, to poor Clarissa's throes, thy care succeeds, careful of love, and yet severe as hate. O'er thy soul's joy, how oft thy fondness frowns, needful austerities his will restrain, as thorns fence in the tender plant from harm. As yet his reason cannot go alone, but asks a sterner nurse to lead it on. His little heart is often terrified. The blush of morning in his cheek turns pale. Its pearly dewdrop trembles in his eye, his harmless eye, and drowns an angel there. Ah, what avails his innocence? The task enjoined must discipline his early powers. He learns to sigh ere he is known to sin. Guiltless and sad, a wretch before the fall. How cruel this! More cruel to forbear. Our nature such, with necessary pains, we purchase prospects of precarious peace, though not a father, this might steal a sigh. Suppose him disciplined aright, if not, 'twill sink our poor account to poorer still. Ripe from the tutor, proud of liberty, he leaps enclosure, bounds into the world. The world is taken, after 10 years' toil, like ancient Troy, and all its joys his own. Alas, the world's a tutor more severe, its lessons hard, and ill deserve his pains, unteaching all his virtuous nature taught, or books, fair virtue's advocates inspired. For who receives him into public life? Men of the world, the terrae filia breed, welcome the modest stranger to their sphere, which glittered long at distance in his sight, and in their hospitable arms enclose. Men who think naught so strong of the romance, so rank knight-errant as a real friend, men that act up to reason's golden rule, all weakness of affection quite subdued, men that would blush at being thought sincere and feign for glory the few faults they want, that love a lie where truth would pay as well, as if to them vice shone her own reward. Lorenzo, canst thou bear a shocking sight? Such for Florello's sake 'twill now appear. See the steeled files of seasoned veterans, trained to the world, in burnished falsehood bright, deep in the fatal stratagems of peace, all soft sensation in the throng rubbed off, all their keen purpose in politeness sheathed, his friends eternal during interest, his foes implacable when worth their while, at war with every welfare but their own, as wise as Lucifer, and half as good, and by whom none but Lucifer can gain. Naked through these so common fate ordains, naked of heart his cruel course he runs, stung out of all, most amiable in life, prompt truth and open thought and smiles unfeigned, affection as his species wide diffused, noble presumptions to mankind's renown, ingenuous trust and confidence of love. These claims to joy, if mortals joy might claim, will cost him many a sigh, till time and pains from the slow mistress of this school, Experience, and her assistant, pausing pale Distrust, purchase a dear-bought clue to lead his youth through serpentine obliquities of life, and the dark labyrinth of human hearts. And happy, if the clue shall come so cheap, for while we learn to fence with public guilt, full oft we feel its foul contagion too, if less than heavenly virtue is our guard. Thus a strange kind of cursed necessity brings down the sterling temper of his soul by base alloy, to bear the current stamp below called wisdom, sinks him into safety, and brands him into credit with the world, where specious titles dignify disgrace, and nature's injuries are arts of life, where brighter reason prompts to bolder crimes, and heavenly talents make infernal hearts that unsurmountable extreme of guilt. Poor Machiavel, who labored hard his plan, forgot that genius need not go to school, forgot that man without a tutor wise his plan had practised long before 'twas writ. The world's all title page, there's no contents. The world's all face, the man who shows his heart is hooted for his nudities and scorn. A man I knew who lived upon a smile, and well it fed him, he looked plump and fair, while rankest venom foamed through every vein. Lorenzo, what I tell thee take not ill, living he fawned on every fool alive, and dying cursed the friend on whom he lived. To such proficience thou art half a saint. In foreign realms, for thou hast travelled far, how curious to contemplate two state rooks, studious their nests to feather in a trice, with all the necromantics of their art, playing the game of faces on each other, making court sweetmeats of their latent gall, in foolish hope to steal each other's trust, both cheating, both exulting, both deceived, and sometimes both let earth rejoice undone. Their parts we doubt not but be that their shame shall men of talents fit to rule mankind stoop to mean wiles that would disgrace a fool, and lose the thanks of those few friends they serve, for who can thank the man he cannot see? Why so much cover? It defeats itself. Ye that know all things, know ye not men's hearts are therefore known, because they are concealed. For why concealed? The cause they need not tell. I give him joy, that's awkward at a lie, whose feeble nature truth keeps still in awe. His incapacity is his renown. 'Tis great, 'tis manly, to disdain disguise. It shows our spirit, or it proves our strength. Thou sayest 'tis needful, is it therefore right? Howe'er I grant it some small sign of grace, to strain at an excuse, and wouldst thou then escape that cruel need, thou mayest with ease think no post needful that demands a knave. When late our civil helm was shifting hands, so Pulteney thought, think better if you can. But this, how rare, the public path of life is dirty. Yet allow that dirt is due, it makes the noble mind more noble still. The world's no neuter, it will wound or save, or virtue quench, or indignation fire. You say the world well known will make a man, the world well known will give our hearts to heaven, or make us demons long before we die. To show how fair the world thy mistress shines, take either part, sure ills attend the choice, sure, though not equal, detriment ensues. Not virtue's self is deified on earth, virtue has her relapses, conflicts, foes that ne'er fail to make her feel their hate. Virtue has her peculiar set of pains, true friends to virtue last and least complain. But if they sigh, can others hope to smile? If wisdom has her miseries to mourn, how can poor folly lead a happy life? And if both suffer, what has earth to boast, where he most happy, who the least laments? Where much, much patience, the most envied state, and some forgiveness needs, the best of friends? For friend or happy life, who looks not higher, of neither shall he find the shadow here. The world's sworn advocate, without a fee, Lorenzo smartly with a smile replies, thus far thy song is right, and all must own virtue has her peculiar set of pains, and joys peculiar who to vice denies. If vice it is with nature to comply, if pride and sense are so predominant, to check, not overcome them, makes a saint. Can nature in a plainer voice proclaim pleasure and glory, the chief good of man? Can pride and sensuality rejoice? From purity of thought all pleasure springs, and from an humble spirit all our peace. Ambition, pleasure, let us talk of these the porch and academy talked. Of these each following age had much to say, yet unexhausted still the needful theme. Who talks of these? To mankind all at once he talks, for where the saint from either free? Are these thy refuge? No, these rush upon thee, thy vitals seize and vulture-like devour. I'll try if I can pluck thee from thy rock, Prometheus, from this barren ball of earth. If reason can unchain thee, thou art free. And first thy Caucasus ambition calls, mountain of torments, eminence of woes, of courted woes, and courted through mistake. 'Tis not ambition charms thee, 'tis a cheat will make thee start, as H at his moor. Dost grasp at greatness? First know what it is. Think'st thou thy greatness in distinction lies? Not in the feather, wave it e'er so high, by fortune stuck to mark us from the throng, is glory lodged. 'Tis lodged in the reverse, in that which joins, in that which equals all, the monarch and his slave, a deathless soul, unbounded prospect, and immortal kin, a father God, and brothers in the skies. Elder indeed in time, but less remote in excellence perhaps than thought by man. Why greater what can fall than what can rise? If still delirious, now, Lorenzo, go, and with thy full-blown brothers of the world throw scorn around thee, cast it on thy slaves and equals. How scorn cast on them rebounds on thee. If man is mean, as man art thou a god. If fortune makes him so, beware the consequence. A maxim, that which draws a monstrous picture of mankind, wherein the drapery the man is lost, externals fluttering, and the soul forgot. The greatest glory, when disposed to boast, boast that aloud, in which thy servants share. We wisely strip the steed we mean to buy, judge we in their caparisons of men. It naught avails thee, where but what thou art. All the distinctions of this little life are quite cutaneous, foreign to the man, when through death's straits earth's subtle serpents creep, which wriggle into wealth or climb renown. As crooked Satan the forbidden tree, they leave their party-colored robe behind. All that now glitters, while they rear aloft their brazen crests and hiss at us below. Of fortune's fucus strip them yet alive, strip them of body too, nay, closer still, away with all but moral in their minds. And let what then remains impose their name, pronounce them weak or worthy, great or mean. How mean that snuff of glory fortune lights, and death puts out? Dost thou demand a test at once infallible and short, of real greatness? That man greatly lives, whate'er his fate or fame, who greatly dies. High flushed with hope, where heroes shall despair, if this a true criterion, many courts illustrious might afford but few grandees. The Almighty from his throne on earth surveys naught greater than an honest humble heart. An humble heart, his residence, pronounced his second seat, and rival to the skies. The private path, the secret acts of men, is, if noble, far the noblest of our lives. How far above Lorenzo's glory sits the illustrious master of a name unknown, whose worth unrivaled and unwitnessed loves life's sacred shades, where gods converse with men, and peace beyond the world's conceptions smiles, as thou now, dark, before we part, shalt see. But thy great soul this skulking glory scorns. Lorenzo's sick, but when Lorenzo's seen, and when he shrugs at public business, lies, denied the public eye, the public voice, as if he lived on others' breath he dies. Fain would he make the world his pedestal, mankind the gazers, the sole figure he. Knows he that mankind praise against their will, and mix as much detraction as they can? Knows he that faithless fame her whisper has, as well as trumpet, that his vanity is so much tickled from not hearing all? Knows this all-knower, that from itch of praise, or from an itch more sordid, when he shines, taking his country by 500 ears, senates at once admire him and despise with modest laughter, lining loud applause, which makes the smile more mortal to his fame. His fame, which like the mighty Caesar crowned with laurels, in full senate greatly falls, by seeming friends that honor and destroy. We rise in glory as we sink in pride, where boasting ends, their dignity begins, and yet mistaken beyond all mistake, the blind Lorenzo's proud of being proud, and dreams himself ascending in his fall. An eminence, though fancied, turns the brain. All vice wants hellebore, but of all vice pride loudest calls, and for the largest bowl, because unlike all other vice it flies in fact the point in fancy most pursued. Who court applause, oblige the world in this, they gratify man's passion to refuse. Superior honor, when assumed, is lost. Even good men turn banditti and rejoice, like Cooley Khan, in plunder of the proud. Though somewhat disconcerted, steady still to the world's cause, with half a face of joy, Lorenzo cries, be then ambition cast. Ambition's dearer far stands unimpeached. Gay pleasure, proud ambition is her slave. For her he soars at great and hazards ill. For her he fights and bleeds or overcomes, and paves his way with crowns to reach her smile. Who can resist her charms? Or should? Lorenzo, what mortal shall resist where angels yield? Pleasure's the mistress of ethereal powers. For her contend the rival gods above. Pleasure's the mistress of the world below. And well it was for man that pleasure charms. How would all stagnate but for pleasure's ray? How would the frozen stream of action cease? What is the pulse of this so busy world? The love of pleasure, that through every vein throws motion, warmth, and shuts out death from life. Though various are the tempers of mankind, pleasure's gay family hold all in chains. Some most affect the black, and some the fair. Some honest pleasure court, and some obscene. Pleasures obscene are various as the throng of passions that can err in human hearts, mistake their objects, or transgress their bounds. Think you there's but one whoredom all? But when our reason licenses delight, dost doubt, Lorenzo? Thou shalt doubt no more. Thy father chides thy gallantries, yet hugs an ugly common harlot in the dark, a rank adulterer with others' gold, and that hag vengeance in a corner charms. Hatred her brothel has, as well as love, where horrid epicures debauch in blood. Whate'er the motive, pleasure is the mark. For her the black assassin draws his sword. For her dark statesmen trim their midnight lamp, to which no single sacrifice may fall. For her the saint abstains, the miser starves, the stoic proud for pleasure, pleasure scorned. For her affliction's daughters grief indulge, and find or hope a luxury in tears. For her guilt, shame, toil, danger we defy, and with the name of voluptuous rush on death. Thus universal her despotic power. And as her empire wide, her praise is just. Patron of pleasure, doter on delight, I am thy rival, pleasure I profess, pleasure the purpose of my gloomy song. Pleasure is naught but virtue's gayer name. I wrong her still, I rate her worth too low. Virtue the root, and pleasure is the flower, and honest Epicurus' foes were fools. But this sounds harsh, and gives the wise offense, if o'erstrained wisdom still retains the name. How knits austerity her cloudy brow, and blames as bold and hazardous the praise of pleasure, to mankind unpraised too dear? Ye modern Stoics, hear my soft reply. Their senses men will trust, we can't impose, or, if we could, is imposition right? Own honey sweet, but owning add this sting, when mixed with poison it is deadly too. Truth never was indebted to a lie. Is naught but virtue to be praised as good? Why then is health preferred before disease? What nature loves is good without our leave, and where no future drawback cries beware, pleasure, though not from virtue, should prevail. 'Tis balm to life, and gratitude to heaven. How cold are thanks for bounties unenjoyed! The love of pleasure is man's eldest born in his cradle, living to his tomb. Wisdom, her younger sister, though more grave, was meant to minister and not to mar. Imperial pleasure, queen of human hearts. Lorenzo, thou her majesty's renown, though uncoiffed, counsel learned in the world, who think'st thyself a Murray, with disdain mayest look on me. Yet, my Demosthenes, canst thou plead pleasure's cause as well as I? Knowest thou her nature, purpose, parentage? Attend my song, and thou shalt know them all, and know thyself to be, strange truth, the most abstemious man alive. Tell not Callista, she will laugh thee dead, or send thee to her hermitage with L. Absurd presumption, thou who never knewest a serious thought, shalt thou dare dream of joy? No man e'er found a happy life by chance, or yawned it into being with a wish, or with the snout of groveling appetite e'er smelt it out and grubbed it from the dirt. An art it is, and must be learned, and learned with unremitting effort, or be lost, and leaves us perfect blockheads in our bliss. The clouds may drop down titles and estates, wealth may seek us, but wisdom must be sought before all. But how unlike all else we seek on earth, 'tis never sought in vain. First pleasure's birth, rise, strength, and grandeur see, brought forth by wisdom, nursed by discipline, by patience taught, by perseverance crowned. She rears her head majestic round her throne, erected in the bosom of the just. Each virtue listed forms her manly guard. For what are virtue's formidable name? What but the fountain or defence of joy? Why then command it? Need mankind commands, at once to merit and to make their bliss. Great legislator, scarce so great as kind, if men are rational and love delight, thy gracious law but flatters human choice. In the transgression lies the penalty, and they the most indulge who most obey. Of pleasure next the final cause explore, its mighty purpose, its important end, not to turn human brutal, but to build divine on human. Pleasure came from heaven, in aid to reason was the goddess sent, to call up all its strength by such a charm. Pleasure first succors virtue in return, virtue gives pleasure an eternal reign. What but the pleasure of food, friendship, faith, supports life natural, civil, and divine? 'Tis from the pleasure of repast we live, 'tis from the pleasure of applause we please, 'tis from the pleasure of belief we pray. All prayer would cease if unbelief the prize. It serves ourselves, our species, and our God, and to serve more is past the sphere of man. Glide then for ever pleasure's sacred stream, through Eden as Euphrates ran, it runs and fosters every growth of happy life, makes a new Eden where it flows, but such as must be lost, Lorenzo, by thy fall. What mean I by thy fall, thou'lt shortly see, while pleasure's nature is at large displayed, already sung her origin and ends, those glorious ends by kind or by degree. When pleasure violates, 'tis then a vice, a vengeance too, it hastens into pain. From due refreshment, life, health, reason, joy, from wild excess, pain, grief, distraction, death. Heaven's justice this proclaims, and that her love. What greater evil can I wish my foe than his full draught of pleasure, from a cask unbroached, by just authority engaged, by temperance, by reason unrefined? 1,000 demon lurk within the lee, heaven, others, and ourselves, uninjured these. Drink deep and deeper, then, the more divine. Angels are angels from indulgence there, 'tis unrepenting pleasure makes a god. Dost think thyself a god from other joys, a victim rather? Shortly sure to bleed, the wrong must mourn. Can heaven's appointments fail? Can man outwit omnipotence, strike out a self-wrought happiness, unmeant by him who made us, and the world we would enjoy? Who forms an instrument, ordains from whence its dissonance or harmony shall rise? Heaven bid the soul this mortal frame inspire, bid virtue's ray divine inspire the soul with unprecarious flows of vital joy, and without breathing man as well might hope for life as without piety for peace. Is virtue then and piety the same? No, piety is more. 'Tis virtue's source, mother of every worth, as that of joy. Men of the world this doctrine ill digest. They smile at piety, yet boast aloud good will to men, nor know they strive to part what nature joins, and thus confute themselves. With piety begins all good on earth. 'Tis the firstborn of rationality. Conscience, her first law broken, wounded lies, enfeebled, lifeless, impotent to good. A feigned affection bounds her utmost power. Some we can't love but for th' Almighty's sake. A foe to God was ne'er a true friend to man. Some sinister intent taints all he does, and in his kindest actions he's unkind. On piety humanity is built, and on humanity much happiness, and yet still more on piety itself. A soul in commerce with her God is heaven, feels not the tumults and the shocks of life, the whirls of passions and the strokes of heart. A deity believed is joy begun, a deity adored is joy advanced, a deity beloved is joy matured. Each branch of piety delight inspires. Faith builds a bridge from this world to the next, or death's dark gulf and all its horror hides. Praise, the sweet exhalation of our joy. That joy exalts and makes it sweeter still. Prayer ardent opens heaven, lets down a stream of glory on the consecrated hour of man, in audience with the deity who worships the great God. That instant joins the first in heaven, sets his foot on hell. Lorenzo, when wast thou at church before? Thou think'st the service long, but is it just? Though just and welcome, thou hadst rather tread unhallowed ground. The muse, to win thine ear, must take an air less solemn. She complies. Good conscience, at the sound the world retires. Verse disaffects it, and Lorenzo smiles. Yet has she her seraglio full of charms, and such as age shall heighten, not impair. Art thou dejected? Is thy mind o'ercast? Amid her fair ones, thou the fairest, choose to chase thy gloom. Go fix some weighty truth, chain down some passion, do some generous good, teach ignorance to see, or grief to smile, correct thy friend, befriend thy greatest foe. Or with warm heart and confidence divine, spring up and lay strong hold on him who made thee. Thy gloom is scattered, sprightly spirits flow, though withered is thy vine and harp unstrung. Dost call the bowl, the viol, and the dance, loud mirth, mad laughter, wretched comforters, physicians more than half of thy disease? Laughter, though never censured, yet as sin, pardon a thought that only seems severe, is half immoral. Is it much indulged? By venting spleen or dissipating thought, it shows a scorner, or it makes a fool, and sins, as hurting others or ourselves. 'Tis pride or emptiness applies the straw, that tickles little minds to mirth effuse. Of grief approaching, the portentous sign, the house of laughter makes a house of woe. A man triumphant is a monstrous sight. A man dejected is a sight as mean. What cause for triumph where such ills abound? What for dejection where presides a power, who called us into being to be blessed? So grieve, as conscious grief may rise to joy, so joy as conscious, joy to grief may fall. Most true, a wise man never will be sad, but neither will sonorous bubbling mirth a shallow stream of happiness betray. Too happy to be sportive, he's serene. Yet wouldst thou laugh, but at thy own expense? This counsel strange should I presume to give. Retire and read thy Bible to be gay. There truths abound of sovereign aid to peace. I do not prize them less, because inspired, as thou and thine are apt and proud to do. If not inspired, that pregnant page had stood, time's treasure, and the wonder of the wise. Thou think'st perhaps thy soul alone at stake. Alas, should men mistake thee for a fool, what man of taste for genius, wisdom, truth, though tender of thy fame, could interpose? Believe me, sense here acts a double part, and the true critic is a Christian too. But these, thou think'st, are gloomy paths to joy. True joy in sunshine ne'er was found at first. They first themselves offend to greatly please, and travel only gives us sound repose. Heaven sells all pleasure, effort is the price. The joys of conquest are the joys of man, and glory the victorious laurel spreads o'er pleasure's pure, perpetual, placid stream. There is a time when toil must be preferred, or joy by mistimed fondness is undone. A man of pleasure is a man of pains. Thou wilt not take the trouble to be blessed. False joys indeed are born from want of thought, from thoughts full bent and energy the true, and that demands a mind in equal poise, remote from gloomy grief and glaring joy. Much joy not only speaks small happiness, but happiness that shortly must expire. Can joy embottomed in reflection stand, and in a tempest can reflection live? Can joy like thine secure itself an hour? Can joy like thine meet accident unshocked, or ope the door to honest poverty, or talk with threatening death and not turn pale? In such a world, in such a nature, these are needful fundamentals of delight. These fundamentals give delight indeed, delight pure, delicate, and durable, delight unshaken, masculine, divine, a constant and a sound, but serious joy. Is joy the daughter of severity? It is, yet far my doctrine from severe. Rejoice forever, it becomes a man, exalts and sets him nearer to the gods. Rejoice forever, nature cries rejoice, and drinks to man in her nectareous cup, mixed up of delicates for every sense, to the great founder of the bounteous feast, drinks glory, gratitude, eternal praise. And he that will not pleasure is a churl, ill firmly to support, good fully taste is the whole science of felicity, yet sparing pledge her bowl is not the best mankind can boast. A rational repast, exertion, vigilance, a mind in arms, a military discipline of thought, to foil temptation in the doubtful field, and ever waking ardor for the right. 'Tis these first give, then guard a cheerful heart. Naught that is right, think little, well aware what reason bids, God bids, by his command how aggrandize the smallest thing we do. Thus nothing is insipid to the wise, to thee insipid all, but what is mad. Joys seasoned high, and tasting strong of guilt. Mad, thou repliest, with indignation fired. Of ancient sages proud to tread the steps, I follow nature. Follow nature still, but look it be thine own. Is conscience then no part of nature? Is she not supreme? Thou regicide, or raise her from the dead, then follow nature and resemble God. When spite of conscience pleasure is pursued, man's nature is unnaturally pleased, and what's unnatural is painful too at intervals, and must disgust even thee. The fact thou knowest, but not perhaps the cause. Virtue's foundations with the world's were laid. Heaven mixed her with our make, and twisted close her sacred interest with the strings of life. Who breaks her awful mandate shocks himself, his better self. And is it greater pain our soul should murmur, or our dust repine, and one in their eternal war must bleed? If one must suffer, which should least be spared? The pains of mind surpass the pains of sense. Ask then the gout what torment is in guilt. The joys of sense to mental joys are mean. Sense on the present only feeds, the soul on past and future forages for joy. 'Tis hers by retrospect through time to range, and forward time's great sequel to survey. Could human courts take vengeance on the mind, axes might rust, and racks and gibbets fall. Guard then thy mind, and leave the rest to fate. Lorenzo, wilt thou never be a man? The man is dead, who for the body lives, lured by the beating of his pulse to list with every lust that wars against his peace, and sets him quite at variance with himself. Thyself first know, then love. A self there is of virtue fond, that kindles at her charms. A self there is as fond of every vice, while every virtue wounds it to the heart. Humility degrades it, justice robs, blessed bounty beggars it, fair truth betrays, and godlike magnanimity destroys. This self when rival to the former scorn. When not in competition, kindly treat, defend it, feed it, but when virtue bids, toss it, or to the fowls, or to the flames. And why? 'Tis love of pleasure bids thee bleed, comply, or own self-love extinct or blind. For what is vice? Self-love in a mistake. A poor blind merchant buying joys too dear, and virtue what? 'Tis self-love in her wits, quite skilful in the market of delight. Self-love's good sense is love of that dread power, from whom herself and all she can enjoy. Other self-love is but disguised self-hate, more mortal than the malice of our foes. A self-hate now scarce felt, then felt full sore, when being cursed, extinction loud implored, and everything preferred to what we are. Yet this self-love Lorenzo makes his choice, and in this choice triumphant boasts of joy. How is his want of happiness betrayed? By disaffection to the present hour. Imagination wanders far afield, the future pleases. Why? The present pains. But that's a secret, yes, which all men know, and know from thee, discovered unawares, the ceaseless agitation, restless roll from cheat to cheat, impatient of a pause. What is it? 'Tis the cradle of the soul, from instinct sent to rock her in disease, which her physician reason will not cure. A poor expedient, yet thy best, and while it mitigates thy pain, it owns it too. Such are Lorenzo's wretched remedies. The weak have remedies, the wise have joys. Superior wisdom is superior bliss. And what sure mark distinguishes the wise? Consistent wisdom ever wills the same. Thy fickle wish is ever on the wing. Sick of herself is folly's character, as wisdom is a modest self-applause. A change of evils is thy good supreme. Nor but in motion canst thou find thy rest. Man's greatest strength is shown in standing still. The first sure symptom of a mind in health is rest of heart and pleasure felt at home. False pleasure from abroad her joys imports, rich from within and self-sustained the true. The true is fixed and solid as a rock, slippery the false and tossing as the wave. This a wild wanderer on earth like Cain, that like the fable self-enamored boy, home contemplation her supreme delight. She dreads an interruption from without, smit with her own condition, and the more intense she gazes, still it charms the more. No man is happy till he thinks on earth there breathes not a more happy than himself. Then envy dies, and love o'erflows on all, and love o'erflowing makes an angel here. Such angels all entitled to repose on him who governs fate. Though tempest frowns, though nature shakes, how soft to lean on heaven, to lean on him on whom archangels lean. With inward eyes and silent as the grave, they stand collecting every beam of thought, till their hearts kindle with divine delight. For all their thoughts, like angels seen of old in Israel's dream, come from and go to heaven. Hence are they studious of sequestered scenes, while noise and dissipation comfort thee. Were all men happy, revelling would cease, that opiate for inquietude within. Lorenzo never man was truly blessed, but it composed and gave him such a cast, as folly might mistake for want of joy, a cast unlike the triumph of the proud, a modest aspect, and a smile at heart. O for joy from thy philander's spring, a spring perennial, rising in the breast, and permanent as pure. No turbid stream of rapturous exultation swelling high, which like land floods impetuous pour a while, then sink at once and leave us in the mire. What does the man who transient joy prefers? What but prefer the bubbles to the stream? Vain are all sudden sallies of delight, convulsions of a weak distempered joy. Joy's a fixed state, a tenure, not a start. Bliss there is none, but unprecarious bliss. That is the gem. Sell all and purchase that. Why go a-begging to contingencies, not gained with ease, nor safely loved if gained? At good fortuitous, draw back and pause, suspect it, what thou canst ensure enjoy, and naught but what thou givest thyself is sure. Reason perpetuates joy that reason gives, and makes it as immortal as herself. To mortals, naught immortal but their worth. Worth, conscious worth, should absolutely reign, and other joys ask leave for their approach, nor unexamined ever leave obtain. Now art all anarchy, a mob of joys wage war and perish in intestine broils. Not the least promise of internal peace, no bosom comfort or embarred bliss. Thy thoughts are vagabonds, all outward bound, mid sands and rocks and storms to cruise for pleasure. If gain dear bought, and better missed than gained, much pain must expiate. What much pain procured, fancy and sense from an infected shore thy cargo bring, and pestilence the prize. Then such thy thirst insatiable, thirst by fond indulgence but inflamed the more. Fancy still cruises when poor sense is tired. Imagination is the Paphian shop, where feeble happiness, like Vulcan lame, bids foul ideas in their dark recess, and hot as hell, which kindle the black fires. With wanton art those fatal errors form, which murder all thy time, health, wealth, and fame. Wouldst thou receive them? Other thoughts there are on angel wing, descending from above, which these with art divine would counterwork, and form celestial armour for thy peace. In this is seen imagination's guilt, but who can count her follies? She betrays thee to think in grandeur there is something great. For works of curious art and ancient fame thy genius hungers elegantly pained, and foreign climes must cater for thy taste, hence what disaster? Though the price was paid, that persecuting priest, the Turk of Rome, whose foot, ye gods, though cloven, must be kissed, detained thy dinner on the Latian shore. Such is the fate of honest Protestants, and poor magnificence is starved to death. Hence just resentment, indignation, ire, be pacified. If outward things are great, 'tis magnanimity great things to scorn. Pompous expenses and parades august, and courts that insalubrious soil to peace. True happiness ne'er entered at an eye. True happiness resides in things unseen. No smiles of fortune ever bless the bad, nor can her frowns rob innocence of joys. That jewel wanting triple crowns are poor, so tell his holiness and be revenged. Pleasure, we both agree, is man's chief good. Our only contest, what deserves the name? Give pleasure's name to naught but what has passed, the authentic seal of reason, which like York demurs on what it passes, and defies the tooth of time. When past a pleasure still, dearer on trial, lovelier for its age, and doubly to be prized, as it promotes our future, while it forms our present joy. Some joys the future overcast, and some throw all their beams that way, and gild the tomb. Some joys endear eternity, some give abhorred annihilation dreadful charms. Our rival joys contending for thy choice, consult thy whole existence and be safe. That oracle will put all doubt to flight. Short is the lesson, though my lecture long. Be good, and let heaven answer for the rest. Yet with a sigh o'er all mankind I grant, in this our day of proof, our land of hope, the good man has his clouds that intervene, clouds that obscure his sublunary day, but never conquer. Even the best must own patience and resignation are the pillars of human peace on earth. The pillars these, but those of Seth not more remote from thee, till this heroic lesson thou hast learned, to frown at pleasure and to smile in pain. Fired at the prospect of unclouded bliss, heaven in reversion, like the sun as yet beneath the horizon, cheers us in this world. It sheds on souls susceptible of light the glorious dawn of our eternal day. This, says Lorenzo, is a fair harangue. But can harangues blow back strong nature's stream, or stem the tide heaven pushes through our veins, which sweeps away man's impotent resolves, and lays his labor level with the world? Themselves men make their comment on mankind, and think naught is but what they find at home. Thus weakness to chimera turns the truth. Nothing romantic has the muse prescribed. Above Lorenzo saw the man of earth, the mortal man, and wretched was the sight. To balance that, to comfort and exalt, now see the man immortal. Him I mean, who lives as such, whose heart, full bent on heaven, leans all that way, his bias to the stars. The world's dark shades in contrast set shall raise his lustre more, though bright without a foil. Observe his awful portrait and admire, nor stop at wonder, imitate and live. Some angel guide my pencil while I draw what nothing less than angel can exceed, a man on earth devoted to the skies, like ships in sea, while in, above the world. With aspect mild and elevated eye, behold him seated on a mount serene, above the fogs of sense and passion's storm. All the black cares and tumults of his life, like harmless thunders, breaking at his feet, excite his pity, not impair his peace. Earth's genuine sons, the sceptred and the slave, a mingled mob, a wandering herd, he sees bewildered in the veil, in all alike, his full reverse in all. What higher praise, what stronger demonstration of the right? The present all their care, the future his. When public welfare calls, or private want, they give to fame. His bounty he conceals. Their virtues varnish nature, his exalt. Mankind's esteem they court, and he his own. Theirs the wild chase of false felicities, his the composed possession of the true. Alike throughout is his consistent peace, all of one color and an even thread, while party-colored shreds of happiness with hideous gaps between patch up for them a madman's robe. Each puff of fortune blows the tatters by, and shows their nakedness. He sees with other eyes than theirs. Where they behold a sun, he spies a deity. What makes them only smile makes him adore. Where they see mountains, he but atoms sees. An empire in his balance weighs a grain. They things terrestrial worship as divine. His hopes immortal blow them by as dust, that dims his sight and shortens his survey, which longs in infinite to lose all bound. Titles and honors, if they prove his fate, he lays aside to find his dignity. No dignity they find in aught besides. They triumph in externals, which conceal man's real glory, proud of an eclipse. Himself too much he prizes to be proud, and nothing thinks so great in man as man. Too dear he holds his interest to neglect another's welfare or his right invade. Their interest, like a lion, lives on prey. They kindle at the shadow of a wrong. Wrong he sustains with temper, looks on heaven, nor stoops to think his injurer his foe. Naught but what wounds his virtue wounds his peace. A covered heart their character defends, a covered heart denies him half his praise. With nakedness his innocence agrees, while their broad foliage testifies their fall. There no joys end, where his full feast begins. His joys create theirs murder, future bliss. To triumph in existence is alone, and is alone triumphantly to think his true existence has not yet begun. His glorious course was yesterday complete. Death then was welcome, yet life still is sweet. But nothing charms Lorenzo like the firm undaunted breast, and whose is that high praise? They yield to pleasure, though they danger brave, and show no fortitude but in the field. If there they show it, 'tis for glory shown, nor will that cordial always man their hearts. A cordial his sustains that cannot fail. By pleasure unsubdued, unbroke by pain, he shares in that omnipotence he trusts, all bearing, all attempting, till he falls, and when he falls, writes Visi on his shield. From magnanimity, all fear above, from nobler recompense above applause, which owes to man's short outlook all its charms, backward to credit what he never felt, Lorenzo cries, where shines this miracle? From what root rises this immortal man? A root that grows not in Lorenzo's ground. The root dissect, nor wonder at the flower. He follows nature not like thee, and shows us an uninverted system of a man. His appetite wears reason's golden chain, and finds in due restraint its luxury. His passion, like an eagle well reclaimed, is taught to fly at naught but infinite. Patient his hope, unanxious is his care. His caution fearless, and his grief, if grief the gods ordain, a stranger to despair. And why? Because affection more than meat his wisdom leaves not disengaged from heaven. Those secondary goods that smile on earth, he, loving in proportion, loves in peace. They most the world enjoy who least admire. His understanding scapes the common cloud of fumes arising from a boiling breast. His head is clear because his heart is cooled by worldly competitions uninflamed. The moderate movements of his soul admit distinct ideas and mature debate, an eye impartial and an even scale, whence judgment sound and unrepenting choice. Thus in a double sense the good are wise, on its own dunghill wiser than the world. What then the world? It must be doubly weak. Strange truth, as soon would they believe their creed. Yet thus it is, nor otherwise can be, so far from aught romantic what I sing. Bliss has no being, virtue has no strength, but from the prospect of immortal life. Who think earth all, or what ways just the same, who care no farther, must prize what it yields. Fond of its fancies, proud of its parades, who thinks earth nothing, can't its charms admire. He can't a foe, though most malignant, hate, because that hate would prove his greater foe. 'Tis hard for them, yet who so loudly boast goodwill to men, to love their dearest friend. For may not he invade their good supreme, where the least jealousy turns love to gall? All shines to them that for a season shines. Each act, each thought he questions what its weight, its color what 1,000 ages hence, and what it there appears, he deems it now. Hence pure are the recesses of his soul. The godlike man has nothing to conceal. His virtue constitutionally deep has habits, firmness, and affection's flame. Angels allied descend to feed the fire, and death, which others slays, makes him a god. And now Lorenzo, bigot of this world, want to disdain poor bigots caught by heaven, stand by thy scorn, and be reduced to naught. For what art thou, thou boaster, while thy glare, thy gaudy grandeur, and mere worldly worth, like a broad mist at distance strikes us most, and like a mist is nothing when at hand. His merit, like a mountain on reproach, swells more, and rises nearer to the skies. By promise now, and by possession soon, too much, he cannot be his own. From this thy just annihilation rise, Lorenzo, rise to something by reply. The world, thy client, listens and expects, and longs to crown thee with immortal praise. Canst thou be silent? No, for wit is thine, and wit talks most, when least she has to say, and reason interrupts not her career. She'll say, that mists above the mountains rise, and with 1,000 pleasantries amuse. She'll sparkle, puzzle, flutter, raise a dust, and fly conviction in the dust she raised. Wit, how delicious to man's dainty taste, is precious as the vehicle of sense, but as its substitute a dire disease, pernicious talent, flattered by the world, by the blind world which thinks the talent rare. Wisdom is rare, Lorenzo, wit abounds, passion can give it, sometimes wine inspires the lucky flash, and madness rarely fails. Whatever cause the spirit strongly stirs, confers the bays, and rivals thy renown. For thy renown, 'twere well was this the worst, chance often hits it. And to pique thee more, see dullness blundering on vivacities, shakes her sage head at the calamity which has exposed and let her down to thee. But wisdom, awful wisdom, which inspects, discerns, compares, weighs, separates, infers, seizes the right, and holds it to the last. How rare in senates synods sought in vain, or if there found, 'tis sacred to the few, while a lewd prostitute to multitudes frequent as fatal. Wit, in civil life, wit makes an enterpriser, sense a man. Wit hates authority, commotion loves, and thinks herself the lightning of the storm. In states 'tis dangerous, in religion death. Shall wit turn Christian, when the dull believe? Sense is our helmet, wit is but the plume. The plume exposes, 'tis our helmet saves. Sense is the diamond, weighty, solid, sound. When cut by wit, it casts a brighter beam. Yet wit apart, it is a diamond still. Wit widowed of good sense is worse than naught. It hoists more sail to run against a rock. Thus the half Chesterfield is quite a fool, whom dull fools scorn, and bless their want of wit. How ruinous the rock, I warrant thee, shun, where sirens sit to sing thee to thy fate. A joy in which our reason bears no part is but a sorrow tickling ere it stings. Let not the cooings of the world allure thee. Which of her lovers ever found her true? Happy of this bad world who little know. And yet we much must know her to be safe. To know the world, not love her, is thy point. She gives but little, nor that little long. There is, I grant, a triumph of the pulse, a dance of spirits, a mere froth of joy. Our thoughtless agitations, idle child, that mantles high, that sparkles and expires, leaving the soul more vapid than before. An animal ovation, such as holds no commerce with our reason, but subsists on juices through the well-toned tubes, well strained, a nice machine, scarce ever tuned aright, and when it jars, thy sirens sing no more. Thy dance is done, the demigod is thrown, short apotheosis beneath the man, in coward gloom immersed, or fell despair. Art thou yet dull enough, despair, to dread and startle at destruction? If thou art, accept a buckler, take it to the field. A field of battle is this mortal life. When danger threatens, lay it on thy heart, a single sentence, proof against the world. Soul, body, fortune, every good pertains to one of these. But prize not all alike. The goods of fortune to thy body's health, body to soul, and soul submit to God. Wouldst thou build lasting happiness, do this. The inverted pyramid can never stand. Is this truth doubtful? It outshines the sun. Nay, the sun shines not but to show us this, the single lesson of mankind on earth. And yet what? No news, mankind is mad. Such mighty numbers list against the right. And what can't numbers, when bewitched, achieve? They talk themselves to something like belief that all earth's joys are theirs, as Athens' fool grinned from the port on every sail his own. They grin, but wherefore? And how long the laugh? Half ignorance their mirth, and half a lie. To cheat the world and cheat themselves they smile. Hard either task. The most abandoned own that others, if abandoned, are undone. Then for themselves the moment reason wakes, and providence denies it long repose. Oh, how laborious is their gaiety! They scarce can swallow their ebullient spleen, scarce muster patience to support the farce, and pump sad laughter till the curtain falls. Scarce did I say, some cannot sit it out. Off their own daring hands the curtain draw, and show us what their joy by their despair. The clotted hair, gored breast, blaspheming eye, its impious fury still alive in death. Shut the shocking scene, but heaven denies a cover to such guilt, and so should man. Look round, Lorenzo, see the reeking blade, the envenomed file, and the fatal ball, the strangling cord and suffocating stream, the loathsome rottenness and foul decays from raging riot, slower suicides, and pride in these more execrable still. How horrid all to thought, but horrors these that vouch the truth and aid my feeble song. From vice, sense, fancy, no man can be blessed. Bliss is too great to lodge within an hour. When an immortal being aims at bliss, duration is essential to the name. Oh, for a joy from reason, joy from that which makes man man, and exercised aright will make him more. A bounteous joy that gives and promises, that weaves with art divine the richest prospect into present peace. A joy ambitious, joy in common held with thrones ethereal and their greater far. A joy high privilege from chance, time, death. A joy which death shall double judgment crown, crowned higher and still higher at each stage through blessed eternity's long day, yet still not more remote from sorrow than from him, whose lavish hand, whose love stupendous pours so much of deity on guilty dust. There, O my Lucia, may I meet thee there, where not thy presence can improve my bliss. Affects not this the sages of the world? Can naught affect them but what fools them too? Eternity depending on an hour makes serious thought man's wisdom, joy, and praise. Nor need you blush, though sometimes your designs may shun the light, at your designs on heaven. Sole point where over bashful is your blame. Are you not wise? You know you are, yet here one truth amid your numerous schemes mislaid, or overlooked, or thrown aside if seen. Our schemes to plan by this world or the next is the sole difference between wise and fool. All worthy men will weigh you in the scale. What wonder then if they pronounce you light? Is their esteem alone not worth your care? Accept my simple scheme of common sense, thus save your fame and make two worlds your own. The world replies not, but the world persists and puts the cause off to the longest day, planning evasions for the day of doom. So far at that rehearing from redress, they then turn witnesses against themselves. Hear that, Lorenzo, nor be wise tomorrow. Haste, haste, a man by nature is in haste, for who shall answer for another hour? 'Tis highly prudent to make one sure friend, and that thou canst not do this side the skies. Ye sons of earth, nor willing to be more, since verse you think from priestcraft somewhat free, thus in an age so gay the muse plain truths, truths which at church you might have heard in prose, has ventured into light, well pleased the verse should be forgot if you the truths retain, and crown her with your welfare, not your praise. But praise she need not fear. I see my fate, and headlong leap like Curtius down the gulf, since many an ample volume, mighty tome, must die, and die unwept. O thou minute devoted page, go forth among thy foes, go nobly proud of martyrdom for truth, and die a double death. Mankind incensed denies thee long to live, nor shalt thou rest when thou art dead. In Stygian shades arraigned by Lucifer as traitor to his throne, and bold blasphemer of his friend the world whose legions cost him slender pay, and volunteers around his banners swarm, prudent as Prussia in her zeal for Gaul. Are all then fools? Lorenzo cries. Yes, all. But such as hold this doctrine new to thee, the mother of true wisdom is the will, the noblest intellect a fool without it. World wisdom much has done, and more may do, in arts and sciences, in wars and peace, but art and science, like thy wealth, will leave thee, and make thee twice a beggar at thy death. This is the most indulgence can afford. Thy wisdom all can do, but make thee wise, nor think this censure is severe on thee. Satan, thy master, I dare call a dunce. End of chapter 8.
Section 9, Part 1 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anya E. The Consolation, containing among other things 1. A moral survey of the nocturnal heavens. 2. A night address to the deity. Night Ninth. As when a traveler a long day past, in painful search of what he cannot find, at night's approach, content with the next cot, there ruminates awhile, his labor lost. Then cheers his heart with what his fate affords, and chants his sonnet to deceive the time, till the due season calls him to repose. Thus I, long travelled in the ways of men, and dancing with the rest, the giddy maze, where disappointment smiles at hope's career, warned by the languor of life's evening ray, at length have housed me in an humble shed, where, future wandering banished from my thought, and waiting, patient, the sweet hour of rest, I chase the moments with a serious song. Song soothes our pains, and age has pains to soothe. When age, care, crime, and friends embraced at heart, torn from my bleeding breast, and death's dark shade, which hovers o'er me, quench the ethereal fire, canst thou, O night, indulge one labor more? One labor more indulge, then sleep my strain, till haply waked by Raphael's golden lyre, where night, death, age, care, crime, and sorrow cease to bear a part in everlasting lays. Though far, far higher set, in aim I trust, symphonious, to this humble prelude here. Has not the muse asserted pleasures pure, like those above, exploding other joys? Weigh what was urged, Lorenzo, fairly weigh, and tell me, hast thou cause to triumph still? I think thou wilt forbear a boast so bold, but if, beneath the favour of mistake, thy smile sincere, not more sincere can be Lorenzo's smile than my compassion for him. The sick in body call for aid, the sick in mind are covetous of more disease, and when at worst, they dream themselves quite well. To know ourselves diseased is half our cure. When nature's blush by custom is wiped off, and conscience, deadened by repeated strokes, has into manners naturalized our crimes, the curse of curses is our curse to love, to triumph in the blackness of our guilt, as Indians glory in the deepest jet, and throw aside our senses with our peace. But grant no guilt, no shame, no least alloy, grant joy and glory, quite unsullied shun. Yet still it ill deserves Lorenzo's heart. No joy, no glory glitters in thy sight, but through the thin partition of an hour I see its sables wove by destiny, and that in sorrow buried, this in shame, while howling furies ring the doleful knell. And conscience, now so soft thou scarce canst hear, her whisper echoes her eternal peal. Where the prime actors of the last year seen, their port so proud, their buskin and their plume, how many sleep who kept the world awake with lustre and with noise? Has death proclaimed a truce and hung his sated lance on high? 'Tis brandished still, nor shall the present year be more tenacious of our human leaf, or spread of feeble life a thinner fall, but needless monument to wake the thought, life's gayest scenes speak man's morality, though in a style more fluttered, full as plain, as mausoleums, pyramids, and tombs. What are our noblest ornaments but debts, turned flatterers of life in paint or marble, the well-stained canvas or the featured stone? Our Father's grace, or rather haunt, the scene. Joy peoples her pavilion from the dead. Professed diversions, cannot these escape? Far from it, these present us with a shroud, and talk of death like garlands o'er a grave. As some bold plunderers for buried wealth, we ransack tombs for pastime. From the dust call up the sleeping hero, bid him tread the scene for our amusement. How like gods we sit, and wrapped in immortality, shed generous tears on wretches born to die, their fate deploring, to forget our own. What all the pomps and triumphs of our lives but legacies in blossom? Our lean soil, luxuriant grown, and rank in vanities, from friends interred beneath, a rich manure. Like other worms we banquet on the dead, like other worms shall we crawl on, nor know our present frailties, our approaching fate? Lorenzo, such the glories of the world! What is the world itself? Thy world, a grave. Where is the dust that has not been alive? The spade, the plough, disturb our ancestors. From human mould we reap our daily bread, The globe around Earth's hollow surface shakes, and is the ceiling of her sleeping suns. O'er devastation we blind revels keep. Whole buried towns support the dancer's heel. The moist of human frame the sun exhales. Winds scatter through the mighty void the dry. Earth repossesses part of what she gave, and the freed spirit mounts on wings of fire. Each element partakes our scattered spoils, as nature, wide our ruins spread. Man's death inhabits all things, but the thought of man. Nor man alone, his breathing bust expires. His tomb is mortal, empires die. Where, now, the Roman, Greek? They stalk an empty name, yet few regard them in this useful light, though half our learning is their epitaph. When down thy veil unlocked by midnight thought, that loves to wander in thy sunless realms, O death, I stretch my view. What visions rise, what triumphs, toils imperial, arts divine, in withered laurels glide before my sight. What lengths of far-famed ages, billowed high, with human agitation, roll along in unsubstantial images of air, the melancholy ghosts of dead renown, whispering faint echoes of the world's applause, with penitential aspect, as they pass, all point at earth and hiss at human pride, the wisdom of the wise and prancings of the great. But, O Lorenzo, far the rest above, of ghastly nature and enormous size, one form assaults my sight, and chills my blood, and shakes my frame. Of one departed world I see the mighty shadow, oozy wreath, and dismal seaweed crown her. O'er her urn, reclined, she weeps her desolated realms and bloated suns, and weeping prophesies another dissolution, soon in flames. But like Cassandra, prophecies in vain to many, not I trust to thee. For know'st thou not, or art thou loath to know, the great decree, the counsel of the skies? Deluge and conflagration, dreadful powers, prime ministers of vengeance, chained in caves, distinct, apart the grand furies roar, apart, or such their horrid rage for ruin. In mutual conflict would they rise and wage eternal war, till one was quite devoured. But not for this ordained their boundless rage, when heaven's inferior instruments of wrath, war, famine, pestilence, are found too weak to scourge a world for her enormous crimes. These are let loose, alternate. Down they rush, swift and tempestuous, from the eternal throne, with irresistible commission armed, the world in vain corrected, to destroy, and ease creation of the shocking scene. Seest thou, Lorenzo, what depends on man? The fate of nature, as for man, her birth. Earth's actors change earth's transitory scenes, and make creation groan with human guilt. How must it groan in a new deluge whelmed, but not of waters? At the destined hour by the loud trumpet summoned to the charge, see, all the formidable sons of fire, eruptions, earthquakes, comets, lightnings, play their various engines. All at once disgorge their blazing magazines, and take by storm this poor terrestrial citadel of man. Amazing period, when each mountain height outburns Vesuvius. Rocks eternal pour their melted mass as rivers once they poured. Stars rush, and final ruin fiercely drives her plowshare o'er creation, while aloft more than astonishment, if more can be, far other firmament than e'er was seen, than e'er was thought by man, far other stars, stars animate, that govern these of fire, far other sun, a sun, oh how unlike the babe at Bethlehem, how unlike the man that groaned on Calvary, yet he it is, that man of sorrows, oh how changed, what pomp, in grandeur terrible, all heaven descends, and gods ambitious triumph in his train. A swift archangel with his golden wing, as blots and clouds that darken in disgrace the scene divine, sweeps stars and suns aside. And now, all dross removed, heaven's own pure day, full on the confines of our ether, flames, while, dreadful contrast, far, how far beneath, hell bursting, belches forth her blazing seas, and storms sulphurous, her voracious jaws expanding wide, and roaring for her prey. Lorenzo, welcome to this scene, the last in nature's course, the first in wisdom's thought. This strikes, if aught can strike thee, this awakes the most supine, this snatches man from death. Rouse, rouse, Lorenzo, then, and follow me, where truth, the most momentous man can hear, loud calls my soul, and ardor wings her flight. I find my inspiration in my theme. The grandeur of my subject is my muse. At midnight, when mankind is wrapped in peace, and worldly fancy feeds on golden dreams, to give more dread to man's most dreadful hour. At midnight, 'tis presumed, this pomp will burst from tenfold darkness, sudden as the spark from smitten steel, from nitrous grain the blaze. Man, starting from his couch, shall sleep no more. The day is broke, which never more shall close. Above, around, beneath, amazement all, terror and glory joined in their extremes. Our God in grandeur, and our world on fire, all nature struggling in the pangs of death. Dost thou not hear her? Dost thou not deplore her strong convulsions and her final groan? Where are we now? Ah me! The ground is gone on which we stood. Lorenzo, while thou mayst provide more firm support, or sink forever. Where, how, from whence? Vain hope, it is too late. Where for shelter shall the guilty fly, when consternation turns the good man pale? Great day, for which all other days were made, for which earth rose from chaos, man from earth, and in eternity the date of gods descended on poor earth created man. Great day of dread, decision, and despair, At thought of thee, each sublunary wish lets go its eager grasp and drops the world, and catches at each reed of hope in heaven. At thought of thee, and art thou absent then? Lorenzo, no, 'tis here it is begun, already's begun the grand assize. In thee, in all, deputed conscience scales the dread tribunal, and forestalls our doom, forestalls, and by forestalling proves it sure. Why on himself should man void judgment pass? Is ideal nature laughing at her sons? Who, conscience sent, her sentence will support, and God above assert that God in man. Thrice happy they that enter now the court, heaven opens in their bosoms. But how rare, ah me, that magnanimity, how rare! What hero like the man who stands himself? Who dares to meet his naked heart alone? Who bears, intrepid, the full charge it brings, resolved to silence future murmurs there? The coward flies, thinks but thinks slightly, asks but fears to know, asks, what is truth? With Pilate, and retires, dissolves the court and mingles with the throng, asylum sad from reason, hope, and heaven. Shall all but man look out with ardent eye for that great day which was ordained for man? O day of consummation! Mark supreme, if men are wise, of human thought, nor least or in the sight of angels, or their king, angels whose radiant circles, height o'er height, order o'er order, rising, blaze o'er blaze, as in a theatre surround the scene, intent on man and anxious for his fate. Angels look out for thee, their Lord, to vindicate his glory, and for thee creation universal calls aloud to disinvolve the moral world and give to nature's renovation brighter charms. Shall man alone, whose final fate hangs on that hour, excluded from his thought? I think of nothing else. I see, I feel it, all nature like an earthquake, trembling round, all deities like summer swarms on wing, all basking in the full meridian blaze. I see the judge enthroned, the flaming guard, the volume opened every heart, a sunbeam pointing out each secret thought. No patron, intercessor none, now past the sweet, the clement, mediatorial hour. For guilt, no plea, to pain, no pause, no bound, inexorable all and all extreme. Nor man alone, the foe of God and man, from his dark den blaspheming, drags his chain, and rears his brazen front, with thunder scarred, receives his sentence, and begins his hell. All vengeance past now seems abundant grace, like meteors in a stormy sky. How roll his baleful eyes! He curses whom he dreads, and deems it the first moment of his fall. 'Tis present to my thought, and yet where is it? Angels can't tell me, angels cannot guess the period from created beings locked in darkness. but the process and the place are less obscure. For these may man inquire, say, thou great close of human hopes and fears, great key of hearts, great finisher of fates, great end and great beginning, say, where art thou? Art thou in time or in eternity? Nor in eternity nor time I find thee. These as two monarchs on their borders meet, monarchs of all elapsed or unarrived, as in debate, how best their powers allied may swell the grandeur or discharge the wrath of him whom both their monarchies obey. Time, this vast fabric for him built, and doomed with him to fall, now bursting o'er his head, his lamp the sun extinguished, from beneath the frown of hideous darkness, calls his sons from their long slumber, from earth's heaving womb, to second birth, contemporary throng, roused at one call, upstarted from one bed, pressed in one crowd, appalled with one amaze, he turns them o'er, eternity, to thee. Then, as a king deposed disdains to live, he falls on his own scythe, nor falls alone. His greatest foe falls with him, time, and he who murdered all time's offspring, death, expire. Time was, eternity now reigns alone, awful eternity, offended queen, and her resentment to mankind, how just, with kind intent, soliciting access, how often has she knocked at human hearts, rich to repay their hospitality, how often called, and with the voice of God, yet bore repulse, excluded as a cheat, a dream, while foulest foes found welcome there, a dream, a cheat, now all things but her smile. For lo, her twice 10,000 gates thrown wide, as thrice from Indus to the frozen pole, with banners streaming as the comet's blaze, and clarions louder than the deep in storms, sonorous as immortal breath can blow, pour forth their myriads, potentates, and powers, of light, of darkness, in a middle field, wide as creation, populous as wide, a neutral region, there to mark the event of that great drama whose preceding scenes detained them close spectators, through a length of ages ripening to this grand result, ages as yet unnumbered, but by God, who now pronouncing sentence vindicates the rights of virtue and his own renown. Eternity, the weariest sentence past, assigns the severed throng distinct abodes, sulphureous or ambrosial. What ensues? The deed predominant, the deed of deeds, which makes a hell of hell, a heaven of heaven. The goddess with determined aspect turns her adamantine key's enormous size through destiny's inextricable wards, deep driving every bolt on both their fates. Then from the crystal battlements of heaven, down, down she hurls it through the dark profound, 10,000 fathom, there to rust and ne'er unlock her resolution more. The deep resounds, and hell through all her glooms returns in groans the melancholy roar. Oh, how unlike the chorus of the skies! Oh, how unlike those shouts of joy that shake the whole ethereal! How the concave rings! Nor strange, when deities their voice exalt, and louder far than when creation rose, to see creation's godlike aim and end so well accomplished, so divinely closed. To see the mighty dramatist's last act as meet, in glory rising o'er the rest. No fancied god, a god indeed, descends to solve all knots, to strike the moral home, to throw full day on darkest scenes of time, to clear, commend, exalt, and crown the whole. Hence, in one peal of loud eternal praise, the charmed spectators thunder their applause, and the vast void beyond, applause resounds. What then am I, amidst applauding worlds, and worlds celestial? Is there found on earth a peevish, dissonant, rebellious string, which jars in the grand chorus and complains? Censure on thee, Lorenzo, I suspend, and turn it on myself, how greatly due. All is right, by God ordained or done, and who but God resumed the friends he gave? And have I been complaining then, so long, complaining of his favors, pain and death? Who without pain's advice would e'er be good? Who without death but would be good in vain? Pain is to save from pain, all punishment to make for peace, and death to save from death, and second death to guard immortal life, to rouse the careless, the presumptuous awe, and turn the tide of souls another way, by the same tenderness divine ordained that planted Eden and high bloomed for man, a fairer Eden endless in the skies. Heaven gives us friends to bless the present scene, resumes them to prepare us for the next. All evils natural are moral goods, all discipline indulgence on the whole. None are unhappy, all have cause to smile, but such as to themselves that cause deny. Our faults are at the bottom of our pains. Error in act or judgment is the source of endless sighs. We sin or we mistake, and nature attacks when false opinion stings. Let impious grief be banished, joy indulged, but chiefly then when grief puts in her claim. Joy from the joyous frequently betrays, oft lives in vanity, and dies in woe. Joy amidst ills corroborates, exalts. 'Tis joy and conquest, joy and virtue too, a noble fortitude in ills delights. Heaven, earth, ourselves, 'tis duty, glory, peace. Affliction is the good man's shining scene. Prosperity conceals his brightest ray. As night to stars, woe luster gives to man. Heroes in battle, pilots in the storm, and virtues and calamities admire. The crown of manhood is a winter joy, an evergreen that stands the northern blast and blossoms in the rigor of our fate. 'Tis a prime part of happiness to know how much unhappiness must prove our lot, a part which few possess. I'll pay life's tax without one rebel murmur from this hour, nor think it misery to be a man. Who thinks it is, shall never be a god. Some ills we wish for when we wish to live. What spoke proud passion? Wish my being lost? Presumptuous, blasphemous, absurd, and false. The triumph of my soul is that I am, and therefore that I may be. What, Lorenzo, look inward, and look deep, and deeper still. Unfathomably deep our treasure runs, in golden veins, through all eternity, ages and ages, and succeeding still, new ages, where the phantom of an hour which courts each night, dull slumber, for a pair shall wake, and wonder, and exult, and praise, and fly through infinite, and all unlock, and, if deserved, by heaven's redundant love, made half adorable itself, adore, and find in adoration endless joy. Wert thou not master of a moment here, frail as the flower and fleeting as the gale, mayst boast a whole eternity enriched with all a kind omnipotence can pour. Since Adam fell, no mortal uninspired has ever yet conceived, or ever shall, how kind is God, how great, if good, is man. No man too largely from heaven's love can hope, if what is hoped he labors to secure. Ills? There are none, all gracious, none from thee. From man full many, numerous is the race of blackest ills, and those immortal too, begot by madness, on fair liberty. Heaven's daughter, hell debauched, her hand alone unlocks destruction to the sons of men, first barred by thine, high-walled with adamant, guarded with terrors reaching to this world, and covered with the thunders of thy law, whose threats are mercies, whose injunctions guides, assisting, not restraining, reason's choice, whose sanctions unavoidable results from nature's course, indulgently revealed if unrevealed, more dangerous nor less sure. Thus an indulgent father warns his sons, do this, fly that, nor always tells the cause, pleased to reward, as duty to his will, a conduct needful to their own repose. Great God of wonders, if thy love surveyed, aught else the name of wonderful retains. What rocks are these on which to build our trust? Thy ways admit no blemish, none I find, or this alone, that none is to be found. Not one to soften censure's hardy crime, not one to palliate peevish grief's complaint, who, like a demon, murmuring from the dust, dares into judgment, call her judge, supreme. For all I bless thee, most for the severe. Her death, my own at hand, the fiery gulf, that flaming bound of wrath omnipotent, it thunders, but it thunders to preserve. It strengthens what it strikes. Its wholesome dread averts the dreaded pain. Its hideous groans join heaven's sweet hallelujahs in thy praise. Great source of good alone, how kind in all, in vengeance kind, pain, death, Gehenna, save. Thus in thy world material, mighty mind, not that alone which solaces and shines, the rough and gloomy challenges our praise. The winter is as needful as the spring, the thunder as the sun. A stagnant mass of vapors breeds the pestilential air. Nor more propitious the Favonian breeze to nature's health than purifying storms. The dread volcano ministers too good. Its smothered flames might undermine the world. Loud Etnas fulminate in love to man. Comets good omens are when duly scanned, and in their use eclipses learn to shine. Man is responsible for ills received. Those we call wretched are a chosen band, compelled to refuge in the right for peace. Amid my list of blessings infinite stands this the foremost, that my heart has bled. 'Tis heaven's last effort of goodwill to man. When pain can't bless, heaven quits us in despair. Who fails to grieve when just occasion calls, or grieves too much, deserves not to be blessed. Inhuman or effeminate, his heart, reason absolves the grief which reason ends. May heaven ne'er trust my friend with happiness, till it has taught him how to bear it well by previous pain, and made it safe to smile. Such smiles are mine, and such may they remain, nor hazard their extinction from excess. My change of heart a change of style demands. The consolation cancels the complaint, and makes a convert of my guilty song. As when o'erlabored and inclined to breathe, a panting traveler some rising ground, some small ascent has gained. He turns him round and measures with his eye the various vales, the fields, woods, meads, and rivers he has passed, and satiate of his journey, thinks of home, endeared by distance, nor affects more toil. Thus I, though small indeed, is that ascent the muse has gained, review the paths she trod, various, extensive, beaten but by view, and conscious of her prudence in repose, pause, and with pleasure mediate an end, though still remote, so fruitful is my theme. Through many a field of moral and divine, the muse has strayed, and much of sorrow seen in human ways, and much of false and vain, which none who travel this bad road can miss. O'er friends deceased, full heartily she wept, of love divine the wonders she displayed, proved man immortal, showed the source of joy. The grand tribunal raised, assigned the bounds of human grief, in few to close the whole. The moral muse has shadowed out a sketch, though not in form, nor with a Raphael stroke. Of most our weakness needs belief, or do, in this our land of travel and of hope, for peace on earth, or prospect of the skies. What then remains? Much, much, a mighty debt to be discharged. These thoughts, O night, are thine. From thee they came, like lovers' secret sighs, while others slept. So Cynthia, poet's fane, and shadows wield, soft sliding from her sphere, her shepherd cheered, of her enamoured less than I of thee. And art thou still unsung, beneath whose brow and by whose aid I sing? Immortal silence! Where shall I begin? Where end? Or how steal music from the spheres to soothe their goddess? O majestic night, nature's great ancestor, day's elder born, and fated to survive the transient sun, by mortals and immortals seen with awe. A starry crown thy raven brow adorns, an azure zone thy waist, clouds and heavens loom, wrought through varieties of shape and shade, and ample folds of drapery divine. Thy flowing mantle form, and heaven throughout voluminously pour thy pompous strain. Thy gloomy grandeurs, nature's most august inspiring aspect, claim a grateful verse, and like a sable curtain starred with gold, drawn o'er my labors past, shall close the scene. And what, O man, so worthy to be sung? What more prepares us for the songs of heaven? Creation of archangels is the theme. What to be sung so needful? What so well celestial joys prepare us to sustain? The soul of man, his face designed to see, who gave these wonders to be seen by man, has here a previous scene of objects great, on which to dwell, to stretch to that expanse of thought, to rise to that exalted height of admiration, to contract that awe and give her whole capacities that strength, which best may qualify for final joy. The more our spirits are enlarged on earth, the deeper draught shall they receive of heaven. Heaven's King, whose face unveiled consummates bliss, redundant bliss, which fills that mighty void the whole creation leaves in human hearts. Thou, who didst touch the lip of Jesse's son, wrapped in sweet contemplation of these fires, and set his harp in concert with the spheres, while of thy works material the supreme, I dare attempt, assist my daring song. Lose me from earth's enclosure, from the sun's contracted circle, set my heart at large. Eliminate my spirit, give it range, through provinces of thought yet unexplored. Teach me by the stupendous scaffolding, creation's golden steps, to climb to thee. Teach me with art great nature to control, and spread a lustre o'er the shades of night. Feel I thy kind assent? And shall the sun be seen at midnight, rising in my song? Lorenzo, come and warm thee, thou whose little heart, is moored within a nook of this obscure terrestrial anchor way. Another ocean calls, a nobler port. I am thy pilot, I thy prosperous gale. Gainful thy voyage through yon azure main, main without tempest, pirate, rock, or shore, and whence thou mayst import eternal wealth, and leave to beggared minds the pearl and gold. Thy travels dost thou boast o'er foreign realms? Thou stranger to the world, thy tour begin, thy tour through nature's universal orb. Nature delineates her whole chart at large, on soaring souls that sail among the spheres, and man, how purblind, if unknown the whole. Who circles spacious earth, then travels here, shall own he never was from home before. Come, my Prometheus, from thy pointed rock of false ambition, if unchained, we'll mount, we'll innocently steal celestial fire, and kindle our devotion at the stars, a theft that shall not chain, but set thee free. Above our atmosphere's intestine wars reigns fountainhead, the magazine of hail. Above the northern nests of feathered snows, the brew of thunders, and the flaming forge that forms the crooked lightning. Above the caves where infant tempests wait their growing wings, and tune their tender voices to that roar, which soon, perhaps, shall shake a guilty world. Above misconstrued omens of the sky, far-travelled comets' calculated blaze, I lance thy thought and think of more than man. Thy soul till now, contracted, withered, shrunk, blighted by blasts of earth's unwholesome air, will blossom here, spread all her faculties to these bright ardors, every power unfold, and rise into sublimities of thought. Stars teach as well as shine. At nature's birth, thus their commission ran: be kind to man. Where art thou, poor benighted traveller? The stars will light thee, though the moon should fail. Where art thou, more benighted, more astray, in ways immoral? The stars call thee back, and if obeyed their counsel, set thee right. This prospect vast, what is it? Weighed aright, 'tis nature's system of divinity, and every student of the night inspires. 'Tis elder scripture, writ by God's own hand, scripture authentic, uncorrupt by man. Lorenzo, with my radius, the rich gift of thought nocturnal, I'll point out to thee its various lessons, some that may surprise an unadept in mysteries of night. Little perhaps expected in her school, nor thought to grow on planet or on star. Bulls, lions, scorpions, monsters, here we feign ourselves more monstrous, not to see what here exists, indeed, a lecture to mankind. What read we here? The existence of a God? Yes, and of other beings, man above, natives of ether, sons of higher climes, And what may move Lorenzo's wonder more? Eternity is written in the skies. And whose eternity? Lorenzo, thine. Mankind's eternity. Nor faith alone, virtue grows here. Here springs the sovereign cure of almost every vice, but chiefly thine. Wrath, pride, ambition, and impure desire. Lorenzo, thou canst wake at midnight too, though not on morals bent. Ambition, pleasure, those tyrants I for thee so lately fought, afford their harassed slaves but slender rest. Thou, to whom midnight is immoral noon, and the sun's noontide blaze prime dawn of day, not by thy climate, but capricious crime, commencing one of our antipodes, in thy nocturnal rove, one moment halt, twixt stage and stage of riot and cabal, and lift thine eye, if bold an eye to lift, if bold to meet the face of injured heaven, to yonder stars, for other ends they shine than to light revelers from shame to shame, and thus be made accomplices in guilt. Why from yon arch, that infinite of space, with infinite of lucid orbs replete, which set the living firmament on fire, at the first glance in such an overwhelm of wonderful, on man's astonished sight, rushes omnipotence, to curb our pride, our reason rouse and let it to that power, whose love lets down these silver chains of light, to draw up man's ambition to himself, and bind our chaste affections to his throne. Thus the three virtues, least alive on earth, and welcomed on heaven's coast with most applause, an humble, pure, and heavenly-minded heart are here inspired, and canst thou gaze too long? Nor stands thy wrath deprived of its reproof, or unupbraided by this radiant choir. The planets of each system represent kind neighbors, mutual amity prevails, sweet interchange of rays, received returned, enlightening and enlightened, all at once, attracting and attracted, patriot-like. None sins against the welfare of the whole, but their reciprocal, unselfish aid affords an emblem of millennial love. Nothing in nature, much less conscious being, was ever created solely for itself. Thus man his sovereign duty learns in this material picture of benevolence. And know, of all our supercilious race, thou most inflammable, thou wasp of men, man's angry heart, inspected, would be found, as rightly set as are the starry spheres, 'tis nature's structure broke by stubborn will, breeds all that uncelestial discord there. Wilt thou not feel the bias nature gave? Canst thou descend from converse with the skies and seize thy brother's throat? For what? A clod? An inch of earth? The planets cry, forbear! They chase our double darkness, nature's gloom, and, kinder still, our intellectual night. And see, day's amiable sister sends her invitation. In the softest rays of mitigated luster, courts thy sight, which suffers from her tyrant brother's blaze. Night grants thee the full freedom of the skies, nor rudely reprimands thy lifted eye. With gain and joy she bribes thee to be wise. Night opes the noblest scenes, and sheds an awe which gives those venerable scenes full weight, and deep reception in the entendered heart. While light peeps through the darkness like a spy, and darkness shows its grandeur by the light. Nor is the profit greater than the joy, if human hearts and glorious objects glow, and admiration can inspire delight. What speak I more than I this moment feel? With pleasing stupor first the soul is struck, stupor ordained to make her truly wise, then into transport starting from her trance. With love and admiration how she glows! This gorgeous apparatus, this display, this ostentation of creative power, this theater, what eye can take it in? By what divine enchantment was it raised, for minds of the first magnitude to launch in endless speculation and adore one sun by day, by night 10,000 shine, and light us deep into the deity. How boundless in magnificence and might! Oh, what a confluence of ethereal fires! Form urns unnumbered down the steep of heaven, streams to a point, and centers in my sight. Nor tarries there, I feel it at my heart. My heart at once it humbles and exalts, lays it in dust and calls it to the skies. Who sees it unexalted or unawed? Who sees it and can stop at what is seen? Material offspring of omnipotence, inanimate, all animating birth. Work worthy him who made it, worthy praise, all praise, praise more than human, nor denied, thy praise divine. But though man, drowned in sleep, withholds his homage, not alone I wake. Bright legions swarm unseen and sing unheard. By mortal ear, the glorious architect, in this his universal temple hung with lustres, with innumerable lights, that shed religion on the soul at once. The temple and the preacher, oh, how loud it calls devotion, genuine growth of night. Devotion, daughter of astronomy, an undevout astronomer is mad. True, all things speak a God, but in the small men trace out him. In great, he seizes man, seizes and elevates, and wraps and fills. With new inquiries, mid associates new. Tell me, ye stars, ye planets, tell me all, ye starred and planeted inhabitants. What is it? What are these sons of wonder? Say, proud arch, within those azure palaces they dwell, built with divine ambition, in disdain of limit built, built in the taste of heaven. Vast concave, ample dome, wast thou designed a meet apartment for the deity? Not so, that thought alone thy state impairs. Thy lofty sinks, and shallows thy profound, and straightens thy diffusive, dwarfs the whole, and makes a universe an orrery. But when I drop mine eye, and look on man, thy right regained, thy grandeur is restored. O nature, wide flies of the expanding round. As when whole magazines at once are fired, the smitten air is howled by the blow. The vast displosion dissipates the clouds. Shocked ethers billows dash the distant skies. Thus, but far more, the expanding round flies off, and leaves a mighty void. A spacious womb might teem with new creation, re-inflamed, thy luminaries triumph, and assume divinity themselves. Nor was it strange. Matter high wrought to such surprising pomp, such godlike glory, stole the style of gods, from ages dark, obtuse, and steeped in sense. For sure to sense they truly are divine, and half absolved idolatry from guilt, nay, turned it into virtue. Such it was in those who put forth all they had of man, unlost to lift their thought, nor mounted higher, but weak of wing on planets perched, and thought what was their highest must be their adored. But they how weak who could no higher mount, and are there then, Lorenzo, those to whom unseen and unexistent are the same? And if incomprehensible is joined, who dare pronounce it madness to believe? Why has the mighty builder thrown aside all measure in his work, stretched out his line so far, and spread amazement over the whole? Then, as he took delight in wide extremes, deep in the bosom of his universe, dropped down that reasoning might, that insect, man, to crawl and gaze and wonder at the scene, that man might ne'er presume to plead amazement for disbelief of wonders in himself. Shall God be less miraculous than what his hand has formed? Shall mysteries descend from unmysterious? Things more elevate be more familiar? Uncreated lie more obvious than created to the grasp of human thought? The more of wonderful is heard in him, the more we should assent. Could we conceive him, God he could not be, or he not God, or we could not be men. A God alone can comprehend a God. Man's distance, how immense, on such a theme! Know this, Lorenzo, seem it ne'er so strange, nothing can satisfy but what confounds. Nothing but what astonishes is true. The scene thou seest attests the truth I sing, and every star sheds light upon thy creed. These stars, this furniture, this cost of heaven, if but reported, thou hadst ne'er believed, but thine eye tells thee the romance is true. The grand of nature is the Almighty's oath, in reason's court to silence unbelief. How my mind, opening at this scene, imbibes the moral emanations of the skies, while not perhaps Lorenzo less admires. Has the great sovereign sent 10,000 worlds to tell us he resides above them all, in glory's unapproachable recess? And dare earth's bold inhabitants deny the sumptuous, the magnific embassy a moment's audience? Turn we, nor will hear from whom they come or what they would impart. From man's emolument, sole cause that stoops their grandeur to man's eye. Lorenzo, rouse. Let thought awakened take the lightning's wing, and glance from east to west, from pole to pole. Who sees but is confounded or convinced, renounces reason, or a god adores? Mankind was sent into the world to see. Sight gives the signs needful to their peace. That obvious science asks small learning's aid. Wouldst thou on metaphysic pinions soar, or wound thy patience amid logic thorns, or travel history's enormous road? Nature no such hard task enjoins. She gave a make to man, directive of his thought, a make set upright, pointing to the stars, as who shall say, read thy chief lesson there. Too late to read this manuscript of heaven, when, like a parchment scroll shrunk up by flames, it folds Lorenzo's lesson from his sight. Lesson, how various! Not the god alone. I see his ministers. I see diffused in radiant orders essences sublime, of various offices, of various plume, in heavenly liveries distinctly clad, azure, green, purple, pearl, or downy gold, or all commixed. They stand with wings outspread, listening to catch the master's least command, and fly through nature ere the moment ends. Numbers innumerable, well conceived by pagan and by Christian, o'er each sphere presides an angel to direct its course and feed or fan its flames, or to discharge other high trusts unknown. For who can see such pomp of matter and imagine mind? End of Section 9, Part 1. Recording by Anya E. Section 9, Part 2 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anya E. For which alone inanimate was made, more sparingly dispensed, that nobler Son, far liker the great Sire. 'Tis thus the skies inform us of superiors numberless, as much in excellence above mankind as above earth in magnitude the spheres. These, as a cloud of witnesses, hang o'er us. In a throng theatred are all our deeds. Perhaps 1,000 demigods descend on every beam we see, to walk with men. Awful reflection, strong restraint from ill. Yet here our virtue finds still stronger aid. From these ethereal glories sense surveys. Something like magic strikes from this blue vault. With just attention is it viewed. We feel a sudden succor, unimplored, unthought. Nature herself does half the work of man. Seas, rivers, mountains, forests, deserts, rocks, the promontories' height, the depth profound, of subterranean, excavated grots, black-browed and vaulted high, and yawning wide, from nature's structure or the scoop of time. If ample of dimension, vast of size, even these an aggrandizing impulse give, of solemn thought, enthusiastic heights, even these infuse. But what of vast in these? Nothing. Or we must own the skies forgot, much less in art. Vain art, thou pygmy power, how dost thou swell and strut with human pride, to show thy littleness? What childish toys, thy watery columns squirted to the clouds, thy basined rivers and imprisoned seas, thy mountains molded into forms of men, thy 100-gated capitals, or those where 3 days' travel left as much to ride, gazing on miracles by mortals wrought, arches triumphal, theatres immense, or nodding gardens pendant in mid-air, or temples proud to meet their gods halfway. Yet these affect us in no common kind. What then the force of such superior scenes? Enter a temple, it will strike an awe. What awe from this the deity has built? A good man seen, though silent, counsel gives. The touched spectator wishes to be wise. In a bright mirror his own hands have made, here we see something like the face of God. Seems it not then enough to say, Lorenzo, to man abandoned, hast thou seen the skies? And yet, so thwarted nature's kind design, by daring man he makes her sacred all, that guard from ill, his shelter, his temptation, to more than common guilt, and quite in words celestial art's intent. The trembling stars see crimes gigantic, stalking through the gloom with front erect, that hide their head by day, and making night still darker by their deeds. Slumbering in covert till the shades descend, rapine and murder, linked, now prowl for prey. The miser earths his treasure, and the thief, watching the mole, half beggars him our morn. Now plots and foul conspiracies awake, and, muffling up their horrors from the moon, havoc and devastation they prepare, and kingdoms tottering in the field of blood, now sons of riot in mid-revel rage. What shall I do? Suppress it, or proclaim? Why sleeps the thunder? Now Lorenzo, now his best friends couch the rank adulterer, ascends secure, and laughs at gods and men. Preposterous madmen, void of fear or shame, lay their crimes bare to these chaste eyes of heaven, yet shrink and shudder at a mortal sight. Were moon and stars for villains only made, to guide yet screen them with tenebrious light? No, they were made to fashion the sublime of human hearts, and wiser make the wise. Those ends were answered once, when mortals lived of stronger wing of aquiline ascent, in theory sublime. Oh, how unlike those vermin of the night, this moment sung, who crawl on earth and on her venom feed. Those ancient sages, human stars, they met their brothers of the skies at midnight hour, their counsel asked, and what they asked obeyed. The Stagirite and Plato, he who drank the poisoned bowl, and he of Tusculum with him of Corduba. Immortal names, in these unbounded and Elysian walks, an area fit for gods and godlike men, they took their nightly round through radiant paths by seraphs trod, instructed chiefly thus, to tread in their bright footsteps here below, to walk in worth than the skies. There they contracted their contempt of earth, of hopes eternal kindled, there the fire, there as a near approach they glowed and grew, great visitants, more intimate with God, more worth to men, more joyous to themselves. Through various virtues they, with ardor, ran the zodiac of their learned, illustrious lives. In Christian hearts, oh, for a pagan zeal, a needful, but opprobrious prayer. As much our ardor less, as greater is our light. How monstrous this in morals! Scarce more strange, would this phenomenon in nature strike a sun that froze her, or a star that warmed? What taught these heroes of the mortal world? To these thou givest thy praise. Give credit too. These doctors ne'er were pensioned to deceive thee, and pagan tutors are thy taste. They taught that narrow views betray to misery, that wise it is to comprehend the whole, that virtue rose from nature pondered well, the single base of virtue built to heaven, that God and nature our attention claim, that nature is the glass reflecting God, as by the sea reflected is the sun, too glorious to be gazed on in a sphere, that mind immortal loves immortal aims, that boundless mind affects a boundless space, that vast surveys and the sublime of things the soul assimilate and make her great, that therefore heaven her glories as a fund of inspiration thus spreads out to man. Such are their doctrines, such the night inspired. And what more true, what truth of greater weight? The soul of man was made to walk the skies, delightful outlet of her prison here. There, disencumbered from her chains, the ties of choice terrestrial, she can rove at large. There, freely can respire, dilate, extend, in full proportion let loose all her powers, and, undiluted, grasp at something great. Nor as a stranger does she wander there, but wonderful herself, through wonder strays, contemplating their grandeur, finds her own, dives deep in their economy divine, sits high in judgment on their various laws, and like a master judges not amiss. Hence greatly pleased, and justly proud, the soul grows conscious of her birth celestial, breathes more life, more vigor in her native air, and feeds herself at home amongst the stars, and feeling emulates her country's praise. What call we, then, the firmament, Lorenzo? As earth, the body, since the sky sustain the soul with food that gives immortal life, call it the noble pasture of the mind, which there expatiates, strengthens, and exalts, and riots through the luxuries of thought. Call it the garden of the deity, blossomed with stars redundant in their growth, a fruit ambrosial, moral fruit to man. Call it the breastplate of the true high priest, ardent with gems oracular that give, and points of highest moment, right response, and ill-neglected every prize or peace. Thus have we found a true astrology. Thus have we found a new and noble sense, in which alone stars govern human fates. Oh, that the stars, as some have feigned, let fall bloodshed and havoc on embattled realms, and rescued monarchs from so black a guilt. Bourbon, this wish how generous in a foe! Wouldst thou be great, wouldst thou become a god, and stick thy deathless name among the stars, for mighty conquests on a needle's point? Instead of forging chains for foreigners, Bastil thy tutor, grandeur all thy aim? As yet thou know'st not what it is. How great, how glorious then appears the mind of man, when in it all the stars and planets roll, and what it seems it is. Great objects make great minds, enlarging as their views enlarge, those still more godlike, as these more divine. And more divine than these thou canst not see, dazzled or powered with the delicious draught of miscellaneous splendors. How I reel from thought to thought, inebriate, without end! An Eden this, a paradise unlost. I meet the deity in every view, and tremble at my nakedness before him. Oh, that I could but reach the tree of life! From here it grows unguarded from our taste. No flaming sword denies our entrance here. Would man but gather, he might live forever. Lorenzo, much of mortal hast thou seen. Of curious arts art thou more fond? Then mark the mathematic glories of the skies. In number, weight, and measure all ordained. Lorenzo's boasted builders, chance and fate, are left to finish his aerial towers. Wisdom and choice, their well-known characters, here deep impress, and claim it for their own. Though splendid all, no splendor void of use. Use rivals beauty, art contends with power. No wanton waste, amid effuse expense. The great economist adjusting all to prudent pomp, magnificently wise. How rich the prospect, and forever new, and newest to the man that views it most, for newer still in infinite succeeds. Then these aerial racers, oh how swift! How the shaft loiters from the strongest string! Spirit alone can distance the career. Orb above orb, ascending without end, circle in circle without end, enclosed. Wheel within wheel, Ezekiel, like thine it seems a vision or a dream. Though seen, we labor to believe it true. What involution, what extent, what swarms of worlds that laugh at earth, immensely great, immensely distant from each other's spheres. What then the wondrous space through which they roll, At once it quite engulfs all human thought. 'Tis comprehension, absolute defeat. Nor think thou seest a wild disorder here. Through this illustrious chaos, to the sight, arrangement neat, and chastest order reign. The path prescribed, inviolably kept, upbraids the lawless sallies of mankind. Worlds ever thwarting never interfere. What knots are tied, how soon are they dissolved, and set the seeming married planets free. They rove forever, without error rove, confusion unconfused, nor less admire this tumult untumultuous, all on wing, in motion all, yet what profound repose, what fervid action, yet no noise, as awed to silence by the presence of their Lord, or hushed by his command in love to man, and bid let fall soft beams on human rest, restless themselves, on yon cerulean plain, in exaltation to their God and thine. They dance, they sing eternal jubilee, eternal celebration of his praise. But since their song arrives not at our ear, their dance perplexed exhibits to the sight fair hieroglyphic of his peerless power. Mark how the labyrinthine turns they take, the circles intricate and mystic maze weave the grand cipher of omnipotence. To gods, how great, how legible to man, leaves so much wonder greater wonder still? Where are the pillars that support the skies? What more than Atlantean shoulder props the incumbent load? What magic, what strange art, in fluid air these ponderous orbs sustains? Who would not think them hung in golden chains? And so they are, in the high will of heaven, which fixes all, makes adamant of air, or air of adamant, makes all of naught, or naught of all, if such the dread decree. Imagine from their deep foundations torn the most gigantic sons of earth, the broad and towering Alps, all tossed into the sea, and light as down, or volatile as air, their bulks enormous, dancing on the waves, in time and measure exquisite, while all the winds, in emulation of the spheres, tune their sonorous instruments aloft, the concert swell and animate the ball. Would this appear amazing? What then worlds, in a far thinner element sustained, and acting the same part with greater skill, more rapid movement, and for noblest ends? More obvious ends to pass, are not these stars, the seats majestic, proud imperial thrones, on which angelic delegates of heaven, at certain periods, as the sovereign nods, discharge high trusts of vengeance or of love, to clothe in outward grandeur grand design, and acts most solemn still more solemnize? Ye citizens of air, what ardent thanks, what full effusion of the grateful heart is due from man indulged in such a sight so noble, and a sight so kind. It drops new truths at every new survey. Feels not Lorenzo something stir within that sweeps away all period? As these spheres measure duration, they no less inspire the godlike hope of ages without end. Without end. The boundless space through which these rovers take their restless roam suggests the sister thought of boundless time. Thus, by kind nature's skill, to man unlabored, the important guest, eternity finds entrance at the sight, and in eternity for man ordained. Or these, his destined midnight counselors, the stars, had never whispered it to man. Nature informs, but ne'er insults, her sons. Could she then kindle the most ardent wish to disappoint it? That is blasphemy. Thus, of thy creed, a second article, momentous as the existence of a God, is found, as I conceive, where rarely sought, and thou mayst read thy soul immortal here. Here then, Lorenzo, on these glories dwell, nor want the gilt, illuminated roof that calls the wretched gay to dark delights. Assemblies? This is one divinely bright. Here, unendangered in health, wealth, or fame, range through the fairest and the sultan's scorn. He, wise as thou, no crescent holds so fair as that which on his turban awes, O world, and thinks the moon is proud to copy him. Look on her, and gain more than worlds can give, a mind superior to the charms of power. Thou muffled in delusions of this life, can yonder moon turn ocean in his bed from side to side in constant ebb and flow, and purify from stench his watery realms, and fails her moral influence? Wants she power to turn Lorenzo's stubborn tide of thought from stagnating on earth's infected shore, and purge from nuisance his corrupted heart? Fails her attraction when it draws to heaven? Nay, and to what thou valuest more, earth's joy? Minds elevate, and panting for unseen, and defecate from sense, alone obtain full relish of existence undeflowered, the life of life, the zest of worldly bliss. All else on earth amounts to what? To this: bad to be suffered, blessings to be left. Earth's richest inventory boasts no more. Of higher scenes be, then, the call obeyed. Oh, let me gaze! Of gazing there's no end. Oh, let me think! Thought, too, is wildered here. In midway flight imagination tires, yet soon reprunes her wing to soar anew, her point unable to forbear or gain. So great the pleasure, so profound the plan. A banquet this, where men and angels meet, eat the same manna, mingle earth and heaven. How distant some of these nocturnal suns! So distant, says the sage, 'twere not absurd to doubt if beams set out at nature's birth are yet arrived at this so foreign world, though nothing half so rapid as their flight. An eye of awe and wonder let me roll, and roll forever. Who can satiate sight in such a scene, in such an ocean wide of deep astonishment, where depth, height, breadth are lost in their extremes, and where to count the thick-sown glories in this field of fire? Perhaps a seraph's computation fails. Now go, ambition, boast thy boundless might in conquest o'er the 10th part of a grain. And yet Lorenzo calls for miracles, to give his tottering faith a solid base. Why call for less than is already thine? Thou art no novice in theology. What is a miracle? 'Tis a reproach. 'Tis an implicit satire on mankind, and while it satisfies, it censures too. To common sense, great nature's course proclaims a deity. When mankind falls asleep, a miracle is sent, as an alarm, to wake the world, and prove him o'er again. A recent argument, but not more strong. Say, which imports more plenitude of power, or nature's laws to fix, or to repeal? To make a sun, or stop his mid-career? To countermand his orders and send back the flaming career to the frighted east, warmed and astonished at his evening ray? Or bid the moon, as with her journey tired, in Ajalon's soft flowery wail repose? Great things are these, still greater to create. From Adam's spore look down through the whole train of miracles. Resistless is their power. They do not, cannot, more amaze the mind than this, called unmiraculous our way, if duly weighed, if rationally seen, if seen with human eyes. The brute, indeed, sees naught but spangles here, the fool no more. Say'st thou, the course of nature governs all? The course of nature is the art of God. The miracles thou call'st for, this attest. For say, could nature nature's course control? But miracles apart, who sees him not, nature's controller, author, guide, and end? Who turns his eye on nature's midnight face, but must inquire, what hand behind the scene, what arm almighty, put these wheeling globes in motion, and wound up the vast machine? Who rounded in his palm these spacious orbs, flaming through the dark profound, numerous as glittering gems of morning dew, or sparks from populous cities in a blaze, and set the bosom of old night on fire, peopled her desert, and made horror smile? Or if the military style delights thee, for stars have fought their battles, lead with man. Who marshals this bright host, enrolls their names, appoints their posts, their marches, and returns, punctual at stated periods? Who disbands these veteran troops, their final duty done, if e'er disbanded? He whose potent word like the loud trumpet, levied first their powers, and nights in glorious empire, where they slept in beds of darkness, armed them with fierce flames, arranged and disciplined, and clothed in gold, and called them out of chaos to the field, where now they war with vice and unbelief. Oh, let us join this army. Joining these will give us hearts intrepid at that hour, when brighter flames shall cut a darker night, when these strong demonstrations of a God shall hide their heads or tumble from their spheres, and one eternal curtain cover all. Struck at that thought, as new awaked, I lift a more enlightened eye, and read the stars, to man still more propitious, and their aid, though guiltless of idolatry, implore, nor longer rob them of their noblest name. O ye dividers of my time, ye bright accountants of my days and months, and years, in your fair calendar distinctly marked, since that authentic radiant register, though man inspects it not, stands good against him, since you and yours roll on, though man stands still. Teach me my days to number, and apply my trembling heart to wisdom, now beyond all shadow of excuse for fooling on. Age smooths our path to prudence, sweeps aside the snares keen appetite and passion spread to catch stray souls, and woe to that grey head, whose folly would undo what age has done. Aid then, aid, all ye stars. Much rather, thou, great artist, thou whose fingers set aright this exquisite machine with all its wheels, thou intervolved, exact, and pointing out life's rapid and irrevocable flight, with such an index fair as none can miss, who lifts an eye nor sleeps till it is closed. Open mine eye, dread deity, to read the tacit doctrine of thy works, to see things as they are, unaltered, through the glass of worldly wishes. Time, eternity, 'tis these mismeasured ruin all mankind. Set them before me, let me lay them both in equal scale, and learn their various fate. Let time appear a moment as it is, and let eternity's full orb at once turn on my soul and strike it into heaven. When shall I see far more than charms me now? Gaze on creation's model in thy breast, unveiled, nor wonder at the transcript more? When this vile foreign dust, which smothers all that travel earth's deep vale, shall I shake off? When shall my soul her incarnation quit, and, readopted to thy blessed embrace, obtain her apotheosis in thee? Dost think, Lorenzo, this is wandering wide? No, 'tis directly striking at the mark. To wake thy dead devotion was my point. And how I bless night's consecrating shades, which to a temple turn an universe, fill us with great ideas full of heaven, and antidote the pestilential earth. In every storm that either frowns or falls, what an asylum has the soul in prayer, and what a fane is this in which to pray, and what a God must dwell in such a fane. Oh, what a genius must inform the skies, And is Lorenzo's salamander heart cold and untouched amid these sacred fires? O ye nocturnal sparks, ye glowing embers, on heaven's broad hearth, who burn or burn no more, who blaze or die as great Jehovah's breath, or blows you, or forbears, assist my song. Pour your whole influence, exercise his heart, so long possessed, and bring him back to man. And is Lorenzo a demurrer still? Pride in thy parts provokes thee to contest truths which, contested, put thy parts to shame. Nor shame they more Lorenzo's head than heart. A faithless heart, how despicably small, too strait, aught great or generous to receive, filled with an atom, filled and fouled with self, and self-mistaken, self that lasts an hour, instincts and passions of the nobler kind, lie suffocated there. Or they alone, reason apart, would wake high hope, and open to ravished thought that intellectual sphere, where order, wisdom, goodness, providence, their endless miracles of love display, and promise all the truly great desire. The mind that would be happy must be great, great in its wishes, great in its surveys, extended views a narrow mind extend, push out its corrugate, expansive make, which ere long more than planets shall embrace. A man of compass makes a man of worth, divine contemplate, and become divine. As man was made for glory and for bliss, all littleness is an approach to woe. Open thy bosom, set thy wishes wide, and let in manhood, let in happiness, admit the boundless theatre of thought, from nothing up to God, which makes a man. Take God from nature, nothing great is left. Man's mind is in a pit, and nothing sees. Man's heart is in a jakes, and loves the mire. Emerge from thy profound, erect thine eye. See thy distress, how close art thou besieged, besieged by nature, the proud skeptic's foe, enclosed by these innumerable worlds, sparkling conviction on the darkest mind, as in a golden net of providence. How art thou caught, sure captive of belief, from this thy blessed captivity? What art, what blasphemy to reason sets thee free? This scene is heaven's indulgent violence. Canst thou bear up against this tide of glory? What is earth bosomed in these ambient orbs, but faith in God imposed and pressed on man? Darest thou still litigate thy desperate cause, spite of these numerous awful witnesses, and doubt the deposition of the skies? O how laborious is thy way to ruin! Laborious! 'Tis impracticable quite to sink beyond doubt in this debate, with all his weight of wisdom and of will, and crime flagitious. I defy a fool. Some wish they did, but no man disbelieves. God is a spirit. Spirit cannot strike these gross material organs. God by man as much is seen as man a God can see. In these astonishing exploits of power. What order, beauty, motion, distance, size, concertion of design, how exquisite, how complicate in their divine police, apt means, great ends, consent to general good, each attribute of these material gods, so long, and that with species please, adored. A separate conquest gains o'er rebel thought, and leads in triumph the whole mind of man. Lorenzo, this may seem harangue to thee, such all is apt to seem, that thwarts our will. And dost thou, then, demand a simple proof of this great master moral of the skies, unskilled or disinclined to read it there? Since 'tis the basis and all drops without it, take it in one compact, unbroken chain. Such proof insists on an attentive ear. 'Twill not make one amid a mob of thoughts, and for thy notice struggle with the world. Retire, the world shut out, thy thoughts call home, imagination's airy wing repress. Lock up thy senses, let no passion stir, wake all to reason, let her reign alone, then in thy soul's deep silence, and the depth of nature's silence, midnight, thus inquire, as I have done, and shall inquire no more. In nature's channel, thus the questions run. What am I, and from whence? I nothing know, but that I am. And, since I am, conclude something eternal. Had there e'er been naught, naught still had been, eternal there must be. But what eternal? Why not human race, and Adam's ancestors without an end? That's hard to be conceived, since every link of that long-chained succession is so frail. Can every part depend, and not the whole? Yet, grant it true, new difficulties rise. I'm still quite out at sea, nor see the shore. Whence earth and these bright orbs, eternal too? Grant matter was eternal, still these orbs would want some other father. Much design is seen in all their motions, all their makes. Design implies intelligence and art that can't be from themselves or man. That art man scarce can comprehend, could man bestow, and nothing greater yet allowed than man, who, motion, foreign to the smallest grain, shot through vast masses of enormous weight, who bid brute matter's restive lump assume such various forms, and gave it wings to fly. Has matter innate motion? Then each atom, asserting its indisputable right to dance, would form an universe of dust. Has matter none? Then whence these glorious forms and boundless flights from shapeless and reposed? Has matter more than motion? Has it thought, judgment, and genius? Is it deeply learned in mathematics? Has it framed such laws which, but to guess, a Newton made immortal? If so, how each sage Adam laughs at me, who think a clod inferior to a man, if art to form, and counsel to conduct, and that with greater far than human skill resides not in each block, a Godhead reigns. Grant then, invisible eternal mind, that granted, all is solved. But, granting that, draw I not o'er me a still greater cloud? Grant I not that which I can ne'er conceive, a being without origin or end? Hail, human liberty! There is no God. Yet why, on either scheme, that not subsists, subsist it must, in God or human race, if in the last, how many not beside, indissoluble all? Why choose it there, where, chosen, still subsist 10,000 more? Reject it, where, that chosen, all the rest, dispersed, leave reason's whole horizon clear? This is not reason's dictate. Reason says, close with the side where one grain turns the scale. What vast preponderance is here? Can reason with louder voice exclaim, belief a God? And reason heard is the sole mark of man. What things impossible must man think true on any other system, and how strange to disbelieve through mere credulity, if in this chain Lorenzo finds no flaw, let it forever bind him to belief. And where the link in which a flaw he finds, and if a God there is, that God, how great that power, whose providential care through these bright orbs' dark centers darts a ray of nature universal, threads the whole, and hangs creation like a precious gem, though little, on the footstool of his throne. That little gem, how large, a weight let fall from a fixed star, in ages can it reach this distant earth? Say then, Lorenzo, where ends this mighty building? Where begin the suburbs of creation? Where the wall whose battlements look o'er into the vale of non-existence, nothing's strange abode? Say at what point of space Jehovah dropped his slackened line, and laid his balance by, weighed worlds, and measured infinite no more? Where rears his terminating pillar high, its extra mundane head, and says to gods, in characters illustrious as the sun, I stand the plan's proud period, I pronounce the work accomplished, the creation closed. Shout, all ye gods, nor shout ye gods alone, of all that lives, or, if devoid of life, that rests or rolls, ye heights and depths, resound, 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 ye depths and heights, resound. Hard are those questions. Answer harder still. Is this the sole exploit, the single birth, the solitary son of power divine? Or has the Almighty Father, with a breath, impregnated the womb of distant space? Has He not bid, in various provinces, brother creations, the dark bowels burst of night primeval, barren now no more? And He, the central Sun, transpiercing all those giant generations which disport and dance as motes in His meridian ray, that ray withdrawn, benighted, or absorbed in that abyss of horror whence they sprung, while chaos triumphs, repossessed of all rival creation, ravished from His throne? Chaos of nature, both the womb and grave. Think'st thou my scheme, Lorenzo, spreads too wide? Is this extravagant? No, this is just in conjecture, though 'twere false in fact. If 'tis an error, 'tis an error sprung from noble root. High thought, but wherefore error? Who can prove it such? He that can set omnipotence a bound. Can man conceive beyond what God can do? Nothing but quite impossible is hard. He summons into being with like ease a whole creation and a single grain. Speaks He the word, 1,000 worlds are born. 1,000 worlds? There's space for millions more. And in what space can His great fiat fail? Condemn me not, cold critic, but indulge the warm imagination. Why condemn? Why not indulge such thoughts as swell our hearts with fuller admiration of that Power who gives our hearts with such high thoughts to swell? Why not indulge in His augmented praise? Darts not His glory a still brighter ray? The less is left to chaos and the realms of hideous night, where fancy strays aghast, and, though most talkative, makes no report. Still seems my thought enormous? Think again. Experience self shall aid thy lame belief. Glasses, that revelation to the sight, have they not led us in the deep disclose of fine-spun nature, exquisitely small, and, though demonstrated, still ill-conceived? If then, on the reverse, the mind would mount, in magnitude what mind can mount too far, to keep the balance, and creation poise, defect alone can err on such a theme. What is too great if we cause the survey? Stupendous architect, thou art all. My soul flies up and down in thoughts of thee, and finds herself but at the center still. I am thy name, existence all thine own, creation's nothing, flattered much if styled the thin, the fleeting atmosphere of God. Oh, for the voice of what? Of whom? What voice can answer to my wants in such ascent, as dares to deem one universe too small? Tell me, Lorenzo, for now fancy glows, fired in the vortex of almighty power. Is not this home creation in the map of universal nature as a speck, like fair Britannia in our little ball, exceeding fair and glorious for its size, but elsewhere far outmeasured, far outshone? In fancy, for the fact beyond us lies, canst thou not figure it, an isle almost, too small for notice in the vast of being, severed by mighty seas of unbuilt space from other realms, from ample continents of higher life where nobler natives dwell, less northern, less remote from deity, glowing beneath the line of the supreme, where souls in excellence make haste, put forth luxuriant growths, nor the late autumn weight of human worth would ripen soon to gods. Yet why drown fancy in such depths as these? Return, presumptuous rover, and confess the bounds of man, nor blame them as too small. Enjoy we not full scope in what is seen? Full ample the dominions of the sun, full glorious to behold, how far, how wide, the matchless monarch from his flaming throne, lavish of luster, throws his beams about him, farther and faster than the thought can fly, and feeds his planets with eternal fires. This Heliopolis, by greater far than the proud tyrant of the Nile, was built, and he alone who built it can destroy. Beyond this city, why strays human thought? One wonderful, enough for man to know, one infinite, enough for man to range, one firmament, enough for man to read. Oh, what voluminous instruction here! What page of wisdom is denied him? None, if learning his chief lesson makes him wise. Nor is instruction here our only gain. There dwells a noble pathos in the skies, which warms our passions, proselytes our hearts. How eloquently shines the glowing pole! With what authority it gives its charge, remonstrating great truths in style sublime, though silent, loud, heard earth around, above the planets heard, and not unheard in hell. Hell has her wonder, though too proud to praise. Is earth, then, more infernal? Has she those who neither praise Lorenzo nor admire? Lorenzo's admiration, pre-engaged, ne'er asked the moon one question, never held least correspondence with a single star, ne'er reared an altar to the Queen of Heaven, walking in brightness, or her train adored. Their sublunary rivals have long since engrossed his whole devotion, stars malign, which made the fond astronomer run mad, darken his intellect, corrupt his heart, cause him to sacrifice his fame and peace to momentary madness called delight. Idolater, more gross than ever kissed the lifted hand to Luna, or poured out the blood to Jove. O thou to whom belongs all sacrifice! O thou great Jove unfeigned, divine instructor! Thy first volume, this, for man's perusal, all in capitals, in moon and stars, heaven's golden alphabet, emblazed to seize the sight, who runs may read, who reads can understand. 'Tis unconfined to Christian land or Jewry, fairly writ in language universal to mankind, a language lofty to the learned, yet plain to those that feed the flock or guide the plough, or from his husk strike out the bounding grain. A language worthy the great mind that speaks, preface and comment to the sacred page, which oft refers its reader to the skies, as presupposing his first lesson there, and scripture, self a fragment, that unread. Stupendous book of wisdom, to the wise, stupendous book, and opened, night, by thee. By thee much opened, I confess, O night, yet more I wish, but how shall I prevail? Say, gentle night, whose modest maiden beams give us a new creation and present the world's great picture softened to the sight. Nay, kinder far, far more indulgent still, say thou, whose mild dominion's silver key unlocks our hemisphere and sets to view worlds beyond number, worlds concealed by day, behind the proud and envious star of noon. Canst thou not draw a deeper scene, and show the mighty potentate to whom belong these rich regalia pompously displayed to kindle that high hope? Like him of Uz, I gaze around, I search on every side, oh, for a glimpse of him my soul adores. As the chaste heart, amid the desert waste, pants for the living stream, for him who made her, so pants the thirsty soul amid the blank of sublunary joys. Say, goddess, where blazes his bright court, where burns his throne? Thou knowst, for thou art near him. By thee, round his grand pavilion, sacred fame reports, the sable curtain drawn. If not, can none of thy fair daughter train so swift a wing, who travel far, discover where he dwells? A star his dwelling pointed out below. Ye Pleiades, Arcturus, Mazzaroth, and thou, Orion, of still keener eye, sayer, who guide the wilder in the waves, and bring them out of tempest into port. On which hand must I bend my course to find him? These courtiers keep the secret of their king. I wake whole nights in vain to steal it from them. I wake, and waking, climb night's radiant scale, from sphere to sphere, the steps by nature set for man's ascent, at once to tempt and aid, to tempt his eye and aid his towering thought, till it arrives at the great goal of all. In ardent contemplation's rapid car, from earth as from my barrier, I set out. How swift I mount! Diminished earth recedes. I pass the moon, and from her farther side pierce heaven's blue curtain, strike into remote, where, with his lifted tube, the subtle sage his artificial airy journey takes, and to celestial lengthens human sight. I pause at every planet on my road, and ask for him who gives their orbs to roll, their foreheads fair to shine. From Saturn's ring, in which of earth's an army might be lost, with the bold comet take my bolder flight, amid those sovereign glories of the skies, of independent native luster, proud, the souls of systems, and the lords of life, through their wide empires. What behold I now? A wilderness of wonder burning round, where larger suns inhabit higher spheres, perhaps the villas of descending gods. Nor halt I here, my toil is but begun. 'Tis but the threshold of the deity, or far beneath it I am grovelling still. Nor is it strange, I built on a mistake. The grandeur of his works, whence folly sought for aid, to reason sets his glory higher. Who built thus high for worms, mere worms to him? Oh, where, Lorenzo, must the builder dwell? Pause, then, and for a moment here respire, if human thought can keep its station here. Where am I? Where is earth? Nay, where art thou? O sun, is the sun turned recluse? And are his boasted expeditions short to mine? To mine, how short! On nature's Alps I stand, and see 1,000 firmaments beneath, 1,000 systems, as 1,000 grains, so much a stranger, and so late arrived. How can man's curious spirit not inquire, what are the natives of this world sublime, of this so foreign unterrestrial sphere, where mortal, untranslated, never strayed? O ye, as distant from my little home, as swiftest sunbeams in an age can fly, far from my native element I roam, in quest of new and wonderful to man. What province this of his immense domain, whom all obeys? Or mortals here, or gods? Ye borderers on the coasts of bliss, what are you? A colony from heaven? Or only raised by frequent visit from heaven's neighboring realms to secondary gods and half divine? Whatever your nature, this is past dispute. Far other life you live, far other tongue you talk, far other thought, perhaps you think, than man. How various are the works of God! But say, what thought? Is reason here enthroned and absolute, or sense in arms against her? Have you two lights, or need you no revealed? Enjoy your happy realms their golden age, and had your Eden an abstemious Eve? Our Eve's fair daughters prove their pedigree, and ask their Adams, who would not be wise? Or if your mother fell, are you redeemed? And if redeemed, is your Redeemer scorned? Is this your final residence? If not, change you your scene, translated? Or by death? And if by death, what death? Know you disease? Or horrid war? With war, this fatal hour, Europa groans. So call we a small field where kings run mad. End of Section 9, Part 2. Recording by Anya E. Section 9, Part 3 of The Complaint, or Night Thoughts, by Edward Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anya E. In our world, death deputes intemperance to do the work of age, and hanging up the quiver nature gave him, as slow of execution, for dispatch, sends forth imperial butchers, bids them slay their sheep, the silly sheep they fleeced before, and toss him twice 10,000 at a meal. Sit all your executioners on thrones? With you, can rage for plunder make a god, and bloodshed wash out every other stain? But you, perhaps, can't bleed. From matter gross your spirits clean, are delicately clad in fine-spun ether, privileged to soar, unloaded, uninfected. How unlike the lot of man! How few of human race by their own mud unmurdered! How we wage self-war eternal, Is your painful day of hardy conflict o'er? Or are you still raw candidates at school? And have you those who disaffect reversions, as with us? But what are we? You never heard of man or earth, the bedlam of the universe, where reason, undiseased with you, runs mad, and nurses folly's children as her own, fond of the foulest, in the sacred mount of holiness, where reason is pronounced infallible, and thunders like a god. Even there, by saints, the demons are outdone. What these think wrong, our saints refine to right, and kindly teach dull hell her own black arts. Satan instructed o'er their morals smiles. But this, how strange to you, who know not man! Has the least rumor of our race arrived? Called here Elijah in his flaming car? Passed by you the good Enoch on his road to those fair fields where Lucifer was hurled, who brushed, perhaps, your sphere in his descent, stained your pure crystal ether, or let fall a short eclipse from his portentous shade? Oh, that the fiend had lodged on some broad orb athwart his way, nor reached his present home, then blackened earth with footsteps fouled in hell, nor washed in ocean, as from Rome he passed to Britain's isle, too conspicuous there. But this is all digression. Where is he, that o'er heaven's battlements the felon hurled, to groans and chains and darkness? Where is he who sees creation's summit in a wail? He whom, while man is man, he can't but seek, and if he finds, commences more than man? Oh, for a telescope his throne to reach! Tell me, ye learned on earth, or blessed above, ye searching, ye Newtonian angels, tell, where your great master's orb, his planets, where those conscious satellites, those morning stars, first born of deity from central love, by veneration most profound, thrown off, by sweet attraction no less strongly drawn, awed and yet raptured yet serene, past thought illustrious, but with borrowed beams, in still approaching circles, still remote, revolving round the sun's eternal sire? Or sent in lines direct on embassies to nations? In what latitude? Beyond terrestrial thought's horizon, and on what high errand sent? Here human effort ends, and leaves me still a stranger to his throne. Full well it might. I quite mistook my road, born in an age more curious than devout, more fond to fix the place of heaven or hell, than studious this to shun, or that secure. 'Tis not the curious, but the pious path that leads me to my point. Lorenzo, no, without or star or angel for their guide, who worship God shall find him. Humble love, and not proud reason, keeps the door of heaven. Love finds admission where proud science fails. Man's science is the culture of his heart, and not to lose his plummet in the depths of nature or the more profound of God. Either to know is an attempt that sets the wisest on a level with the fool. To fathom nature, ill attempted here, past doubt, is a deep philosophy above. Higher degrees in bliss archangels take, as deeper learned, the deepest learning still. For what a thunder of omnipotence, so might I dare to speak, is seen in all, in man, in earth, in more amazing skies, teaching this lesson, pride is loath to learn, not deeply to discern, not much to know. Mankind was born to wonder and adore. And is there a cause for higher wonder still than that which struck us from our past sore ways? Yes, and for deeper adoration too. From my late airy travel unconfined, have I learned nothing? Yes, Lorenzo, this. Each of these stars is a religious house. I saw their altars smoke, their incense rise, and heard hosannas ring through every sphere. A seminary fraught with future gods. Nature all o'er is consecrated ground, teeming with growths immortal and divine. The great proprietor's all bounteous hand leaves nothing waste, but sows these fiery fields with seeds of reason, which to virtues rise beneath his genial ray, and, if escaped, the pestilential blasts of stubborn will, when grown mature, are gathered for the skies. And is devotion thought too much on earth, when beings so superior homage boast, and triumph in prostrations to the throne? But wherefore more of planets or of stars, ethereal journeys, and discovered there 10,000 worlds, 10,000 ways devout, all nature sending incense to the throne, except the bold Lorenzos of our sphere, opening the solemn sources of my soul, since I have poured like feigned Eridanus my flowing numbers o'er the flaming skies, nor see of fancy or of fact what more invites the muse. Here turn we and review our past nocturnal landscape wide. Then say then, Lorenzo, with what burst of heart the whole at once, revolving in his thought, must man exclaim, adoring and aghast, "Oh, what a root! Oh, what a branch is here! Oh, what a father, what a family! Worlds, systems, and creations, in one agglomerated cluster, hung. Great wine, on thee the cluster hangs, the filial cluster, infinitely spread, in glowing globes, with various being fraught, and drinks, nectareous draught, immortal life, or shall I say, for who can say enough, a constellation of 10,000 gems, and oh, of what dimension, of what weight, set in one signet, flames on the right hand, of majesty divine, the blazing seal that deeply stamps on all created mind, indelible, his sovereign attributes, omnipotence, and love, that passing bound, and this surpassing that. Nor stop we here, for want of power in God, but thought in man. Even this acknowledged leaves us still in debt. If greater aught, that greater all is thine. Dread sire, accept this miniature of thee, and pardon an attempt from mortal thought in which archangels might have failed unblamed. How such ideas of the Almighty's power, and such ideas of the Almighty's plan, ideas not absurd, distend the thought of feeble mortals, nor of them alone. The fullness of the deity breaks forth in inconceivables to men and gods. Think then, oh think, nor ever drop the thought, how low must man descend when gods adore. Have I not then accomplished my proud boast? Did I not tell thee we would mount, Lorenzo, and kindle our devotion and the stars? And have I failed, and did I flatter thee, and art all adamant, and dost confute, all urged with one irrefragable smile? Lorenzo, mirth how miserable here! Swear by the stars, by him who made them, swear. Thy heart, henceforth, shall be as pure as they. Then thou, like them, shalt shine. Like them shalt rise, from low to lofty, from obscure to bright, by due gradation, nature's sacred law. The stars, from whence? Ask Chaos, he can tell. These bright temptations to idolatry, from darkness and confusion, took their birth. Sons of deformity, from fluid dregs, Tartarian, first they rose to masses rude, and then to spheres opaque, then dimly shone, then brightened, then blazed out in perfect day. Nature delights in progress and advance from worse to better, but when minds ascend, progress in part depends upon themselves. Heaven aids exertion, greater makes the great, the voluntary little lessons more. Oh, be a man, and thou shalt be a god, and half self-made. Ambition, how divine! O thou, ambitious of disgrace alone, still undevout, unkindled, though high-trot, schooled by the skies and pupil of the stars, rank coward to the fashionable world. Art thou ashamed to bend thy knee to heaven? Cursed fume of pride, exhaled from deepest hell. Pride in religion is man's highest praise, bent on destruction, and in love with death. Not all these luminaries, quenched at once, were half so sad as one benighted mind, which gropes for happiness and meets despair. How, like a widow in her weeds, the night, amid her glimmering tapers, silent sits! How sorrowful, how desolate, she weeps, perpetual dews, and saddens nature's scene. A scene more sad, sin makes the darkened soul. All comfort kills, nor leaves one spark alive. Though blind of heart, still open is thine eye. Why such magnificence in all thou seest? Of matter's grandeur, no, one end is this, to tell the rational who gazes on it. Though that immensely great, still greater he, whose breast capacious can embrace and lodge, unburdened, nature's universal scheme, can grasp creation with a single thought. Creation grasp, and not exclude, its sire. To tell him, farther, it behoves him much to guard the important, yet depending, fate of being. Brighter than 1,000 suns, one single ray of thought outshines them all. And if man hears obedient, soon he'll soar, superior heights, and on his purple wing be dropped with eyes of gold, rising, where thought is now denied to rise. Look down, triumphant, on those dazzling spheres. Why then persist? No mortal ever lived, but dying he pronounced, when words are true, the whole that charms thee absolutely wane, wane and far worse. Think thou, would dying men, oh, condescend to think as angels think, oh, tolerate a chance for happiness. Our nature such, ill choice ensures ill fate, and hell had been, though there had been no God. Dost thou not know, my new astronomer? Earth, turning from the sun, brings night to man. Man, turning from his God, brings endless night. Where thou canst read no morals, find no friend, amend no manners, and expect no peace. How deep the darkness, and the groan, how loud, and far, how far from lambent are the flames! Such is Lorenzo's purchase, such his praise. The proud, the politic, Lorenzo's praise. Though in his ear, and levelled at his heart, I've half read o'er the volume of the skies. For think not thou hast heard all this from me. My song but echoes what great nature speaks. What has she spoken? Thus the goddess spoke, thus speaks forever. Place at nature's head a sovereign which o'er all things rolls his eye, extends his wing, promulgates his commands, but above all diffuses endless good, to whom for sure redress the wronged may fly, the while for mercy, and the pained for peace, by whom the various tenants of these spheres, diversified in fortunes, place, and powers, raised in enjoyment, as in worth they raise, arrive at length, if worthy such approach, at that blessed fountain head from which they stream, where conflict past redoubles present joy, and present joy looks forward on increase, and that on more, no period, every step a double boon, a promise, and a bliss. How easy sits this scheme on human hearts! It suits their make, it suits their vast desires. Passion is pleased, and reason asks no more. 'Tis rational, 'tis great, but what is thine? It darkens, shocks, excruciates, and confounds, leaves us quite naked, both of help and hope, sinking from bad to worse, few years the sport of fortune, then the morsel of despair. Say then, Lorenzo, for thou know'st it well, what's vice? Mere want of compass in our thought. Religion, what? The proof of common sense. How art thou hooted where the least prevails? Is it my fault if these truths call thee fool? And thou shalt never be miscalled by me. Can neither shame nor terror stand thy friend? And art thou still an insect in the mire? How like thy guardian angel have I flown, snatched thee from earth, escorted thee through all the ethereal armies, walked thee like a god through splendors of first magnitude arranged on either hand. Clouds thrown beneath thy feet, close cruised on the bright paradise of God, and almost introduced thee to the throne. And art thou still carousing for delight, rank poison, first fermenting to mere froth, and then subsiding into final gall? To beings of sublime, immortal make, How shocking is all joy, whose end is sure! Such joy, more shocking still, the more it charms. And dost thou choose what ends well begun and infamous, as short? And dost thou choose, thou to whose palate glories so sweet, to wade into perdition through contempt, not of poor bigots only, but thy own? For I have peeped into thy covered heart, and seen it blush beneath a boastful brow. For, by strong guilt's most violent assault, conscience is but disabled, not destroyed. O thou most awful being, and most vain! Thy will, how frail, how glorious is thy power, though dread eternity has sown her seeds of bliss and woe in thy despotic breast, though heaven and hell depend upon thy choice, a butterfly comes across, and both are fled. Is this the picture of a rationale? This horrid image, shall it be most just? Lorenzo, no, it cannot, shall not be, if there is force in reason, or in sounds chanted beneath the glimpses of the moon. A magic at this planetary hour, when slumber locks the general lip, and dreams through seamless mazes hunt souls uninspired. Attend, the sacred mysteries begin. My solemn night-born adjuration hear. Hear, and I'll raise thy spirit from the dust, while the stars gaze on this enchantment new, enchantment not infernal, but divine, by silence, death's peculiar attribute, by darkness, guilt's inevitable doom, by darkness and by silence, sisters dread, that draw the curtain round night's ebon throne, and raise ideas, solemn as the scene. By night and all of awful, night presents, to thought or sense, of awful much to both the goddess brings. By these her trembling fires, like Vesta's, ever burning, and like hers, sacred to thoughts immaculate and pure. By these bright orators that prove and praise and press thee to revere the deity, perhaps to aid thee, when revered awhile, to reach his throne, as stages of the soul through which, at different periods, she shall pass, refining gradual for her final height, and purging off some dross at every sphere, by this dark pall thrown o'er the silent world. By the world's kings and kingdoms most renowned, from short ambition's zenith set forever, sad presage to vain boasters, now in bloom, by the long list of swift mortality, from Adam downward to this evening knell, which midnight waves in fancy's startled eye, and shocks her within 100 centuries, round death's black banner thronged in human thought, by thousands now, resigning their last breath, and calling thee, wert thou so wise to hear, by tombs o'er tombs arising, human earth, ejected to make room for human earth. The monarch's terror and the sexton's trade, by pompous obsequies that shun the day, the torch funeral, and the nodding plume, which makes poor man's humiliation proud, boast of our ruin, triumph of our dust, by the damp vault that weeps o'er royal bones, and the pale lamp that shows the ghastly dead, more ghastly, through the thick incumbent gloom, by visits, if there are, from darker scenes, the gliding spectre, and the groaning grave, by groans and graves, and miseries that groan, for the grave's shelter, by desponding men, senseless to pains of death, from pangs of guilt, by guilt's last audit, by yon moon in blood, the rocking firmament, the falling stars, and thunder's last discharge, great nature's knell, by second chaos and eternal night. Be wise, nor let philander blame my charm, but own not ill discharged my double debt, love to the living, duty to the dead. For know I'm but executor, he left this moral legacy. I make it o'er by his command, philander here in me, and heaven in both. If deaf to these, oh, hear Florello's tender voice, his weal depends on thy resolve, it trembles at thy choice. For his sake, love thyself. Example strikes all human hearts, a bad example more still of father's, that ensures his ruin. As parent of his being, wouldst thou prove the unnatural parent of his miseries, and make him curse the being which thou gavest? Is this the blessing of so fond a father? If careless of Lorenzo, spare, oh spare! Florello's father and Philander's friend. Florello's father ruined, ruins him, and from Philander's friend the world expects a conduct. No dishonor to the dead. Let passion do what nobler motive should. Let love and emulation rise in aid to reason, and persuade thee to be blessed. This seems not a request to be denied, yet such the infatuation of mankind. 'Tis the most hopeless man can make to man. Shall I then rise in argument and warmth, and urge Philander's posthumous advice from topics yet unbroached? But oh, I faint, my spirits fail, nor strange, so long on wing and in no middle clime, to which my great Creator's glory called, and calls, but now in vain. Sleep's dewy wand has stroked my drooping lips, and promises my long arrear of rest. The downy God, wont to return with our returning peace, will pay ere long, and bless me with repose. Haste, haste, sweet stranger, from the peasant's cot, the shipboy's hammock or the soldier's straw, when sorrow never chased thee. With thee bring not hideous visions as of late, but draughts, delicious of well-tasted, cordial rest, man's rich restorative, his balmy bath, that supplies, lubricates, and keeps in play the various movements of his nice machine, which asks such frequent periods of repair. When tired with vain rotations of the day, sleep winds us up for the succeeding dawn. Fresh we spin on till sickness clogs our wheels, or death quite breaks the spring and motion ends. When will it end? With me? Thou only knowst, thou whose broad eye the future and the past joins to the present, making one of three to moral thought. Thou knowst, and thou alone, all knowing, all unknown, and yet well known, near though remote, and though unfathomed, felt, and though invisible, forever seen, and seen in all, the great and the minute. Each globe above with its gigantic race, each flower, each leaf with its small people swarmed, those puny vouchers of omnipotence, to the first thought that asks, from whence? Declare their common source. Thou fountain, running o'er in rivers of communicated joy, who gavest us speech for far, far humbler themes. Say, by what name shall I presume to call him I see burning in these countless suns, as Moses in the bush? Illustrious mind, the whole creation, less, far less to thee than that to the creation's ample round. How shall I name thee? How my laboring soul heaves underneath the thought, too big for birth. Great system of perfections, mighty cause of causes mighty, cause uncaused, sole root of nature, that luxuriant growth of God, first father of effects, that progeny of endless series, where the golden chain's last link admits a period, who can tell? Father of all that is o'erheard, or hears, Father of all that is or seen, or sees, Father of all that is or shall arise, Father of this immeasurable mass of matter multiform, or dense or rare, opaque or lucid, rapid or at rest, minute or passing bound, in each extreme of like amaze and mystery to man, Father of these bright millions of the night, of which the least full Godhead had proclaimed, and thrown the gazer on his knee, or say, is appellation higher still thy choice? Father of matter's temporary lords, Father of spirits, nobler offspring, sparks of high paternal glory, rich endowed with various measures and with various modes of instinct, reason, intuition, beams more pale or bright from day divine, to break the dark of matter organized, the wear of all created spirit, beams that rise each or other in superior light, till the last ripens into luster strong, of next approach to Godhead. Father fond, far fonder than e'er bore that name on earth, of intellectual beings, beings blessed, with powers to please thee, not of passive ply to laws they know not, beings lodged in seats of well-adapted joys, in different domes of this imperial palace for thy sons, of this proud populace well policide, though boundless habitation, planned by thee, whose several clans their several climate suit, and transposition doubtless would destroy. Or, oh, indulge, immortal King, indulge a title less august indeed, but more endearing. Ah, how sweet in human ears, sweet in our ears and triumph in our hearts, Father of immortality to man, a theme that lately set my soul on fire, and thou the next, yet equal, thou by whom that blessing was conveyed, far more was bought, ineffable, the price, by whom all worlds were made, and one redeemed, illustrious light from light illustrious, thou whose regal power finite in time but infinite in space, on more than adamantine basis fixed, or more, far more, than diadems and thrones, inviolably reigns, the dread of gods. And oh, the friend of man, beneath whose foot and by the mandate of whose awful nod, all regions, revolutions, fortunes, fate, of high, of low, of mind, and matter, roll through the short channels of expiring time, or shoreless ocean of eternity, calm or tempestuous as thy spirit breeds, in absolute subjection. And oh, thou, the glorious third, distinct, not separate, beaming from both, with both incorporate, and strange to tell, incorporate with dust, By condensation is thy glory great, enshrined in man. Of human hearts if pure, divine inhabitant, the tie divine of heaven with distant earth, by whom I trust, if not inspired, uncensured this address, to thee, to them, to whom? Mysterious power, revealed yet unrevealed, darkness and light, number and unity, our joy, our dread, the triple bolt that lays all wrong in ruin, that animates all right, the triple sun, sun of the soul, her never-setting sun, triune, unutterable, unconceived, absconding yet demonstrable, great God, greater than greatest, better than the best, kinder than kindest, with soft pity's eye, or stronger still to speak it, with thine own. From thy bright home, from that high firmament, where thou from all eternity hast dwelt, beyond archangels' unassisted ken, from far above when mortals highest call, from elevation's pinnacle, look down, through what? Confounding interval? Through all and more than laboring fancy can conceive, through radiant ranks of essences unknown, through hierarchies from hierarchies detached, round various banners of omnipotence, with endless change of rapturous duties fired, through wondrous beings interposing swarms, all clustering at the call to dwell in thee, through this wide waste of worlds, this vista vast, all sanded o'er with suns, suns turned to night before thy feeblest beam. Look down, 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 on a poor breathing particle in dust, or lower, an immortal in his crimes forgive his virtues too, those smaller faults, half converts to the right, nor let me close these eyes, which never more may see the sun, though night's descending scale now weighs up morn, unpitied and unblessed. In thy displeasure dwells eternal pain, pain or aversion, pain which strikes me now, and since all pain is terrible to man, though transient, terrible, at thy good hour, gently, gently, lay me in my bed, my clay-clawed bed, by nature now, so near, by nature near, still nearer by disease. Till then, be this an emblem of my grave. Let it out. Preach the preacher every night, let it out. Cry the boy at Philip's ear, that tongue of death, that herald of the tomb. And when, the shelter of thy wing implored, my senses, soothed, shall sink in soft repose, oh, sink this truth still deeper in my soul, suggested by my pillow, signed by fate. First, in fate's volume, at the page of man, man's sickly soul, though turned and tossed forever from side to side, can rest on naught but thee. Here in full trust, hereafter in full joy, on thee, the promised, sure, eternal down of spirits, toiled and travelled through this vale. Nor of that pillow shall my soul despond, for love almighty, sing, exalt creation, love almighty reigns. That death of death, that cordial of despair, and loud eternity's triumphant song, of whom no more, for O thou patron God, thou God immortal, thence more God to man, man's theme eternal, man's eternal theme, thou canst not scape uninjured from our praise, uninjured from our praise can he escape. who, disembosomed from the Father bows the heaven of heavens to kiss the distant earth, breathes out in agonies a sinless soul. Against the cross death's iron scepter breaks, from famished ruin plucks her human prey, throws wide the gates celestial to his foes. Their gratitude for such a boundless debt deputes their suffering brothers to receive, and if deep human guilt in payment fails, as deeper guilt prohibits our despair, and joins it as our duty to rejoice, and to close all, omnipotently kind, takes his delights among the sons of men. What words are these? And did they come from heaven? And were they spoke to man, to guilty man? What are all mysteries to love like this? The songs of angels, all the melodies of choral gods, are wafted in the sound. Heal and exhilarate the broken heart, though plunged before in horrors dark as night. Rich prelibation of consummate joy, nor wait we dissolution to be blessed. This final effort of the moral muse, how justly titled, nor for me alone, for all that read, what spirit of support, what heights of consolation, crown my song. Then, farewell night, of darkness now no more. Joy breaks, shines, triumphs, 'tis eternal day. Shall that which rises out of naught complain of a few evils, paid with endless joys? My soul, henceforth in sweetest union join the two supports of human happiness, which some erroneous think can never meet. True taste of life and constant thought of death, the thought of death, sole victor of its dread. Hope be thy joy, and probity thy skill. Thy patron he whose diadem has dropped yon gems of heaven, eternity thy prize. And leave the racers of the world their own, their feather and their froth, for endless toils. They part with all for that which is not bread. They mortify, they starve on wealth, fame, power, and laugh to scorn the fools that aim at more. How must a spirit, late escaped from earth, suppose Philander's, Lucia's, or Narcissa's, the truth of things new blazing in its eye, look back, astonished, on the ways of men, whose lives' whole drift is to forget their graves, and when our present privilege is past, to scourge us with due sense of its abuse, the same astonishment will seize us all. What then must pain us, would preserve us now? Lorenzo, 'tis not yet too late. Lorenzo, seize wisdom, ere 'tis torment to be wise. That is, seize wisdom, ere she seizes thee. For what, my small philosopher, is hell? 'Tis nothing but full knowledge of the truth. When truth, resisted long, is sworn our foe, and calls eternity to do her right. Thus darkness, aiding intellectual light, in sacred silence whispering truths divine, and truths divine converting pain to peace, my song the midnight raven has outwinged, and shot, ambitious of unbounded scenes, beyond the flaming limits of the world, her gloomy flight. But what avails the flight of fancy when our hearts remain below? Virtue abounds in flatterers and foes. 'Tis pride to praise her, penance to perform, to more than words, to more than worth of tongue. Lorenzo, rise at this auspicious hour, an hour when heaven's most intimate with man. when like a fallen star the ray divine glides swift into the bosom of the just, and just are all, determined to reclaim, which sets that title high within thy reach. Awake, then, thy philander calls, awake! Thou who shalt wake when the creation sleeps, when like a taper all these suns expire, when time like him of Gaza in his wrath, plucking the pillars that support the world, in nature's ample ruins lies entombed, and midnight, universal midnight, reigns. End of Section 9, Part 3. Recording by Anya E. End of The Complaint or Night Thoughts by Edward Young.